And of course, we're back on Tournament LA for another game number 1, a fresh best of 5. And this time, it's featuring the green Traveler 59. We got there eventually. This is Desolator Trooper. I don't know why, but I almost called him Steel Talons, which is perhaps the opposite of Traveler 59. But who is in the south?
Over in the southern section of the map, wearing the pink, rocking the black hand, this is Svensson. And I have definitely made that mistake a couple of times for some reason with Desolator Trooper as well, where I have called him Steel Talons. But in my defense, I have cast a lot of Steel Talons game, and I hyper fixate on pointing out that the player named Steel Talons plays Steel Talons. And so I say Steel Talons a lot, so that might be part of that as well.
It's always nice when those things line up that way. But welcome once again to Korak, as he referenced there. You've been casting more Chrono Clash II than I have. You have the insane idea to try and cast as much, to try and 100% as much of the group stage as you possibly can, which is just a ton of games. So if you guys have been missing out on some of the Chrono Clash action from Chrono Clash 2, then check out Korak's channel. It'll be linked in the description. And here we are, Tournament LA. Everything is looking normal so far.
Nothing unusual yet from either player, no big sell-offs, and I think you were telling me before in our previous cast that this is a good map for, say, like players like Bike Rush, players who favor those all-ins to make their way across the map, especially when Kane's Wrath was closer to relatively new. And I've seen a lot more stable openers, a lot more traditional openers from almost everyone, especially as the tournament seems to progress. Everybody seems to be cautious and worrying about a couple of things here and there and just wanting to play their cards right.
I mean, this is Traveler 59, so there can be some sneaky stuff that happens around the natural expansion. It doesn't look like Desolator Trooper is going for like a double portal stasis drop at the natural or anything. It looks like he is going for just a refinery, which does indicate all signs point towards macro game for now.
And Black Hand definitely hasn't done anything sneaky yet on his side. He does have double War Factory, and he's got a good number of bike and buggy out and ready to go. But the answer to that really is going to be the secret tanks here in the center. However, they are a bit outnumbered, and it looks like the micro is a bit here for Svensson. Svensson's doing a good job of sending in his Raider buggies to absorb most of the shots and continue to back in and out his volleys for his attack bikes.
Also stacking up the damage there as a couple of these Seeker tanks line up nicely with the Harvester, so Svensson gets the double damage, and there he kills the blue Tiberium Harvester. Desolator Trooper behind the scenes has actually grabbed the EMP control center, so the sad thing is he may not be in this game long enough to actually utilize it, but if he does get the chance, then maybe there will be a shot to save him coming in later in this game. And the big army punch from Svensson has been working out great so far. More Seeker tanks done. The Disintegrators come in, but they are slow descents, and they're going to be slowly watching these Harvesters die one by one.
Desolator Trooper definitely losing lifeline after lifeline. However, if this goes on for long enough and he can mitigate his losses, he can begin to turn around. Just as another Harvester does get taken down. Svensson just finding amazing value in these attack bikes, going from the center, going to the main base, and actually throwing in the towel. Desolator Trooper already giving it up.
Cadian, aka Svensson, taking game number 1 with the aggressive Black Hand play.
Desolator Trooper's definitely going to have to step things up just a little bit if he's going to play into Svensson. Svensson seems a bit more practiced. I haven't seen quite too many games from Desolator Trooper overall. I've seen a few here and there, so I don't know where he sits as a player normally, but I've seen a lot from Svensson.
Not much grows in the desert, but the desert is where Desolator Trooper is going to have to find a victory, because if you go down 0-2 in a best of 5, well, things just get harder from there. Well, it may be a quick one sooner or later, because both players are played Scrin, and Svensson is going aggressive once again. This did not end well for Desolator Trooper in game number 1. We'll see if he's able to handle the aggression better here.
It looks like Svensson really wants to get this over with as quickly as possible, or maybe he's worried about getting Desolator Trooper into the late game, because this is basically the second rush that he's done so far. That double War Factory and just mass producing those units was sort of a later rush, but he's already started off into a quicker one here with these Disintegrators. Disintegrators already making their way over to both sides of the map. Looks like he's going for the easier targets, going for that Tiberium Spike on the right-hand side, while this left-hand side is beginning to move their way in.
Yeah, Desolator Trooper has fallen for the trap. He actually goes Nerve Center. He goes Corruptor out just in time. I thought it was a trap of distraction. I thought Svensson had pulled off the perfect look at me over here on the right side while going for your Harvesters on the left side, but it doesn't actually happen because Desolator Trooper rushed to the Nerve Center and got the Corruptor. And surprisingly, the Harvesters are safe for the first 2 minutes of the game. Svensson's rush has failed.
Corruptor doing a fantastic job of basically hitting the pest inside of his base and outside of his base with the bug spray over and over, just absolutely wiping them out. And Svensson really did want to set the tempo in his favor, and he gambled and lost. He was able to get a Tiberium Spike like we saw over there, but it looks like Desolator Trooper was really on top of it this time around. Hopefully that bodes well for him as the game progresses, but I doubt Svensson is out of tricks just quite yet.
And that's a good point. That maybe one reason why why Svensson is going aggressive against Deso is that he doesn't want to play Deso in the late game, which could be that Svensson, fancies himself an aggressive early game player better than a late game player, or it could be that he fears Desolator Trooper in the late game. Either one could be the case, but I think he was just wanting to get the early win. And I don't think I actually mentioned it properly, but it is Reaper 17 versus Traveler 59, so it is the battle of the sub-factions of the Skrin. We don't have any vanilla Skrin, we don't have Nod or GDI. It is aliens all the way, but it's the battle of the subs.
And despite Svensson starting off with that rush, if you're looking at the economy right now, Svensson's ahead, actually, for Desolator Trooper. Desolator Trooper didn't have a lot of disruption other than losing that Tiberium Spike, which will have an impact, but Svensson is almost about 1.5k above.
And it's resulting in fast tier 3. So you mentioned the economy, and part of the reason why is that Deso Trooper has gone for pure tech. He has gone basically one base tier 3, and he is straight into upgrades as well. So this is a lot of infrastructure spending and not a lot of army.
And that's definitely not the case for Svensson. Svensson's already got a healthy number of Shard Walkers and Seeker Tanks with his double Warp Sphere out. So indeed, he is going for that little bit of a later game rush that he did the last time, but with a different faction. And I don't think Desolator Trooper really has the forces quite yet. However, there is at least one Mechapede, which can be used quite well, but it's going to purely based off of that microing.
Desolator Trooper has to hold absolutely everything. It is a tough mid-game punch from Reaper 17, a faction that in many ways specializes in these big ground punches. Shard Launchers and Seekers moving closer and closer to that tier 3. They finally started attacking it, and they've realized the kind of error that Deso has made. Slowfield comes in. That may actually save the tier 3. Will the reinforcements arrive in time? Because Desolator Trooper just has so little production. Despite the high tech, despite the advantage in infrastructure, it just has such little production at every stage of this game. Storm Column is the best hope for survival, and the tier 3 gets saved. The portal comes in as well for Deso Trooper, and Svensson, he strikes hard and he strikes fast, but he hasn't won the game yet.
Svensson definitely trying everything he can to keep the tempo in his favor. Those Mechapedes are going to be quite the trouble to overcome, but he keeps losing Mechapede after Mechapede. Not sure where the Corruptor made its way off to, but these Seeker Tanks are going to do plenty of damage. Disintegrators moving their way in. Svensson just extremely difficult to lodge from the base of Desolator Trooper. Desolator Trooper losing a Harvester, increasing the economic gains of Svensson. Disintegrators finally...
It's a tough world out here if you're a Harvester. It is a tough life for Desolator Trooper Harvesters in particular. They keep getting sent into the front line with no guns and no anything. No protection even. Finally, the first tripod steps out onto the field, and Deso Trooper pushes Svensson back. But the damage has been done. It's 8 Harvesters to 5. Tech versus Eco.
I have seen a couple of times where production can beat Eco, but I don't think I've seen too many times when Eco is beaten by Tech instead. It seems to favor, in my opinion, it seems to favor the economics. Lightning Spike is going to take a couple of really good shots off at the stasis field, but it looks like the tripod is going to make its way in and take it out before any real damage, or at least before it can go down. That is going to cost even more money there to Desolator Trooper. Desolator Trooper is going to have quite a hard time keeping up with his opponent because of those economic leads that we have. His really only advantage is that Tech. If he can get a couple of really good tripods out and ready to go, I think that's probably his best bet in order to move forward, his best bet in order to push Svensson back. But I think, though, one of the key linchpins for this fight is going to be when both players transition into that third expansion.
Svensson evens up the technology game. It's tier 3 versus tier 3, but Deso Trooper hasn't evened up the economic game. 20k ahead in total resources gathered is Svensson, and his army value 10k ahead that of Deso Trooper. So it is an uphill battle for sure for Desolator Trooper, especially if he loses this game number 2. He's going to be down 0-2 in a best of 5. There's nothing more to give after that. It's going to be a double-pronged attack here as a couple of Seeker Tanks make their way into the main base of Deso Trooper, and Svensson gets pushed away at the natural expansion. I guess this is fine for now, but I don't think it's getting any easier for Deso Trooper.
Desolator Trooper just cannot keep a single Harvester alive. He's having such a difficult time. He is managing to finally harvest that field, and he's getting great value out of these tripods, but the problem with the tripods is they can't be everywhere at once. A couple of cultists are going to move their way in, but I think the favor really is still in Svensson. He's looks like he's going pretty heavily into the Mechapedes over on the right-hand side of the map. Not sure what his next transition is going to be. I think that's going to be the primary thing to watch out for. I feel like his best strategy would be to continue these overwhelming tactics, because he's managing to get little bits of Desolator Trooper over and over between those assaults, you know, and you might as well capitalize on your numbers.
The cultists, if they find the right mine caps, they can absolutely turn a fight around. But if they run into 5 or 6 Mechapedes at once, you only got one cultist to mind control one Mechapede at a time. Warp Chasm out on the field. The Eradicator Hexapod countdown has begun, and the Prodigy gets annihilated. The Tripod is next to follow, and even the Stasis Shield will lock down the Eradicator. He couldn't even cancel it by just going for the tier 3 on the right side. It's a tough life for Deso Trooper, not just for the Harvesters, but for everything in his army. And these may be aliens fighting on Earth, but Desolator Trooper is going to be staying here in the dirt.
Stasis Chamber gets targeted. Stasis Chamber goes down. A couple of Mechapedes here for Desolator Trooper are going to make their way in. Somehow he manages to live significantly longer than I thought he was going to. T3 is getting targeted, and I think that Eradicator Hexapod is nowhere near close to done. I think this is all but over for Desolator Trooper. That's probably the final nail in his coffin. There is the fire cell, and I think he's going to throw in the towel, and indeed he has. The GG comes out, and Desolator Trooper and now has a 2-0 disadvantage.
Svensson makes his place known here in Group E and advances to match point. It's been a fast and furious series thus far, and Svensson is happy to be here in game number 3 on match point. It is all uphill for Desolator Trooper. He can do it, but it is a difficult thing to reverse someone 3-0 from this position. It feels like Svensson, he's been winning the early game, and he's been winning the late game as well. He just feels a little bit too powerful for Deso Trooper in this series.
I think one of the key things that Desolator Trooper could capitalize on here that I don't see Kane's Wrath players do quite as much, and maybe it's because I'm coming from a couple of other RTS titles, but I feel like the scouting is not quite where it needs to be. There's a couple of times where he could have sent a couple of scouts in to see what Svensson was up to and to see the transition, and even if they got caught halfway over there, it would buy him just a little bit of time. Actually getting a little bit of sneakiness over here for Desolator Trooper. Desolator Trooper has a operations center out and ready to go. He hasn't done a full all-in. He hasn't sold his construction yard, but there's the first flame tank out and ready to go. It looks like he's going to try to turn things on their head. He's going to be the early rush. He's going to be the early aggressor, and it looks like he was able to hear me because he's got a couple of good scouts in there, and he can see what his opponent already has to go. Flame tank about halfway there on its route, and probably another flame tank on the way. It looks like that is indeed going to be the case.
It is a tough thing to want to play a macro game for the first time and then your opponent rushes you, but we can forgive Deso Trooper for doing that because he got rushed twice in a row. And we'll see how Svensson is able to defend against it. The defense just isn't here at all. First refinery getting targeted. Pitbull even sent in the wrong direction. So one refinery is down. Second flame tank may even find the MCV at the natural expansion in 30 or 40 seconds. War Factory doesn't go down, but the Reckoner may be able to find a better position and find a bit more damage. He gets body blocked actually by those pit bulls. It's only one single black hand inside of that Reckoner, so it's not going to burn down the War Factory all that quickly. It is a tough fight to lose a refinery, but at least Svensson has got the better positioning with being able to knock down this Reckoner. Finally, it goes down. Second. Uh-oh. Desolator Trooper just walked that flame tank into the known position of those pit bulls.
The softer target definitely would have been that almost completely undefended War Factory there in the south, because I think what you notice from a couple of these higher skilled players is they very much favor the I'm attacking over here, the look over here tactic. And it has a great effect in Kane's Wrath, and there's plenty of fast units that allow you to do that. And I thought that's what he was doing with the Reckoner. I thought he was sending the Reckoner in so he could focus on the War Factory in the south, so he could focus on that expansion in the south, but he did not take the opportunity. I believe he did have it scouted out, but he just, for some reason, chose not to take that opportunity.
Might have been a bit of a misclick there by Desolator Trooper, and then he realizes, oh, the flame tank is already in this bad spot. I can't really save it from this point. And the unfortunate thing, once again, is that Svensson is up 6 Harvesters to the 4 of Deso Trooper. So Deso Trooper goes for the rush, hurts his opponent's economy a little bit, but not enough to make up for the damage he did to his own economy.
Svensson has seen like he's very powerful here on the economic front, at least into Desolator Trooper for the current moment. Couple of man spam going to make their way into the center of the map, but the answer is going to be these APCs, is going to be these watchtowers, and they have the defender's advantage, so they can continue to back their way into the War Factory and get more and more reinforcements. So Desolator Trooper sort of just left here holding the bag, trying to figure out some sort of value for these units, and he might go for the Tiberium Spike, which wouldn't be a bad idea, because not only destroying it would be helpful, but it could also give you a little bit of tempo maybe in your favor, and the response is already going to be here from a couple of APCs as they move their way in.
Probably would have had to go for the Tib Spike right from the beginning instead of engaging the APCs at the War Factory, but you live and learn. Unfortunately, Desolator Trooper, if he doesn't start learning a bit sooner, is going to be out of chances here in Chrono Clash 2. This is round 1 of Group E, so it would be unfortunate to drop out here, but one of these players is going home. And so far, Svensson is looking good. He pushes back the Flame Rush, rebuilds the refinery at the main base, gets a refinery at the natural expansion. He's teching up, he's researching AP ammo. Things are looking nice for Svensson.
Vincent also doing a really good job of not tilting, not having any sort of issues with his own personal morale when he lost that refinery. That's definitely got a sting. He was able to recover himself over time. Scorpion tanks are going to be the answer here to these APCs. APCs are going to have a hard time dealing with them overall, but I think they have the numbers, and there's probably AP ammo there on the background as the Scorpion tanks actually have to retreat. One does get targeted, but it looks like they're focusing on the primary target, which are indeed going to be these cheap rocket squads. Couple of tanks do join the fray as well. There's the AP ammo for the APCs, which means they're going to be even more effective. Mine drop there on a majority of those Scorpion tanks, so they move their way forward. They're going to have quite the problem to deal with, and now the Harvesters get targeted once again.
Desert Trooper's eco is actually okay. If he would have had another 30 or 40 seconds to prepare for this attack, he might have been able to hold it off without quite as many losses. It's mostly army trading for army. Fortunately for Desolator Trooper, not any Harvester deaths there, and he didn't lose any critical infrastructure either. So the Flame Tank on the... Where did that Flame Tank go? Oh, no, he sent it right through the front door again. The natural expansion under threat. It's going to be a Flame Tank in the base of Svensson. Finally, Desolator Trooper gets the Flame Tank positioning that he wanted. Oh, no, it's happening again, Korak. It's happening again. The saddest Flame Tank you've ever seen.
Desolator Trooper's definitely got to be feeling it. It sounds like he is under a lot of pressure, and maybe it's starting to affect his performance. I've seen him in other games, and he seems to perform significantly better, and I've seen him in other games with Svensson. So I think maybe the fact of all the money on the line, the tournament on the line, the casting of his potential mistakes might be weighing on him. He did get an upgrade over here for the Scorpion tanks, in giving themselves a little bit more armor, which will help with the Predator tanks unless the Predator tanks upgrade into the railgun. Svensson also being the first to capitalize on the blue Tiberium in the center of the map, grabbing that with almost a full load ready to go. Forces are in full effect for Desolator Trooper. He's got a healthy number of units here out and ready to go, and it looks like he's using everything he can. His formations are significantly tighter than you normally see. Assault in beginning in earnest. There's the one click. There's the decoy army to absorb a bunch of these shots, but the Hammerheads here are going to do a good number of damage. Splash damage there for the Sam Turrets, pushing the Hammerheads out as the APCs begin their assault on all of these rocket squads. Those rocket squads need to go down as quickly as possible, and I think he definitely has the numbers. Svensson doing a fantastic job microwave, moving in and out, hammer and anvil with his air forces. There might be the nail in the coffin for this assault as the Purifier marches its way through. You need a couple of really good shots off, however, the Hammerheads can take it out rather quickly if they're not careful. Sam Turret trying to do everything it possibly can to save these units. More and more Hammerheads going down left and right. Is this Desolator Trooper opportunity to turn it around? He's got very little in the gas tank, but if his opponent continues to make these mistakes, he can begin to capitalize on it and he can turn things around. Maybe this is his chance.
Oh, that Purifier's so close to death. Tibcore saves it just in time. Hammerheads splashing down onto the ground, raining debris upon the Nod forces. And the answer, I guess, is just more flames. Purifiers, Black Disciples, and Flame Tanks for Deso Trooper. Manages to hold off that attack. That was... definitely dicey. Svensson had perhaps a better army if the engagement was a little bit different. If the angles weren't as good for Desolator Trooper, if the unit comp was a little bit more spread out, it could have been divided and conquered. But Deso Trooper keeps a tight defense and he pushes that attack back very nicely. The, of course, worry is always the future. Svensson on that third base in the south.
Desolator Trooper doing a fantastic job at commanding his troops there, and his placement of that SAM turret I don't think was random whatsoever. That definitely felt a little bit more calculated. I was probably wishing it was a little further over to the right, though. Mantis tanks do finally move their way in, but not before Harvester does get taken down. Like I was saying before, though, the placement of that SAM turret and the placement of the units, he had a better concave despite his opponent having that better force. Flame Tank in the north getting a pick on at least one of the buildings, a little bit of the infrastructure, and they might actually be able to take and go for the airfield. Is this his opportunity to redeem himself? Maybe not. It did get a war factory, but it was not able to take out those airfields.
Unfortunately for Deso Trooper, he found the mostly empty main base of Svensson and not the key technology, not the future expansion down there at the third. Curiously, Deso Trooper has actually gone for a Temple of Nod. He is actually hoping to play this one out super late with the nuke. 6 minutes on the clock before it even can be used.
He's definitely against the Svensson that is definitely against a bit of a ticking time clock, but I think he still has time to play around with this. He has a significant number of forces out on the field, and he can afford these trades because he's still very far ahead of Desolator Trooper on the economic fronts. We do have a Redeemer making its way in. It should be able to get a good rage gen off, which should help even up this up if it can. Couple of APCs going down over here in the forward engagement, but Desolator Trooper not wanting to fully commit to this assault.
And the fortunate thing for the Black Hand is that Zocom don't have railgun upgrades. So this Redeemer, oh, he does get locked down. The EMP lands. And, well, the Predator tanks may not have boosted damage, but there's still quite a few Predator tanks, and if the EMPs could be chained, then they can still knock down that Redeemer, no problem. Down to half health, and there's sniper teams to deal with everything on the ground. Fresh reinforcements coming in for the Zocom player, and the Redeemer is left all alone. Where are your friends? They all came out to play, but they went home early, and someone called Kane because the faithful are being put in the dirt. They're 6 feet under, and they can't save the Messiah.
The forces for Svensson are continuing their assault. He can afford these trades because of those economic gains. He's just capitalized on them so well. And Desolator Trooper hasn't even set up his natural expansion just quite yet. And I think he doesn't really have much to stop this rolling armor marching its way into it. Probably need to sell off the Redeemer engineering facility. I doubt you're going to get another Redeemer out, but I'm not sure if that's what he's got building in the background. It's going to go down rather quickly. He does sell it off there on the end, but only making a little bit of cash for him, ready to go. He is setting up his natural expansion in this other section. He does have his refinery out, but that's not going to save his T3. It's not going to save his old base and probably the operations center. He's going to lose all of that there almost for free.
Vapor bomb on top of the army. You do what you can when it is your life on the line, when everything is down, and it may not save you, but at least you go down in style. Deso Trooper dropping the expensive one-click. It's all he can do. And Svensson trying to target down those power plants before the SAM sites tear him to shreds. But it's literally 30k of army versus 0. Deso Trooper has functionally 0 units on the map.
He's definitely going with a mantra that I didn't hear no bell, regardless if the bell was rung either way. He's going to have a hard time dealing with this, but it's not impossible, just extremely unlikely for him to turn this around. Like you said, there was about 30 or 40k in resources, in units out on the front line, while his opponent has next to nothing.
Deso Trooper's like in a full body cast in the hospital, and he's like, I didn't hear no bell, but he can't even move any of his body parts. He's just completely shut down. Surrounded, alone, and afraid, Hammerheads and Predator tanks will win the day as Deso Trooper puts up a good fight. And it's unfortunate that the chance that the game he had the best chance in was the one he went aggressive, but it was also the last game of the series because it was preceded by 2 previous wins by Cadian, aka Svensson. A sad day for Desolator Trooper.
He may have not won a point in that single series at all, but he won a point in my heart for sticking to his guns, for not giving up, and for continuing his efforts. And indeed, he did make a valiant effort there towards the end, and that was probably his best chance to turn things around. Welcome back, Commander. I am Korag, your host for the evening, and this is Kane's Wrath on the map Tournament Airstrip. We are back in our continued coverage of Wave 10 of the Chrono Clash. This is part number 2. Starts over in the top left-hand corner of the map, rocking the purple in the mark of Kane. Give it up for Killer. His opponent from the moment on the bottom right-hand side of the map, rocking the cyan, also in the marked of Kane. This is Geo. Geo into Killer. I said I definitely wanted to see a bit more from Geo and what Geo has in the bag, and I think we are going to get to be able to see it here in this match. I haven't seen too much from Killer on my end, but I think I've seen him floating around command post, at least in the replays. Looks like we're already starting off with a couple of bikes making their way inside of Killer's base. Killer has a couple to meet, and it looks like actually he has the numbers up on it, but the micro so far is on Geo's side. He is going to lose this, though, because of the numbers and because of the defender's advantage. First couple of bikes are already moving out and have already moved their way into the grave, and now Killer can roll his way directly into those soft harvesters of his opponent if Geo doesn't build in time. Geo's seen a couple of bikes out in as well, and it's going to turn into a full skirmish back. Bikes going back and forth, but Killer's micro is not as strong as it was before as he takes a couple of free shots there and loses in the volleys. Bikes not backing their way up to the War Factory for the repair, but I'm not sure it's going to matter. It's bike versus bike as they just continue to go in and dying one for one. Killer will come out sort of in the not as great of a spot over here. Words are hard. Because he doesn't have the defender's advantage, because he has to travel so long. He's got to wait on those reinforcements to make their way over. And a tournament airstrip is an extremely long map, as I'm sure you can probably see here. So the commute is quite intense. Geo only keeping with a couple of these bikes so far. It looks like he's not going into any Raider buggies, while his opponent has done the same. First EMP is out, but it's going to be a miss. Those bikes are going to be pretty hard to hit for the Awakened squads. Nobody's moved over into their natural expansion just quite yet. Both players have grabbed their sets of Tiberium spikes. I believe there's one per person. Killer looking for something to snack on. Going to move a couple of his Raider buggies in. Going to snipe a couple of these Rocket Squads. Rocket Squad's going to go down just as quickly. Bike's going to move their way in. Killer's looking for something to grab, but I think he's still outnumbered here. He doesn't have enough bikes and buggy here to fight that. He's got to watch out for those EMPs, because the EMPs can ruin his whole assault as he loses another bike there, as bike versus bike continues to go down. This mirror match really is turning out to be exactly what it is. Marked of Kane versus Marked of Kane, bike and buggy versus bike and buggy. Somehow, it looks like the majority of the bikes for Geo have been taken out, despite him having such a large advantage. There's a secondary War Factory right there. Still only one War Factory there for Killer. EMP's popping out there for Geo. Geo trying everything he can to get that bike there in the background. That is going to be its primary punching power. These are a 1-2 punch. The jab comes from the Raider buggies, and the true hit comes from the attack bikes. Scorpion takes on the defense. Great call there by Geo. Geo having a pretty solid defense despite this constant onslaught. This may be smaller attacks, but this is early on, and neither player has developed their natural expansion this late in the game because they invested so much money into all of this. EMP locking down one of the Scorpion tanks. It looks like this assault is all but over. Killer actually throwing in the towel this early on. Not sure what happened there. Not sure what I missed. If he was able to get something there in the background, but either way, Killer threw in the towel. Maybe he saw that he lost too many units there. Maybe his economy was too far down. Either way, I definitely missed something. I thought I was focusing on the action. Either way, we're already going to move into round number 2. Give me one moment. Round number 2 is back on the Classic Tournament Odyssey. Looks like the mirror match is continuing. Killer in the green, Killer in the bottom left in the green, Geo in the top right in the cyan. Mirror matching definitely is going to continue to go forward. Couple of, looks like engineers are out for both players, grabbing those safety Tiberium spikes. I don't think I saw a third one for either one going for the expansion point, but so far no one's really decided to grab that just quite yet. Wicked Squad's making their way down the center of the map. Killer hoping to redeem himself. He's already down a point, which means everything from here on is going to be uphill for him. He can turn it around. It's going to be 1 scout versus 4 scouts here in a second, so they might get taken out. No War Factory just quite yet, but there it is right on cue. Hopefully it's got a couple of Raider buggies inside of it. You know that Killer's going to be aggressive in this so far. He's definitely been aggressive in the previous matches. He's going to get a little ambushed over here. His 1 scout's going to get taken down, but he's going to know those Awakened squads are making their way over there. Not sure if these players are going to progress into their natural expansion, into this ongoing expansion, because they seem to be happy to just duke it out there. And I really wish I missed, wish I didn't miss what Killer did there in order to get knocked out in that previous round. I really just have no idea. Maybe he just spent too many resources. First Raider Buggy is out, and it's going to be a colossal miss by at least one of those EMPs. Second one does manage to catch it, though. There should be enough Awakened Squads to take it down, but I'm not sure that Geo cares because he's sending a couple of bikes into Killer's base. Killer could be the one in trouble here in a minute if he's not careful. Bikes moving their way in. There's only 3 here. They need 5 for that full volley. One's going to get taken out on their way over there, and now they're going to waste their shots on those Harvesters trying to take them out. Bike versus bike over in the top right, but the bikes are continuing their assault over here, and so far no response for Killer. He's just letting this happen as a Harvester goes down for free this early on. That's going to be extremely expensive. Pretty good EMPs there. It looks like they might have EMP'd their own troop there, or maybe that was the sell-off of one of the refineries. Either way, Shredder turrets are up, bikes are up. It's going to be Harvester versus Harvester on each side. Another Harvester goes down over on Killer's side. Good EMP there, locking down not only the Harvester, but also that refinery, leaving only 1 Harvester remaining. Nobody's keeping any Harvesters alive whatsoever. It's just death after death, destruction after destruction. Finally, a couple of defensive Scorpion tanks over on that side with a secondary ward factory. Both players have got to be hurting on their resources. They continue to lose Harvester after Harvester. There's another defensive Scorpion tank, but he is all alone. He is by himself. Sell off of the Shredder turret. Only a couple of Awakened Squads here to join them. Missing the EMP. That's going to be really unfortunate. That would have been super great if they were able to grab that as the Scorpion tank does go down. It looks like Geo might finally be on his back foot. Killer is just not letting up the pressure whatsoever, destroying Scorpion tank after Scorpion tank, destroying all of his bikes and stopping his opponent from getting anything on the field. Not even a Harvester. They only have so many resources left in the bank. It's entirely a Tiberium spike economy there for Geo. Geo's in a lot of trouble. Bikes moving their way in, bikes moving their way to their grave, taken out before really anything can even happen. Killer doing so much with just a handful of troops, sending small amounts over and over. Looks like it's going to be an all-in over here for Geo. Geo sold off his MCV, followed shortly behind Geo. Not too often that we get to see all in game after game. That's kind of what it's boiled down to both times. Scorpion is going to move its way in. No EMPs there whatsoever. Does look like the Saboteur is going to get spotted trying to recapture this Tiberium spike over here that Killer was able to grab, but he was not able to get his hands on it. Scorpion tank versus Scorpion tank. This one has a war factory, so the other one is out advantage there if he's not careful. Couple of bikes there for Geo going to move their way, for Killer going to move their way into Geo's base. It looks like that one extra Tiberium spike is really making a difference there for Killer. He's able to keep up his economy a bit better. Still no Harvester here whatsoever. It's just pure defensive tank, although it may not be a bad strategy. If you cannot defend the majority of your Harvesters, you may as well not build a bunch of new ones because you're having a hard time keeping them up. You're just wasting money. It looks like one did make it down on the field, but it might get destroyed before anything can even really happen. There's only 2 bikes here, which means they're only going to have a couple of volleys here to spin. Scorpion tank's moving their way in, but if he's not careful, it will walk directly into these units. Still would have liked to see that hand of nod stick around on the field. Those missile squads would have come in handy here because it's been attack bike versus attack bike, and you can use them defensively. There's a lot of choke points here. You could set up your hand of nod and put a couple of rocket squads down, especially if you... Thank you so much for the follow, Bob. Scorpion tank moving its way in. Scorpion tank attacking the other one, going down to, looks like almost 10% HP. 3 Scorpion tanks going to run in all these attack bikes, doing a good amount of damage, almost taking down one of the Scorpion tanks in a full volley. Last little bit does take it down, and if these Scorpion tanks are not careful, they're going to end up on their back foot, and indeed, they're pushed back into the base already. The reinforcements aren't here, and they're not making use of that War Factory. War Factory needs to get its repairs off. Oh no, don't stop there. That's extremely unfortunate. Just with a couple of these bikes, the assault just continues. Awakened Squad's moving its way in. Harvester in danger once again. Geo just can't catch a break. He cannot get Killer out of his base. Killer is just this absolute fungus that will not go away. More and more bikes begin to join. Just like a fungus, he's beginning to grow over time. Massive EMP there. That doesn't sound like a lot, but taking out 2. That's the majority of the Scorpion tanks there for Geo. Geo is in trouble, losing Scorpion tank after Scorpion tank. And only 2 left so far. He's wasted so much money on this defense. Still no hand of nod, still no MCV, but he doesn't really have a choice at this point. He's kind of stuck in a position where he has no choice but to push out these Scorpion tanks, and he's not microing them properly, so they continue to die over and over before they get the repair off. They need to be skirting their way around. They need to be wasting these bikes' time, but they're just not able to cut it. Killer just keeps sending a constant barrage of rocket bikes moving their way in. Another Scorpion tank goes down. That's probably 20 or 40 Scorpion tanks at this point. One takes a couple of shots, does does back his way up, but goes his way back immediately into the Doom, ready there for the volleys. 5 bikes here can do plenty of damage to all of these Scorpion tanks and to the Harvesters. There it is. Geo's finally giving it up. He's just not able to keep up with his opponent, and it looks like over in the background he lost his other Tiberium spike, so he was running on E most of the game. Both players coming out of the gate swinging. Definitely not what I expected from Geo and Killer. Hopefully things continue to heat up. It's definitely gotten pretty intense for me. Give me one moment as we boot up round number 3. We are tied up on Tiberium Rift over in the top left-hand corner of the map. Making the first change, it looks like it's Geo in the red going with Steel Talons. His opponent in the bottom right, changing colors, but sticking with his mark to Kane, and why wouldn't he? This is Killer. Killer able to get a pretty good point off on the last round, just absolutely pushing his finger on the scale and then just never letting up, continuing the onslaught. That definitely could have gone either way, but I think the real difference would have been there if he really needed to, Geo that is, needed to get out a good number of rocket squads. Those would have been cheaper, those would have been better on the defense, and it would just been harder for attack bikes and Scorpion tanks and everything else to deal damage to, and you could use your own attack bikes to deal with your opponent's attack bikes, or you could do Scorpion tanks mixed in with those rocket squads. That did not happen for him, unfortunately, and he did lose the round, but it's a new round, and it's going to be new players on each side. We haven't seen, I don't think we've seen Geo play Steel Talons just quite yet, so maybe that's his safety class. Maybe that's what he feels like works for him when he is sort of on the defensive. And it's not a bad idea. Those Titans are pretty good into Scorpion tanks, into attack bikes, although attack bikes can outrange them if you play your cards right, if you micro them tightly enough. Couple of bikes moving their way over into the north, gonna look for something to snack on. Scouts moving their way inside of their opponent's base, doing what GDI does, which is absolutely obnoxious, going for those going for that power plant, forcing them to get a little bit of repair off. Awakened Squad making its way in, making its way to its grave as soon as that watchtower pops its way out. MCV gonna take some free damage there from the GDI forces, and why not? If it's there, you may as well take it. Bikes did finally make their way across the map. However, there's only 2 of them, but I don't think there's any defense here quite yet. There's no pit bulls. There's nothing here yet for them, so it means that they just have free, endless volleys, and indeed, looks like it's going to be a 4th Harvester. Hopefully, he's changed up his build, and he's got something else building in the background. Harvester microing its way around. Those heavy Harvesters do have a bit more armor. They are a bit tougher to deal with, which means these bikes have less time to take it out. Pitbull is going to move its way in. Pitbull should be plenty to deal with just 2 of those units. MCV finally making its way across the map. Looks like 2 power plants were placed down there for Killer as he transitions into his natural expansion. Same thing for Geo. Geo less on the power plant, but more on the expanding to his natural expansion. Looks like Geo might be a little bit ahead. No, sorry, Killer might be a little bit ahead. He's got his refinery cooking in the background. It looks like they're pretty close to one another. A couple of bikes moving their way in. No, actually, those are Geo's bikes, so they're just returning on their way home. Foxholes have been set up rather nicely over here by GDI, by Geo. Geo's done a good job in every game he's played so far of setting these scouts off, which is going to be really important into these Nod factions, especially into a player like Killer, who's definitely been pretty aggressive. And I wouldn't put it past him to get an operations center out and get a couple of flame tanks out and ready to go. Mark to Kane, I think, is still pretty decent at the rushing. So are all of the Nod factions. Not quite as good as Black Hand with those blue flames. Either way, first skirmish is beginning in earnest. Pitbull should outnumber. They should win this fight. I don't think Killer wants this. He's going to lose a whole bunch here that he does not want to deal with in his Harvester. Nope, actually, that is Killer's Harvester there in the background. Sorry, Geo's Harvester in the background. Getting these players confused because they keep switching numbers on him. Somehow, it looks like it's beginning to turn into Killer's side. Killer's only got a couple of bikes left, but he's got plenty of these Raider buggies, and these Raider buggies can take out Pitbulls if they concentrate their fire. 3rd one goes down, leaving only 3 remaining so far. That's 3 out of the 6 that are destroyed. 7th one does join, 8th one does join, and the majority of these forces should get mopped up here by their opponent, by Geo. Geo doing a fantastic job keeping his formations tight, keeping his units tight. His focus fire could be a little bit better, but his microing seems to be better than Killer. Killer's having a hard time keeping up with him, and he's losing a whole bunch of forces left and right. Annoying Foxholes still inside of Killer's base, but most importantly, they're doing a bit of scouting. They're going to see if that operations center, if something sneaky is going to cook out. And all while this is happening, it looks like his opponent has been keeping a good number of units there in the background. MCV did get sold off, double War Factory, which means it's going to be pure attack bikes. Hopefully GDI sees is coming. However, he's got plenty of pit bulls here, and he's got the control. He just has to intercept them. He just has to get some scouts out to see where those units are going. Attack bikes moving their way in, and if they're not careful, they're going to run right into this wave here, but they do have a little bit better range, at least in the beginning part of this one. One pit bull getting caught in an unfortunate position, which Geo cannot really afford, because every single one of those is going to be really precious for this fight, for this engagement. Pitbull's not mirroring just as well as they could be, as Killer actually splits up his forces, a couple going north, a couple going south. A small engagement. It looks like it's still that foxhole over on that side. Attack bikes moving their way in, going for that tower. A couple in the south as well. Looks like they should be going for Harvester, selling off of at least one of the refineries. Titans moving their way in, but I'm not sure it's going to matter. It might be too little too late. That Harvester gets so close to going down, but they do not focus fire, as the ones in the south are looking for something to snack on. Pitbulls are there to intercept. Only one Titan here to intercept this. Harvester getting so close to getting taken down. There it is, gets destroyed. That's exactly what Killer needs. However, it's only a matter of time. Time is on Geo's side. Geo has his natural expansion developed, and he can afford these trades. Selling off of that refinery probably did him some good when it came to that defense. Those Titans are pretty expensive, but once they're up, they do a lot of damage, especially to all of this bike and buggy. There's plenty of volleys here to knock out a Harvester in one shot. They're moving their way in, looking for the jab, and then looking for the punch to follow it up. Titans moving their way in, rocking one of those units right there rather quickly. One of those Raider buggies. Pitbull's moving their way in as well, trying not to get fully engaged. More and more Titans join the fray. More and more Titans beginning to fester here. And if Killer's not careful, he's going to be in a little bit of trouble here as the Titans continue to move their way in. Pitbulls continue to move their way as the majority of the attack bikes are taken down. The focus fire is real. The focus fire is here for his opponent. Geo's doing a much better job of rocking this, and these Titans are so hard to deal with. Only 5 or 6 are left so far, and the Pitbulls are trying to cut them off as they move their way in. A couple more reinforcements are going to join the fray. Harvesters are going to go down rather quickly, filled with that precious blue Tiberium. One goes down, not followed by a second, as the Pitbulls have to retreat their way out. Attack bikes have to back out as well, because there's only 4 of them left so far. And indeed, the towel did get thrown in. Geo taking another point off of Killer. Killer lost too many forces, and he wasted his opportunity. He wasn't able to get in there like he needed to. He wasn't able to go for the throat and the economy of his opponent, because those Titans were absolutely on point for the defense. Welcome to what could be match points on Toxicity. Over in our top right, it looks like Geo has switched to purple and is down a point so far. No, actually, I have that backwards. I gave the wrong person the wrong points. Super professional of me. Give me one moment as I swap that around. I swear I know what I'm doing. Looks like it's going to be Black Hand versus Marked of Kane. Killer going Marked of Kane, or sticking with Marked of Kane, I should say. And Geo switching up again, going Black Hand. Hopefully that doesn't bite him in the butt. He seemed to fare quite well with Steel Talons. Either way, Shadow Team's moving their way in. Looks like the target's probably going to be this power plant. They can take it out rather quickly, and it's going to be super annoying. It does look like the turrets do pop their way out just in time, but it doesn't matter as it goes down anyways. There's only one Shadow Team left, so while he may have lost that power plant, he can replace it rather quickly, and he was able to knock out those Shadow Teams. Those Shadow Teams might be more expensive than a singular power plant. Once again, I got to sit down with a spreadsheet and figure out costs of a couple of things. One Shadow Team is left, and he can do some damage to a couple of these buildings, but it's not going to be too much. A couple of Capacitor Ball Squads moving their way in to those Tiberium spikes. Looks like someone actually made a little bit of a mistake here, might be feeling the pressure. Killer has lost, has just sort of left one of his engineers over here on the bottom left-hand corner right by that Tiberium spike. That's going to be really unfortunate. That infusion of 500 when that engineer captures it definitely would have been pretty useful for him. Another engineer joins the fray. Not sure if their goal is to go for the EMP. Wouldn't be a bad idea, because it's been plenty of bike and buggy on both sides, and locking down those bike and buggy with EMPs, if you can defend it long enough, can be quite lucrative. A couple of attack bikes moving their way in, but it looks like they're already met over here by Geo. Geo's got a couple of his attack bikes of his own. It's really going to boil down to who's got the better micro. No clue what happened there. For some reason, Killer just gave it up. Killer threw in the towel. That's twice now. Extremely unfortunate for viewing, I guess. But either way, I guess that sort of unceremoniously goes to Geo. Geo's going to progress further in, I believe this is bracket E. And I think Killer has one more chance. So we might be able to see him one more time unless he wins the next ongoing game. Either way, match 2, I guess, is booting up. Give me one moment. Match number 2, round 1, heats up on Tournament LA. Starting us over in the top section of the map. Rocky the Orange in the black hand. Give it up for Underworld Fox. His opponent from the moment in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, rocking the red in the GDI. This is Dutch Army. Dutch Army into Underworld Fox. This has actually been one I've been looking forward to. Fox has been pretty strong so far in this tournament. He could do a bit better here and there, but I am excited to see how this one boils down to. He seemed excited for me to watch it, so hopefully it boils down to a good game. Dutch Army is one of these Red Alert 3 players that has a bit higher on the micro aim, so hopefully he'll capitalize on that and he'll use that to his advantage. May not be a bad idea with GDI, with a couple of his APCs. Fox likes to do a bit of these rushing tactics. He's already got a couple of rocket squads, a couple of Professor Cabal squads, and an upgrade cooking there in the background. Secret Shrine is out. War Factory is out. Selling off of the Secret Shrine as soon as it finishes that upgrade. Looks like we've got 1 refinery, 3 harvesters so far for Dutch, and 1 so far for Fox. Huh. I don't think 1 died, but it looks like he indeed only has the 1 harvester. His economy's not looking too bad for only having 1 harvester, though. That's super weird. I think there's only 1 Tiberium spike. Both players have grabbed it. No, actually, Dutch has not grabbed it. That could be the difference. That's got to be a little bit infuriating. That's the second person so far to forget about those harvesters. Probably feeling a bit of the pressure, and if I remember correctly, Dutch Army doesn't play a crazy amount of Kane's Wrath. Like I said, he's primarily a Red Alert 3 player, but he's still a pretty good player, and he's put up a really good fight overall in the tournament. And just from the games I've seen in general, he really hasn't done too bad. A couple of sniper teams inside of the APCs. Dutch, confident in his ability to micro, is going to continue dealing that damage back and forward. Typically, we don't see snipers this early in the game, but it looks like Dutch does like his tactics. He does like mixing up. I really don't see, like I said, snipers in the APCs really at all. Fox Garrison, a couple of them that should help him out a whole bunch. Of snipers will have a hard time dealing really any damage to those buildings, and that will give Fox a pretty good radius there. And I think it also gives him control over the center of the map of that precious blue Tiberium. Looks like we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 harvesters there out and ready to go for Dutch Army. Only 3 harvesters so far for Fox. Maybe he just spent too much money on all of those units, and that's put him behind. His economy really still isn't that bad. It's 3.1k to 3.7k, but this might have a lot to do with it because Dutch has just absolutely forgot this poor engineer on his union-mandated break, so he can't be able to do much. Fox is going to be the first one to capitalize on the blue Tiberium. He definitely needs that infusion of it. If he can get a full load of blue Tiberium, that should make a pretty big difference for him, and it looks like so far Dutch Army's going to allow it to happen. Maybe 1 Pitbull moving their way in, a couple of rocket squads not where they need to be. Harvester might skirt its way around. It can go over here to safety if it plays its card right, but it looks like it's going to try to back up instead. A couple of Pitbulls are going to take a little bit of damage. They reverse move there for the Harvester, but I'm not sure it's going to matter because there's nothing really here on the defense. Harvester might die for free. That is going to be a full load of Tiberium because blue Tiberium is worth twice as much. There's the Flame Tanks out and ready to go. Defensive Hand of Nod. They're on the front line protecting these units. Flame Tank gonna get at least 1 of those Pitbulls, but the jig is up. They know the Flame Tank is out and about. Flame Tank moving its way in, getting a couple of really good shots off on the APCs, but it's not enough. It needs to back its way up and get a bunch of repairs. This should be Fox's time to move a couple of these units here into the south if he's paying attention. Get some of the focus off of his Flame Tanks, get some of the focus off of his Harvesters. Mine Drop does deploy twice there for both APCs, but nothing's really going to take the bait so far. Those will waste a couple of shots there if Fox decides to move his way in. Fox doing the appropriate thing, pushing out a couple of rocket squads here for the defense. Those cheap rocket squads can do a lot, but it looks like that sniper team is still here, and it's putting in work. Flame tanks moving their way in once again. Might run into the mines, but no, they stops right before. But that one does not, as it goes down to half HP. Fox moving a couple of troops forward. These snipers doing absolute work here, putting in absolute crazy effort here for his opponent. That superior microing is truly showing for this Red Alert player for Dutch Army. Dutch Army continuing to pick off the forces of Fox over and over. Fox just kind of continues to send unit after unit into the meat grinder. He is protecting his harvesters at the very least, but he is now stopped from harvesting entirely. MCV finally making its way over to the natural expansion, significantly behind his opponent, who already has 2 refineries and 2 harvesters there. Harvester moving its way in. If it's not careful, it's going to move its way directly to its grave. Snipers still continuing to rock those rocket squads rather quickly. A little bit of damage finally going down on the APC with the sniper on it. If it's not careful, it's going to be in danger. There it does get taken down, but these snipers are still alive, which are going to be the primary threats, although I don't think a Scorpion tanks care. APC is going to get taken down. Fox sniping that with his own units. Going to work out quite well. That's going to give them time to knock out these units. Looks like there's only 1 sniper left from that squad. That one can put in a lot of work by itself, but at least those numbers have been thinned. Couple of hammerheads moving their way in. They have definitely been exposed. Fox is going to know that is developing. Fox having a flame tank over there on his natural expansion. Hammerheads getting free kills on those Confessor Cabal squads. Fox kind of forgetting about them, unfortunately. APC going to run into, MCV going to run into this Confessor Cabal squad. Going to take a good amount of damage there from units inside that garrison. Would be nice to see them followed up, or Fox to do something with these units here on that side of the map. Pitbull's moving their way in. Still continue to take pot shot after pot shot, preventing Fox from harvesting any of those resources. He doesn't necessarily need to destroy the harvesters, but if he continues to prevent them from harvesting, it's just as good as a death. Fox finally developing his natural expansion. Should be pretty far behind on the economy. It looks like he's about 2 to 3K behind in resources per minute and about 10K behind overall. Hammerheads moving their way in. No SAM turrets, but there is a Mantis tank. Mantis tank moving its way in. Destroying one of the Hammerheads. Orcas moving their way in, getting a little bit of scouting off. Missing anything important, but their entire goal was probably just a bit of scouting. At the very least, Fox has made a lot of use of these units here. These have been kind of useless. These have stopped the Blue Tiberium from being grabbed by Dutch Army, which would increase his lead quite significantly. Fox investing into his Scorpion tanks. He does that dozer upgrade, giving him a little bit of not only ramming power, but that little bits of armor. Not sure if they have a Mantis tank. Yeah, they still have a Mantis tank with them so far. Sniper going to get caught in an unfortunate position. Scorpion tanks really just need to go for the crush, and indeed they do get the crush there at the end. No SAM turrets on the natural expansion for Fox, but he's going to go on the aggression. Hammerheads moving their way in. Pitbull's going to get their good shots off on the Mantis tank. Mantis tank going down to half HP, retreating to the safety of the Scorpion tanks. Fox has managed to push Dutch outside of his base, so that is, at the very least, good news for him. Sonic Emitter there on the front line on the 3rd natural expansion, or I guess 2nd natural expansion for Dutch Army. Hammerhead's taking a couple of shots off, destroying the units inside those garrison because there's no rocket squads to deal with them. Fox still not doing too much with the units sitting right here. He may have completely forgot about them, which is not a bad thing for these guys, but these guys could have been used several different times. I would have even sent them after the construction yard once you saw it moving, but these things are really easy to say, both not only in hindsight, but from the casting chair. Most of these players are significantly better players than I am. I'm a terrible Kane's Wrath player. I just sit here and yell at my mic on Twitch and YouTube. Scorpion tanks soon to join all of these rocket squads, but it doesn't matter because the rocket squad's going to go down rather quickly. Hammerheads with APM are going to do plenty of damage there, but the Mantis tanks are going to be the answer. Going to get at least 1, maybe 2 Hammerheads. One goes down to half HP. Those are going to be expensive mistakes. Marv already out for their opponent, harvesting up those resources, increasing their economic gains, but Fox has managed to keep up just a little bit. There were 3 hand of nods over here, but 2 of them did get sold off. A good amount of man spam making their way down to their opponent's base. Fox hasn't transitioned over into his natural because, of course, his opponent's already set up over here. Flame Tank moving its way in, going for the MCV, but it doesn't matter because 2 Sonic Emitters are going to do plenty of damage there, and there's a Marv also on the defense. However, if the Marv's not careful, it's going to end up in a bit of danger. It needs to retreat over here to the Sonic Emitters. The Sonic Emitters are going to be super good in all these units, and there they go. There goes a good, healthy portion of those units. Rocket Squads are going to start focusing. They need to kill that Sonic Emitter before they kill anything else. Hammerhead's moving their way in. Another Sonic Emitter there on the front line as this assault is all but over. Fox has a couple of units left here, but the answers, the solutions to every single thing Fox has thrown at this are already there on the map and set up, and it looks like not only Dutch Army has taken over his opponent's natural expansion, he's now moved into his own. Scorpion Tank's going to move their way across the map. Sonic Emitters once again here for the defense, just doing so much damage to all the forces here for Fox. There might be 3 Mantis tanks here, but they're going to have a hard time dealing with those Sonic Emitters. Hammerhead's sharking around, looking for something to snack on. Marv moving its way forward out of the safety of their opponent. If they're not careful, those Rocket Squads can do plenty of damage to them. Scorpion Tank's still looking for something to snack on, but 3 Sonic Emitters make a quite stalwart defense for Dutch Army, and Dutch Army can afford the trade. He's about 4K ahead per minute. Marv not even having any engineers in it, but even if Dutch Army loses this, he has so many resources that he can blow through. At this point, he may as well just try to go for the crush on the Harvesters. One Harvester is going to get targeted, and it is going to go down. That's going to be the very few lifelines left there for his opponent. Looks like they're going to go for the crush on the infantry squads as well. More and more Harvesters getting danger, and I think this might be all but over for Fox. Fox put up a stalwart defense, but I think it's already over. There's so much inside his natural expansion, and the Marv is just harvesting up what little resources remain. Hammerhead's moving their way forward. Hammerhead's having to back their way out because there's finally a SAM turret here on the defense, as well as an Obelisk of Light. Fox may have mounted a defense, but still, time is on the side of his opponent. Dutch Army doing significantly better. Dutch Army controlling so much of the map, finally knocking out the units that were inside here with a couple of his units of his own. They plagued him for long enough, and now he's taken them out. Redeemer out for Fox. Sell-off of one of the refinery. He's definitely going to need it. Redeemer trying to show off there a little bit with his spinning around. Fox trying to go for some cheeky blue Tiberium, but it's not going to happen. Dutch isn't going to let him harvest resources anywhere. Not in his base, not outside of his base, and not in his own base either. As another Harvester does get taken down, power plants are going to get targeted there by both the Hammerheads and the Pitbulls. I'm not sure how Fox can turn this around. He's got to push some angle. He's got to do an MCV push and maybe make his way over here. Looks like Marvs are at about half HP. It can be taken down. That right flank might be a bit weaker because there's only a Marv, and it looks like all of the Sonic Emitters have been sold off, so this is really his best bet. Avatar moving its way in. Sorry, Purifier moving its way in. Now the Marv going to take a couple of free shots there. There's the Rage Gen firing off, but there's not really anything to do damage to the Marv. I don't think the Marv wants this fight. It's still going to take plenty of damage, not only from the Redeemer, but also from these Purifiers. These Purifiers do a healthy amount of damage. There is the one click, but the RNG is not on Dutch Army's side. Hammerhead's finally moving their way in for a bit of defense. Black Hand Squad's trying to get a couple of shots off on that unit. Redeemer continuing to move its way forward. Mantis takes sort of sitting there in the background. Fox is doing a lot here with these units, but he could be doing a little bit better. Most importantly, he needs to take ground, and he must be feeling the pressure because he's moving what little units he does have over here, and he is moving his MCV. I think he's doing all of the right things. It would have been nice to see him move a little bit further as the Mammoth takes roll into his old main base there with the railguns. I think he's got to watch out for it. It looks like the grenade squads don't have the EMP grenades, so at the very least, no EMP there. There's a one click. It looks like the RNG is still not on Dutch Army's side. No EMP there for the Redeemer. However, a lot of these units are going to take a good amount of damage. Purifier moving its way forward. Hammerhead's just sitting here waiting for something to snack on. Mammoth Tanks continuing their slow roll, destroying the T3, destroying the operations center. And if Fox is not careful, they might destroy his base. Sonic Emitter there on the front line. Mantis Tanks moving their way in, pushing those Hammerheads out. Marv about half HP back once again. Purifier moving their way in. Is Fox going to be able to turn this around? There's the Rage Gen forcing a couple of units to force and deal a bit of damage there. Marv taking a good amount of damage. Harvester's going down after Harvester for his opponent. Where are those Mantis Tanks? It looks like they were knocked out with the Sonic Emitter as the Hammerheads continue their onslaught, destroying Rocket Squad after Rocket Squad. This Marv has bought Dutch Army so much time, but it doesn't matter because Fox has thrown in the towel, giving the first point to Dutch Army. Things got a bit more intense than I expected from a game from Underworld Fox. Underworld Fox definitely has had his caffeine and is ready to go for this tournament. I think Dutch Army could use a little bit of waking up, but he did really well in that, and ultimately he did win. You don't necessarily have to be fast to win the game. If you control the map, it doesn't matter how quick your opponent is, and it doesn't matter how good your opponent is, because you don't have the economy. We have now moved on to everyone's favorite practice match. Tournament Odyssey map. Words are hard. Over in the top right-hand corner, it looks like Dutch sticking with his GDI and his red, so hopefully the color changes aren't as confusing. Fox also sticking with his orange and going with his black hand. Dutch Army showing why, at least in the early game, why he is the more superior micro player. Give me 1 second. It looks like Lossless died in the background. I have to boot it back up in order to stop screen tearing, so give me 1 moment, please. There we go. Should be good now. First couple of scouts are making their way across the map. I can't move just quite yet. Lossless is popping up in the background. There we go. First couple of scouts moving their way in. Dutch Army is usually pretty good about skirting those GDI foxholes into his opponent's base, and you've got to keep an eye on a player like Fox. Fox loves his sneaky stuff, loves his flame tanks, loves his purifiers, and loves his stealth tanks. Dutch Army probably knowing that. Both these players have been around for quite some time. I don't know how long Dutch Army has been diving into Kane's Wrath overall. Like I said, I know he's primarily a Red Alert 3 player, and from what I understand, he's pretty good there. I think even a couple people are calling them pro. I don't know how the ranking system works in Red Alert. I'll get to find out in a little bit, because I will actually be casting Red Alerts after the Chrono Clash. I'll be doing Gen Evo. I think I'm going to do a week of Gen Evo and then a week of Red Alerts to the best of my ability. First Pitbull is out, making its way into Fox's base. Fox does have his 4 Harvesters, probably with his 5th one on the way. Dutch Army definitely following in suit. 5th Harvester, it looks like it's cooking there in the background. Pitbull continuing its onslaught on top of these units. It looks like actually getting one down to half HP before Fox really even has a response. That's not too bad for a singular Pitbull. Dutch Army already moving into his natural expansion. Fox up to sneakiness, has his operation center, which means he can now build a couple of those units. MCV is going to get spotted there by this Pitbull. Dutch Army is just able to do so much with this one unit. Once again, he just knows the values of his units and knows exactly where to put them. And even though he's not going to destroy this MCV, he's actually microing it and stopping the MCV from moving forward. We don't get to see that too often. Dutch showing that he can be just as cheeky as Fox, and indeed is doing so. Constructions are taking a good amount of damage there from that. It looks like it's going to be a Reckoner rush selling off of the Operations Center, putting only 1 Black Hand Squad in them so far. Pitbull's going to notice him. Once again, this singular Pitbull has just done so much work for Dutch Army. Reckoner going down to half HP. It looks like Dutch Army's not going to allow any of the shenanigans of his opponent. Fox actually doing a really good job there, exiting the Black Hand Squads to destroy that Pitbull. He may have been exposed, but at the very least, he was able to get rid of that pesky Pitbull. More Pitbulls, however, are already out to replace the one that went down, as well as a Foxhole sitting on this side. And of course, Dutch Army knows what's coming and will prepare for it. Dutch Army probably already has a watchtower or something out and ready to go. It looks like he's already used it over here on this side to push out a couple of Fox's scouts. Fox moving Scorpion tanks over on the right-hand side, but Dutch Army already has a scouted foxhole there to see what is coming his way. Confessor Cabal Squad's doing a bit of damage here. Just being pest, Watchtower out. Confessor Cabal Squad should be taken down there rather quickly. At the very least, Fox has been able to keep a good number of units there for scouting to see what's around. Good number of Pitbulls have been built up here for their opponent, and why not? Once again, Dutch Army's pretty good at that microing, so he can do quite a lot of work with a few of these units, but he still has to watch it. A couple of Pitbulls going down to half HP. Scorpion tank getting down on the left and on the right. Looks like that's 3 in total that were destroyed. Fox can't afford those early losses. Every one of those Scorpion tanks is going to be super important to him. They finally move their way up. It looks like it's 4 Predator tanks here to absorb 6 Predator tanks here to absorb a lot of the damage. Not sure where those pit bulls ran off to. Looks like they're going over on the right-hand side. Probably going to snake their way around as the Predator tanks move their way in. Fox actually seeking a little bit of weaknesses, is going to go for these Predator tanks. That's going to be a good find for him, that he needs to capitalize on those gains. Another one's going to move their way directly into their doom. Not sure if Dutch Army's paying attention. Normally his micro and micro are much stronger, but maybe he's just trying to delay Fox. Fox moving forward in the north. Watchtower there for the defensive. Predator tanks into Scorpion tanks doing quite a significant amount of damage. His opponent has a good amount of defense. Actually, Fox sneaks the Reckoner in, going for the Harvester, going for the Refinery. Reckoner's not going to go down in time. That Refinery definitely will if he's not careful. That's why Fox moved those units in, because not only he was distracting me, but he was distracting his opponent. Reckoner going down, Refinery going down. Fox somehow finding use in that Reckoner. Reckoner was about half HP, probably went down to get a little bit of repairs off, but still, Fox was able to sneak it in. Fox showing why Black Hand is extremely cheeky to play overall. They're always, doesn't matter how good your defense is, something might sneak in. All it takes is one little hole in your armor, and Fox definitely showed that, and that's something he does quite well, is something he excels in. A couple of attack bikes over here on the left-hand side should be plenty to deal with those Pit Bulls. Pit Bulls moving their way in. Hopefully Fox is paying attention, but no, he's not. He's moving his forces over. He's moving his rocket squads over in on this side. That will be an important fight, but if not, his Harvesters will go down for free. Attack bikes finally moving their way in. Going to take out a good number of these as the assault begins in earnest in the center. APC after APC going to go down, as it looks like Fox might actually come out ahead on those APCs. Need to stay alive. There's no sniper teams, as plenty of the armor goes down on that side. Same thing with the Pit Bulls over on the left-hand side. Couple of them are going to get destroyed. It looks like there's only 4 left. If they're not careful, soon to be 3. Fox continuing his onslaught, winning the center of the map, moving a couple more reinforcements. No AP ammo just quite yet, which is really unfortunate, into Black Hand. More watchtowers there on the front line. Scorpion is going to move their way in. AP ammo right there, right on cue, which means his watchtowers are going to be even more effective. However, this is going to be a lot of rocket squads to deal with as they continue to move their way forward, as they continue to do their focus fire. Where are those attack bikes? There they are, actually over on the left-hand side, doing a couple of shots on the Harvesters. Black Hand squad's moving their way forward, taking a whole bunch of free damage going for those tanks. He is splitting up his attacks where he needs to, though. Bikes had to back their way out almost completely. This assault is finally beginning to peter out, but it doesn't matter because he's still able to get plenty of games here. He's still able to destroy plenty of these APCs, plenty of these watchtowers, and buy him more and more a time. His opponent, Dutch Army, has not moved into his natural expansion, while Fox has done the same. MCV already over here with 4 Harvesters. If we look at the economy, it looks like Fox is actually 2K ahead. So moving these units in, even though he might be losing them, is going to keep his opponent distracted and increase his economic gains even further. Fox going for the throat, maybe going for a couple of these Tiberium spikes, and why wouldn't he? He's up on the economy. He can afford a couple of these trades, but why not increase your gains? Hammerhead sitting there in the background. Harvester going to go down here for Dutch Army. Dutch Army can't really afford to lose those. Plenty of Black Hand squads over there on the background. Watchtower going to get targeted and almost go down, but not before taking its shot off on all of these attack bikes. Scout almost makes it all the way into that natural expansion. Dutch Army still has not moved his way into his opponent, or into his natural expansion. I say that, and he's finally making his way over there, but it might be too little too late. Fox doesn't have a whole bunch on total resources gathered, but he's still up on resources per minute, 14k to 12k so far. And, you know, that could be 12.8k for all I know. It's hard to see. It looks like we did get a couple of workers moving their way into Fox's natural expansion. Just doing a bit of scouting, seeing what is around. A couple of more APCs here for Dutch Army. No snipers, surprisingly. He found such great use with those snipers. Hammerheads moving their way in. They do have the AP ammo, which means they're going to be able to mop up a good chunk of these forces. Scorpion tanks moving their way in, but they're not going to be able to do too much. But the Mantis tanks definitely will, as they get a good amount of splash damage, leaving only 4 of the Hammerheads remaining. Dutch Army setting up a decent concave here, going up in this elevation. There is a little bit of funkiness here with the Fog of War. APC moving its way forward, going to get caught and killed for free if it's not careful. And there it is. It's going to die to the auto-pathing gods. Fox moving all of his forces over here on the right-hand side. Watchtower is going to spot it. Watchtower is going to go down, but Fox, I don't think, can be stopped over here on this side. He's got plenty of units here, and he's definitely out of the concave when his opponent moves his way in. Another Harvester going to get targeted. Second Harvester going to get targeted as well, as the attack bikes go for it. Tanks going for exactly what they need to, which is the APCs. APCs are here ahead of time, which means they're going to get destroyed before anything can really happen. Fox is continuing his assault, moving his attack bikes over there in the north. Fox can delay. Fox can waste plenty of time here. He's got the economy to spend, and he's putting the hurt on Dutch Army. Dutch Army trying to use his superior micro, but it looks like Fox is actually getting one up on him. A couple of Scorpion tanks did get caught over here to the Autopathing Gods whatsoever, as well as, unfortunately, a good number of these attack bikes. Bike and Buggy did die sort of there for free. That's going to be really unfortunate. It looks like 2 Flame Tanks out for Fox. Hopefully they don't get noticed. Scorpion Tanks going to get targeted down by the by the Hammerheads. Hammerheads moving their way in, just continuing their onslaught, getting kill after kill after kill as Dutch Army begins his assault in earnest, but it looks like Fox is ready for it. He's got plenty of Scorpion Tanks. There's the Decoy Army there on the background to hit up plenty of these APCs, as all the APCs do manage to get taken down. The real important question is, where are those Flame Tanks? Have they managed to make something sneaky happen? Redeemer there cooking there in the background. For the life of me, I cannot find these stupid Flame Tanks. I don't know if I'm blind or if they snuck somewhere in the south. You got to keep an eye out on Fox. I don't think he lost them. Redeemer is out and ready to go. I still can't find the stupid Flame Tanks. That's going to drive me nuts. I guess we'll see them here in a little bit. Maybe they got destroyed in the background. It does look like the armor for Dutch Army is looking a bit anemic. If we look at resources, Fox is actually so far ahead on the economy. It's 17K to 8K. That's more than twice, which means Fox can afford every single one of these trades. Fox moving his Flame Tanks over here on the left-hand side, but the Hammerheads are ready for it, and they should be able to take out the Flame Tanks before really any damage can happen. But Fox is... no, he's backing off over here on the right-hand side. Looks like he wants to regroup with the Redeemer. No Engineer inside the Redeemer, unfortunately, which means if it gets isolated, it can be whittled down. Mantis Tanks almost getting hit there by the Sonic Emitter. That Sonic Emitter did work quite well in the past for Dutch Army. Let's hope Fox has learned his difference. I hope he has enough room to maneuver around to get something off. I think Fox is the underdog in this fight, so I would be excited to see him win. Either way, that just depends on if Dutch Army is going to allow it. Hammerheads moving their way in. Hammerheads moving their way to their grave once again, at least as one so far goes down. Fox moving on the left-hand side. Those Harvesters are in danger. There's a good one click there, not only hitting that refinery, but also weakening plenty of these Harvesters. Low power mode there for the Sonic Emitter. Fox not catching it, but he is able to destroy the old main base, moving his way into the natural, starting to take out power plant after power plant the Dutch Army just replaced. Finally getting a couple of Juggernauts here. It might be too little too late, and Marv building there in the background. T3 could be in danger, could be the next target if they're not careful, as Fox is actually the one to control more of the map this time around. He has the center of the map. He has the right-hand side of the map. He has probably about maybe 3/4 of the map under his control so far. Hammerhead's taking a couple free shots off on the Scorpion Tanks, weakening them where they can, going for the Rocket Squads. Rocket Squads need to focus their attention on them, or they're going to get wiped out rather quickly. They're going to get a couple shots off on them, maybe just barely able to get one. Natural expansion is all but done. Dutch Army moving into the old main base of his opponent. Fox moving all of his forces here to the center. He doesn't have much here on the defense, so it's going to turn into a pure base race. Another Harvester going down there in the center. T3 going to get targeted next. Dutch Army is in trouble. Does he have the forces? Is he fast enough to keep up with Fox? Fox does have at least an Obelisk of Light there for the defense, as well as a couple of units as well. Grenade Squad's moving their way in, at least getting a little bit of scouting. Marv moving its way in, but nothing inside the Marv so far. No Engineer, no real nothing. Hammerhead's going down left and right. Sonic Emitter getting a couple of really good shots off, as it looks like Dutch Army's taken some pretty good losses over in the south. He's continuing his escapade into his opponent. Purifier getting forgotten about and might get destroyed here in a minute. Fox going completely around, but Dutch Army has time to rebuild the Sonic Emitter if he needs it. I would put it there in the south, but at the very least, he's got this choke point under control. A couple of sniper teams here in the background, finally getting a couple of them there on the front line. Dutch Army's assault is all but over as he actually gets ambushed over here by Fox. Those Rocket Squads just doing so well as he begins his main assault in the north. Finally got a couple of things inside of the Marv. Marv's got 2 Engineers and 2 Zone Troopers in them. There's the Rage Gen, but it doesn't look like there's too much here to deal damage except for this Watchtower. Marv already going down. Marv less than 10%, gonna get taken down rather quickly as we get a heroic Militant Squad, and there it is. That was enough to destroy Dutch Army. Dutch Army lost that round. Fox has gotten a point off on the champ. Not how I expected it to go, but Fox definitely earned that victory. Let's see if he can keep things up, because everybody can lose at least once. What matters is consistency, and does Fox have it is going to be the question. Let's find out in round number 3. Welcome to Tournament Creator. Over in our top, at least both these players are sticking with their colors and their faction. Looks like no change on either side. Fox in the south, his opponent Dutch Army in the north. I think Dutch does a bit better on this map. He seems to have it down a little bit better, so maybe he's a bit more familiar with Tournament Creator. That's just a guess, though. I haven't seen a crazy amount for him. There's 2 tip spikes here per player, and as well as an EMP control center. EMP control center being sort of right there is a little bit easier to capture, so we see players grab them more frequently. Every now and then we'll see someone grab the defensive tower, but that's not too often, and I don't find this defensive tower to be particularly useful. It does control the center, so that's nice. So you can usually see some things coming, but I don't see it getting too many kills overall. Looks like both Tiberian spikes have been grabbed by both players right on cue, so they're not too far behind each other on that. Fox already being cheeky. He's already got his operations center out. Hopefully Dutch Army's got the scout out. And indeed, he does have a couple of units inside these bunkers ready to go, saving himself a little bit of money. But I suspect Fox is probably going to follow the path of these Confessor Cabal squads over on the left-hand side. That might be why he's scouting them out. First flame tank out. Fox making me an absolute liar, already moving that flame tank over on the right-hand side. Thanks, buddy. I love looking dumb on stream. Either way, we might get one on the left, one on the right here in a minute. I suspect probably another flame tank cooking out of the background. If it's a harvester, I'm going to be pissed. Nope. Okay, good. There's another flame tank. Yeah, I can call things. Does look like our first Hammerhead is out. Dutch Army really showing that he's definitely one of these Red Alert players. From my experience, from what I've seen, at least from watching Cybert's videos, it does look like the RA3 players really favor getting out these air units sooner rather than later. Flame tank is going to get scouted there by that unit. Fox actually getting a free kill on an engineer. Dutch Army trying to be cheeky. He did get the one on the left, but he did not get the one on the right. One flame tank going to die down here in the center, and that Hammerhead knows that it can now go over on the right-hand side and knock out that other one, or at the very least, he needs to set up a bit of defense here. That flame tank has quite a long way to go, which is why I don't feel flame tank rushes on this map are particularly useful with how long this map is. I think this map is taller than Tournament Airstrip is wide, and Tournament Airstrip's a super wide map. Definitely not one of the rush maps, and Fox is already in a bit of trouble. Maybe he's going to go for a little bit of revenge. That's definitely what I'd be doing. He does reverse move, but I think it's too little too late, because not only is the Pitbull there, but the Hammerhead is as well. Fox wasted a whole bunch of resources on that, but he's not doing the worst on economy. Looks like it's already 2 refineries and 1, 2, 3 harvesters for Dutch. 3 harvesters for Fox with a 4th one. So he might actually be a little bit better on economy than I was expecting. Does look like Reckoner is out and moving its way over on the right-hand side. Fox actually moving that flame tank in. At the very least, he got a little bit of damage there on the power plant. Power plant going down about half HP. Fox moving this Reckoner. So far, Dutch Army is completely unawares. If he's not careful, Fox is going to get some good kills off as the Reckoner moves in. Absolutely no damage as another flame tank joins the fray. Not only is he going for the war factory, but he's going for the refinery as well. Selling off of the refinery happens rather quickly, and now the war factory is going to get targeted with those units. It does look like Fox is going to be a bit greedy here. Instead of focusing fire, he's going to go for building after building as another refinery goes down, as the war factory goes down, and if he's not careful, soon to follow might be his opponents. Fox moving over here on the left-hand side with this flame tank. Pitbull's moving their way in. They should be able to stop the assault. At the very least, Dutch Army is safe for a few moments. However, he did lose 2 refineries. He did lose watchtowers and a couple of other units, and might lose that power plant. Fox lulling his opponent into a false sense of security with that. What series is this? What series are left to cast? Do you mean like as in numbers, or do you mean as in players? Because most of Tournament E is left, and after I finish the game after Fox, there's 11 games in total left. So you have to clarify what you mean by that. Fox still having a couple of Black Hand squads left, is going to go for the construction yard. Dutch Army cannot afford this loss whatsoever. He spent too much time going for that Reckoner, and it looks like the Black Hand squads are going to get the kills here. The heroic Black Hand squads doing so much damage. I don't think his opponent can stop this whatsoever. Dutch Army is in trouble. Another watchtower there on the front line. Tournament E. Yeah, fair enough, Alex. Bracket E. Tournament Chrono Clash. I mean, I guess if you're going to call it Tournament E, you could just call it Tournament Tinnitus. Either way, in the background, Fox was able to mop up that MCV rather quickly. It just shows how powerful those flame tanks are, how powerful those units are. Just letting you know the music is glitched. Is it? See if I can fix that. Hold on. Give me one moment. I'm going to up the score before I forget how numbers work, though. Quick one there for Fox. Dutch Army's defense just not as strong as it normally is. All right, let's try skipping the song entirely. Hopefully that is better. Let me know. I know it's a bit delayed, but let me know if you have any other issues with it. I think it sounds fixed on my end. Fox taking another point as we move into Tournament Highlands. Tournament Highlands is proudly fueled by GDI Building Office. Still cutting corners, still building mammoths. Over here on our top right, it looks like, thankfully, both players have stuck with their respective colors, making it easier for me. I actually think I gave the wrong point. No, Dutch got a point, and then Fox got a point there. I think I'm missing a point here somewhere. Math is hard. I'll fix it in post, or be lazy and not fix it in the post. I think Fox has 2 points, because we should be on match 4. Yeah, this is match 4. Dutch won the first one, Fox won the second and third one, so Fox has an additional point. Okay, that's how math works. It is Fox. So if Dutch Army is not careful, this might be match point for him. I don't think he's going to give up that easy, so I expect this to go to 5. I don't know for sure. Like I said, I haven't seen these, but that's what I suspect this is going to turn into. Both Tiberium Spikes for both players have been grabbed, both in the north and in the south. A couple of Pitbulls are already out. Definitely a good idea, especially if Fox is up to no good, which of course he is. Fox finding a lot of strength in this Flame Tank rush. Hopefully his opponent has learned his lesson. Hopefully Dutch Army has something ready to go. Fox having a couple of rocket squads over here in the center of the map to deal with a couple of the Pitbulls moving their way, which means this Flame Tank can indeed run down the center of the map and run into something rather quickly. I got a couple of Predator tanks there on the front line. If those rocket squads are paying attention, though, they can do quite a significant amount of damage to them. No Reckoner this time, just a Black Hand, maybe moving its way in for that Tiberium Spike, maybe trying to push this game into a later game by knocking it out rather quickly. But if they're not careful, they're going to run into those Rifleman squads. Tank is going to get spotted there. Not sure what happened. Nope, Flame Tank did not take any damage. However, the crush is going to happen there for the Predator Tank. Watchtower there on the front line, as the Black Hand squads move their way into the garrison to take over those Tiberium Spike. Dutch Army actually trying to hold on to what little Rifleman squads he has left, which is not a bad idea, especially if you place them strategically enough, so you see the sneakiness that Fox has got cooking up when he's got it cooking up. If we take a look at the economy, it looks like Dutch Army's doing significantly better this time than he normally does in the beginning. Fox has really been keeping in lockstep and actually being a little bit up on the economy overall. Pitbull moving its way in, but only doing nominal damage there to the Raider Buggy. Raider Buggy should be plenty to push it out as the Scorpion Tank joins the fray. Tiberium Spike does die over on the top right over here. Alex says, oh, all good. Okay, appreciate it. Predator Tanks moving there in on the south. No natural expansion yet for Dutch. Fox is a bit ahead on that front at least. He is finally moving there. And Fox hasn't set up over here just quite yet, although that refinery is about 75-80% complete. Black Hand squads looking for another Tiberium Spike to go for. Are going to go for the free kill here for the Rifleman squad. Rifleman squad's going to die rather quickly. Not sure what happened to that Flame Tank. Maybe Fox has got it cooking in the background somewhere. Once again, I never know. There it is. Flame Tank does get scouted over there in the bottom right-hand corner. Fox trying to be cheeky, but Dutch Army's learned his lesson and has taken it out. However, he's about to lose another Tiberium Spike if he's not careful as the Black Hand Squad move their way over. Flame Tank not finding a lot of use, but at the very least, this Black Hand Squad has been. And when he was able to sell that Operations Center, he did at least get 750 back. And then he's found plenty of value in destroying these Tiberium Spikes. Fox sort of forgetting about his Black Hand Squad. If he's not careful, he's going to lose them rather quickly. Raider Buggy moving its way into Dutch Army's base. Not too much he's going to be able to see, but at the very least he's going to see the transition. He's going to see plenty of Preds. Preds moving their way down to the south, but they're not going to be enough to deal with all these Scorpion tanks. Scorpion tanks do need to focus fire, though, otherwise they're going to get outnumbered rather quickly. Another one is going to join the fray, as focus fire is a bit better here for his opponents. Pred and Scorpion go down left and right. Fox choosing to go for the Harvester instead, knowing that he's going to lose this fight. Actually, he's not focusing on really anything, as the Harvester goes down to half HP, and the microing is superior on Dutch Army's side. Once again, right on cue, there's an airfield. Red Alert 3 players really, really love their airfields. Tiberium Spike finally going down in the north. Black Hand Squad finding great value in it. There's the one click for Dutch Army. The scouting there is going to happen rather quickly. Does look like we've got a watchtower there on the front line. Black Hand Squad's moving their way in, going for the power plant, but the AP ammo should be enough to take it out before the power plant does go down, and it's finished off by the crush of those Predator tanks. Despite Dutch kind of being pushed, I feel like, into a corner, or maybe just taking his time, he's done a good job of trying to put a couple of key units here and there to where he may not have the whole map. At the very least, he's got a couple of units to see what's going on. It's going to be unfortunate that he did lose those Tiberium spikes, and that could cost him the game if he's not careful, which would be a victory for Fox if my math is correct, which it probably isn't because I'm bad at math. Rocket Squad's going to take a couple of shots off on the Orcas. Orcas not getting anything. At least Fox is paying attention to that, which means he didn't take free damage for that strike moving its way in. However, his opponent's doing everything he can to keep up the scouting. Probably worried about a couple of flame tanks, and he should be, because there are flame tanks on the map somewhere. I just keep losing them. Hammerhead's in the center of the map, looking for something to snack on, hopefully looking for those flame tanks. Dutch Army capitalizing on this blue Tiberium. He might be down Tiberium spikes, but he's been able to get the blue Tiberium pretty consistently, which has kept his economy going with his opponent. Hammerhead's moving their way in, taking a couple good shots off, and it looks like Dutch Army finally got a little bit of revenge here on that Tiberium spike. Fox actually sneaking a flame tank in. There it is. It got not only the power plant, but it got the operations center. That means no more AP ammo, at least for the moment. It's going to go for another power plant, but it's taken out right as it goes down to about half HP. Not as good as gains as he could have had before, but it's definitely not the worst, as the second flame tank does get scouted and destroyed before any damage can really happen. Fox moving his way into the center of the map with plenty of man spam, SAM turrets, and a bunch of other goodies as well. Dutch Army needs to follow suit, and I think he's probably waiting on this Reclamator hub. Probably a couple of snipers here. Once again, nice to see Dutch Army using those. Those are so good into Black Hand, and you know Fox is going to spam those units. Marv about halfway complete. Redeemer a little bit further ahead. Fox not too bad on the economy. They finally tied up with one another. However, Fox has begun to take over the center of the map before his opponent has. Redeemer is out and ready to go. Fox is at least up one Tiberium spike on his opponent, so he's got that going for him, and he's got the center of the map in his control. However, the longer GDI gets to sit there, the longer they get to build up the armor, and it looks like he's transitioned into a couple of Shatterers. 4 so far. Should do quite well into those units. There's the scouts moving their way forward, going to spot not only the SAM turret, but everything Fox has right here. SAM turret going down to half HP, at least the hub, so that'll be better when the fight begins. Fox needs to build up his forces just a little bit more, needs to get a couple more units out and ready to go as Dutch Army finally moves his MCV into the center of the map. Hammerhead's getting a couple of free shots there. Fox trying to get some scouting off on his opponent, but not quite successfully. Looks like we've got 3 so far. Spectres in the background. No Juggernauts, but I'm sure those are soon to follow, and there it is, right on cue. Couple of bike and buggy there going down for free. Unfortunate there for their opponent. Spectres getting their first couple of volleys off, hitting these Shatterers, which is not what the Shatterers need. Shatterers trying to take a couple of reverse move and shooting their way out as well. Juggernaut's doing a pretty decent job pushing the Purifier out. The Purifier's going to have a hard time getting close unless Fox goes full send and just marches everything he has, moving their way forward. Marvesting a little bit of resources, but playing a bit cautious. Spectre's dealing a healthy amount of damage to it, taking out maybe about a 12th of his HP. Pretty good EMP there. The RNG is finally good for Dutch Army as he locks down that Redeemer. This might already be over for Fox if he's not careful. Another really good RNG there in the background, destroying the majority of those Spectre tanks. Only 2 of them left as the assault truly begins in earnest. Sonic Emitter's on the front line. Hammerhead's not doing anything right too much. Rage Gen popping off, killing 2 of those Juggernauts. That's going to be a little bit of trouble to deal with. Obelisk Light there in the front line. Redeemer going down. Does look like more and more Sonic emitters are coming out, or at least one was in the north ready to go. I'm not sure Fox has this in the bag. Couple of SAM turrets there in the background, taking a few shots off. Marv having to back its way off, only at half HP. Space Command here in the background, which means we have Zone Troopers here somewhere ready to go. Fox able to turn that at least into a small victory. Hammerhead's looking for something to snack on. Dutch Army somehow getting pushed back despite destroying that T3 unit. Body block there for the power plant, but it goes down just as quickly. Juggernaut moving its way forward. If it's not careful, it's going to run right into it. 2 Spectre tanks may remain as the third one does join it, but it looks like it's doing plenty of damage. Marv finally back close to half HP as a good number of this man spam does get taken down. Obelisk of Light going for the Harvester there for Dutch Army. Dutch Army's got to be hurting on resources here soon. If he's not careful, Obelisk of Light over on the left-hand side as well. More and more SAM turrets pop their way out of the map. These Hammerheads so far being absolutely useless in the fight. SAM turret after SAM turret just doing so much work. Fox is the only one able to grab Tiberium in the center of the map. And he's got his Obelisk of Lights that continue to push over here. Spectre is going to do more and more damage to, it looks like, no. At least one of the Spectres went down there by the Hammerheads. Obelisk Light on the front line getting one of the Juggernauts. Only 2 Juggernauts remaining. Dutch Army's hurting in the resource fronts. It looks like he's about 3k down per minute. More and more Spectres join the fray. Spectres moving into this expansion over here as the base push continues. Sonic Emitter down on the front line. Does look like Juggernaut after Juggernaut still continues to go down. Hammerheads just cannot get close. Would be nice to see a barracks because there's at least 2 units here for him to grab. That Purifier could do a lot of work if he's able to grab it. Engineer being produced there in the background, hopefully soon and ready to go, as these Spectre tanks are still just absolutely uncontested, killing Juggernaut after Juggernaut after Juggernaut after Juggernaut. He cannot keep really any of it alive. Somehow the Marv has stayed alive for most of this time. Fox did lose his MCV or had to sell it off, not sure which. Marv doing a good amount of damage. I guess if it got close enough, those Zone Troopers can nuke it rather quickly. Engineer popping its way into the husk, grabbing that free Juggernaut, probably going to grab a Purifier here in a minute. Things have finally switched in his opponent's favor, have finally switched in Dutch Army's favor. No SAM turret here in the north, which means Fox is going to lose these Harvesters for free. That's his one advantage so far, is economy. And Dutch Army knows that. Only 2 Hammerheads remain as the final Engineer runs into the unit. Another Husk did pop down because the Juggernaut did get destroyed. 1 Purifier, 2 Juggernauts in the north remaining. Probably another Engineer cooking its way there on the background. That Juggernaut probably needs to bag its way out, get a little bit of repairing. 1 Husk does get targeted there by the Spectres. Spectres really being the only thing left for Fox. Fox able to move into the center at the very least and do some small resource gathering, but his Harvesters are now in danger. Not sure if Fox has another MCV left. It looks like, yeah, he does have another MCV left over here. So that was a secondary MCV there in the north, unless he rebuilt that one in those last couple of minutes. Juggernaut's going to get isolated. Juggernaut's going to get taken down. Sonic Emitter destroying a good chunk of these units. This has really turned into trench warfare, although I think it still favors Fox. That Marv can tip the scales if it moves its way in, and Fox's economy has dropped a bit. I believe it was at 13k per minute before, and now it's at 9.1. He is still 3k ahead of his opponent, but that Marv, like I said, can turn that around rather quickly. Spectres are in danger if this Marv continues to move his way forward. Marv finally able to get a couple of really good resources. Spectres are going to target it. If Fox loses these Spectres, he probably loses the game, so he needs to be really, really careful. Tib core rockets inside of these attack bikes. Would be nice to see more of the attack bikes move their way forward. Tried to get the EMP off over there, but I think it got destroyed before anything could really happen, as the Marv is still somehow alive. Attack bikes finally moving their way in with their Tib core rockets, ranking up of the Marv. Harvesters are going to get targeted. Bikes just narrowly able to dodge shots here and there. This has truly turned into a knockdown, drag-out fight. Neither player wanting to give up. Neither player wanting to give up on the possibility of $1,000 in prize pool. Harvesters getting destroyed left and right. Neither opponent can keep them alive for too long. Another one goes down there in the north. Juggernaut is exposed over here. Tib core rocket's going to do so much to it as they take it out, and the rank up happens for at least one of those attack bikes. More and more join the fray as the Marv tries to get a bit of repairs off here and there. Harvester going down to half HP. Black Hand Squad's moving their way into the north. Not a real big answer to them just quite yet. At the very least, Sonic Emitter did get a couple of really good shots off on the attack bikes. Attack bikes moving their way into Dutch Army's base. Most of the Tiberium in the center has been grabbed. Fox has a good amount of resources built up over here, so maybe he can get a couple of harvesters here ready to go. Those would be the safer bet, but he's got so many resources up and in the background there for him. Spectre's still firing away at the center. Marv finally back at half HP with its rank up. Juggernauts could be in danger if they're not careful. Looks like only one shot's all going to take. There it is going to take it out as that Militant Squad gets a second rank. Attack bikes and EMP Raider buggies are here and ready to go. If they could sneak their way in there, that would do a lot. Not only could they get a Sonic Emitter, but they could use their Spectres to start beginning to pound away at that. Fox may be going for the throat. Is going to go completely around. Marv moving its way in. Harvester after Harvester is going to get taken down once again. Redeemer still building there in the background. It looks like it's about halfway to go. As Marv actually gets a couple of really good shots off on these Spectres. Fox can't afford to lose these Spectres. They're so important as the Marv continues to march its way forward. He's not paying attention, which means he's going to lose them rather quickly if he's not careful, because nothing can really contest the Marv just quite yet. Redeemer popped its way out, but the answer to the Redeemer is going to be these Juggernauts, and now there's no contributing artillery there for Fox. Fox's bike and buggy over in the south were unsuccessful in their engagement as he loses another Harvester here in the center. There's the Rage Gen, which means the Sonic Emitter is going to go for this Marv. Marv is in danger. At the very least, Juggernauts are focusing on the Redeemer, so that does mean that there's no rear armor damage to the Marv just quite yet. Redeemer going down to half HP. Fox, buddy, you don't want to chase this. I know you really want to kill the Marv as the Marv gets another rank, which is extremely unfortunate. Are we going to see a heroic Marv in this tournament? Only time will tell. Juggernauts moving their way up, trying to support the Marv as a second Redeemer for Fox goes down. He's just throwing units into the wall. There it is. Fox is finally giving it up. He's lost too many units. He's lost too many Redeemers, and he's just not able to crack the nut that is Dutch Army, which means our score is going to tie up 2-2, and we are indeed going to move into match number 5. Round number 5. Words are hard. Give me one moment. Match point is on. Toxicity. Both players really sticking to their guns, sticking with their colors, and sticking with their faction throughout this whole best of 5. Of course, Dutch in the top right and Fox in the top left. I think this match can favor Nod if played correctly. However, grabbing this defensive tower would be quite good for Dutch Army. Hopefully he does manage to sneak an engineer in there as quickly as possible. He has set up a foxhole here to defend it, to at least stop his opponent from doing it. But that defensive tower is, I feel like, one of the stronger ones in these Kane's Wrath maps, because it can hit most of this over here. Fox can scoot his way around, but that's going to lose him precious time and give Dutch Army more time to prepare for an assault. And it's going to stop Fox from really making his way into this center area unless he sends a healthy number of rocket squads in there to take him out. Speaking of rocket squads, over in the south, it looks like Fox has already snuck a good number of those units there, marching their way around, maybe going for the Tiberium Spike once again. Fox trying to be cheeky, not going with an Operations Center just quite yet. Pitbull out. Pitbull got to run into the Raider Buggy. Raider Buggy can do a lot of damage to it if played correctly. It looks like Fox does not want to play that game, though, just quite yet. Tiberium Spike going to get targeted, and I don't think Dutch has too much of a response just quite yet. Looks like it's already an APC with snipers in them ready to go. Good to see that early on. That worked so well for him in the other game, and it should help him. Not sure Fox has enough time to take out this Tiberium Spike, as this APC and these snipers should do a lot. Rocket Squad after Rocket Squad going to go down rather quickly. Confessor Cabal Squad's going to go down just as quickly. Fox not able to focus on anything too much as the Raider Buggy moves its way into Dutch Army's base. Assault does finally end over there on the south. That's going to cost Fox a little bit. Going to hurt him in the economy. What's going to hurt him more is this Pitbull sitting inside of his base, taking his Harvester down to half HP. Raider Buggy finally here for the response as another one does join the fray, hopefully trying to cut off this Pitbull. Looks like Fox doesn't even going to pay attention to it. He's got things to do and places to be, and it's not near that Pitbull. Dutch still being very solid in his approach and also consistent. There's a couple of times here and there I feel like he could have tightened up his formation, but overall his performance has been pretty good. The person I'm really surprised by is Fox. I think Fox has actually gotten better in the last couple of months, at least from what I've seen. He's stepped up his A game, and he's done pretty well in this tournament. Pitbull's back for a little bit more revenge as the Harvester gets targeted once again. However, the answer is here, at least one of these attack bikes, which are going to ignore the Pitbull once again. Bike and Buggy moving their way into the center of the map, and if they're not careful, going to run on their way into the Predator Tank. Predator Tank going to take a couple of free shots there, as there's plenty of units here to get plenty of volleys off on the Harvester, and indeed they're going to go for it as a full load of Tiberium is going to get targeted down. Dutch Army might already be in a little bit of trouble here. His snipers also might be in a bit of trouble if Fox is paying attention. More and more Harvesters going to get targeted as another one filled with a full load of Tiberium is going to get targeted and get so close to going down. Is he going to be able to get it? And there it is. He's able to find the gains that he needs. There's not enough firepower yet to stop it. 2 loads of full Tiberium absolutely denied there for Dutch Army. Dutch Army cannot afford that. It's going to be uphill from here if he's not careful. But if anyone can do it, it's definitely going to be him. So far, he is about 2K per minute down and 5K total resources gathered down compared to Fox. Natural expansion for Dutch Army is a bit behind his opponent, and of course that makes sense because he's down 2 Harvesters, he's down full Tiberium loads, and the wait time it takes to build them, and the wait time it takes to replace those units. Fox did lose a healthy number of Bike and Buggy, but I think it was definitely worth it to delay that economy. Dutch doing a good job of putting a scout there in the center of the map where that blue Tiberium is, and is going to continue to keep an eye out for it. Fox moving his Raider buggies in, looking for something to snack on. So far, no real response here for Dutch Army. Dutch Army finally moving his units in. Are the attack bikes going to be quick enough? They're going to waste a couple of good shots off on the foxhole, and indeed, it looks like the defense is finally here for Dutch Army. Dutch Army doing a better job, but he does have more forces to play with. Black Hand Squad there on the front line, which means we're probably going to see a man spam rush here in the center any minute now, I suspect, from Fox. Fox going pretty normal build, not for him, but just normal in general. No flame tanks so far. It's just Scorpion tanks, Bike and Buggy, and Black Hand infantry, that is. Fox finally able to move into the center of the map. He might be able to grab a bit of blue Tiberium, which wouldn't be a bad idea for him, and indeed he's sending at least 1 Harvester for it. That should capitalize on the gains he already has, because it's 13K versus 8.8K. Watchtower there on the front line, but it's not going to matter as the Predator tanks move their way in there for the defense. Scorpion tanks actually moving their way in, but they're outnumbered here. There's more Predator tanks than there are Scorpion tanks. Fox making a little bit of a micro mistake, losing one of his Scorpion tanks here for free. 2 tanks may not seem like a lot, but at this stage in the game, each one of those tanks is going to be critically important. Each one of those attack bikes is going to be critically important. 5 Scorpion tanks moving their way down to the south, maybe trying to cut off Dutch Army before he even makes his move into the natural expansion. Second natural expansion, I should say. Doesn't look like Fox was successful at knocking out any of the Tiberium spikes for his opponent. Blue Tiberium getting mopped up here in the center. Another Harvester there to finish it off. That's going to be really great for Fox. He's got the units to trade if he plays his cards right. Watchtowers on the front line. No AP ammo just quite yet. Looks like it is cooking up in the background. It's about halfway there and ready to go here in as soon as the secondary Watchtower goes down. APC's moving their way forward. Doesn't look like that sniper's trying everything it can to mop up these units, but it just can't get in range. It can't get to a safety spot. Shatterer here on the front line should do quite a lot. Laser fence there for the refinery, giving a little bit more time to stay alive. Dutch trying to micro his Harvesters out as quickly as possible and is able to save a couple of them as the Scorpion tanks run into Predator tanks, which is exactly what they want to do. Harvesters going in for the crush. They're pretty desperate, it looks like. Dutch is getting caught on a couple things here and there. Sonic Emitter did pop its way down, but it was too little too late for the refinery. Fox's assault is beginning to peter out. Sonic Emitter doing so much to these units. Fox has grabbed most of the blue Tiberium in the center of the map. Hasn't moved to his next natural expansion just quite yet. He probably could, but it looks like he's happy to just gain these resources. Looks like we're going to get a 1-click here in a minute, I'm assuming here rather quickly. No, actually, the 1-click went over on this side, getting the second refinery there for Dutch Army. Dutch Army just really on his back foot, which is really surprising to see for him. He's not a bad player whatsoever. He may not, like I said, be as practiced at Kane's Wrath as some of these other players, but the fact that Fox is doing this well is really surprising, at least on my end. The Fat Lady hasn't sung just quite yet, so don't count Dutch Army out. But Fox is doing really well, and as long as he doesn't make massive mistake after massive mistake, he should remain in the lead. 15K per minute. It looks like a couple of reinforcements here for Dutch Army. Dutch Army trying to capitalize on this center Tiberium, but if he's not careful, he's going to roll right into these rocket squads and get destroyed. Not sure if he's paying attention, not sure if Fox is paying attention, but it would be unfortunate if Dutch got away for free. Looks like a couple of tanks move their way in, taking that refinery down pretty low, but not able to take it out. Fox not paying attention to this blue Tiberium. He cannot let that get away. Every little bit of resources the opponent gets. Actually, Fox sneaks over here in the north, destroying more harvesters there of Dutch Army. He's got those tip core rockets, and they're just doing so much damage as this main base continues to get hammered. Every single side that he can be hammered from, Fox is doing. He's attacking from the left, he's attacking from the north, he's attacking from the south, and he's just keeping it up. He's keeping Dutch Army on his toes, and most importantly, he's keeping the tempo in his favor. Purifier marching its way down Main Street, marching its way down the center of the map, looking for something to snack on, and the majority of the forces there for his opponent are here in the north. Shatterers are going to be the real threat here. Sonic Emitter as well. Fox may as well go for this Tiberium Spike, and I think if I was him, I'm not even sure if I would really go for this assault, but he is ahead on economy, so he can afford these trades, and he's developing his natural expansion while his opponent has not. Tiberium Spike didn't stand a chance, gets taken down as another Harvester gets targeted, full of Tiberium, but Fox does not commit to it. Getting so close there. Harvester not able to grab some Tiberium in the center, which is unfortunate for it, and most importantly, unfortunate for Dutch Army. Dutch at 8.2 to 13K. Fox having almost a 30K total resources gathered is quite insane. His forces aren't as big as I would expect them to be, but he's been throwing them sort of against the wall. He lost the majority of his bike and buggy in the north, and his Scorpions sort of have just been lost over time. Redeemer cooking there in the background on the second natural expansion. Harvesters getting some, tanks getting some much-needed repairs. Dutch Army needs to find every little bit of value he can from every single unit. They're going to be significantly more precious to him than it is for Fox. Fox can definitely throw away more units than his opponent because of the economic disparity. Attack bikes here in the south, but of course these units are going to see them coming. However, Dutch doesn't really have an escort here. If he loses his MCV, he might lose the entire game, and Fox is set up for it, and the majority of the forces for Dune Tiger are over here on the northern side. Dune Tiger building something defensive there in the background. Fox moving his units in. Hopefully going to get a couple of free shots off on the construction yard. Construction yard could be in danger. Moving that EMP Raider buggy on it would help a whole bunch, but I'm not sure Fox is paying attention. He indeed is not, as the defensive tower does build its way in. Come on, Fox, get those EMP buggies in there as quickly as possible. If you're going to use it on anything, you may as well use it on that. He is continuing to assault over here in the north as the Redeemer takes a couple of good shots off. There's a few units there for the defense as the MCV gets close down to half HP. Sonic Emitter's doing so much damage over there. Hammerhead's finally doing a couple of really good shots off. Watchtower there on the back line as Fox actually misses his opportunity, going for a couple of Harvesters instead. He is indeed going to get one and maybe a second one, trying to find what value he can, but he's going to lose unit after unit. Flame Tank's taking its way in the north, destroying what little lifelines his opponent have. Those blue flames doing so much damage. Minor sell-off of that structure. Command post going to get targeted here soon if it's not careful. Juggernaut's trying to push out that Flame Tank, and indeed they are. However, most importantly, Dutch was able to get a much-needed lifeline of resources, get that refinery, and get that secondary natural expansion going, and somehow able to push out Fox. I think Fox not having as tight of formation is starting to bite him in the butt, and I think he's begun to take too many losses. The defense for Dutch has just been quite stalwart, just overall. Shatterers moving their way into the center of the map. Fox kind of dancing around, not going anywhere in particular. Not sure where that Redeemer ran off to. Hopefully he didn't get sniped. That would be an expensive unit to get sniped. No clue where this Redeemer went. There he is. The Redeemer making its way into the natural expansion for Dutch Army. Would be nice if it got a couple of good crushes here or a couple kills on those Harvesters, but losing that Redeemer is going to be pretty expensive. No Marv just quite yet for their opponent for Dutch Army. Sonic Emitter there on the front line, but the Flame Black Hand Squad inside of there should take it out rather quickly. Harvesters are going to get targeted down. Redeemer's going to try and go for him. Sonic Emitter does finally go down. Redeemer should be going for the crush, I believe, but no, it looks like he's just going to go for pure damage. There's another Harvester filled with Tiberium as the majority of the forces over here get tied up. Fox is buying himself some time, so this Redeemer continue to hurt the economy there for Dutch Army as he might lose another Harvester filled with blue Tiberium. He's lost so many of those, and if he's not careful, he might lose his refinery again. He does sell it off there in the end, saving him a little bit of resources, but it doesn't matter as the command post gets targeted down and destroyed. More Harvesters going to get targeted as they're at about half HP. Fox needs to continue going for those Harvesters, but it doesn't matter because he's actually continuing to assault over here in the north. Fox is absolutely everywhere. Every time Dutch Army defends, Fox is in another spot, and he has so many units to toss at everything as the MCV gets targeted, as the Redeemer is free, and Dutch Army actually loses to Fox. Fox pulling one out of his hat for sure. Fox beating Dutch Army was not on my bingo card, but it definitely should have been. 13-minute game. I thought Fox was going to lose it there. He just wasn't able to keep up those consistent assaults, but he was able to find it in the end and move on. We might even get to see Fox in the finals if he keeps playing his cards right. Our third match brings us to Winter Meltdown. Starting us over in the top right-hand corner of the map in the blue, playing the Mark of Kane. This is Assassin Spy. His opponent for the moment in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, playing the yellow in the Zocom, actually. This is Senna. Senna into Assassin Spy. I think Assassin Spy is the underdog for this, but he's done pretty well, and he seems to be a pretty consistent player. I feel like he did go on hiatus for quite some time, so he's only recently come back to Kane's Wrath overall. So maybe he's not as practiced as he could be. The same cannot be said for Senna. Senna is playing games left and right and seems to be very consistent, which is why I'm kind of pegging Assassin Spy as the underdog. You'll have to let me know in the comments or just sort of chat in general if I'm incorrect on that. I don't think I am, but there's still, despite this game being so old, they're pretty old, there's still a lot of Kane's Wrath players that poke around. So I don't know everybody accurately. Of course, I know players like Bike Rush and Master Leaf and Futurama. Those guys seem to be pretty consistent for the most part. I guess Master Leaf being the least consistent by his own admission. Either way, it looks like we've got 2 refineries, 3 harvesters for Senna, 2 refineries, and 3 harvesters for Assassin Spy, so they're keeping up with each other on that. Senna just a little bit ahead on the economy. Scouts for Assassin Spy making their way across the map. If I remember correctly, Assassin Spy is pretty good at hitting the Awakened Squad EMPs, hitting those skill shots. So hopefully that'll turn out in his advantage. Shredder turrets doing exactly what the name says on the tin and shredding those scouts for Senna before they can make their way too much further. But Senna did get what he wanted. That Fog of War will last for a little bit, and it does let him know that his opponent has already expanded into his natural expansion. He's done the exact same. It looks like he's got a watchtower here in the background, which might be good, but it doesn't matter as the EMP pops its way out. A little bit of an interesting effect there. I didn't realize the watchtower would get EMP'd when you EMP the construction yard. That's an interesting interaction. I'm not sure if that's a timing thing or how that boils down, or maybe you lose power because the construction yard has a little bit of power to begin with. Definitely a weird interaction either way. Garrison troops are going to be enough to take off that watchtower. I'm guessing another one's going to follow it here soon. Yep, Senna's already got another one built in the background and has begun to develop his natural expansion. 1 harvester on the way from the south. 2 harvesters. Nope, that's a Pitbull. Bike and Buggy, it looks like, are going to be the name of the game for our Marked of Kane player, moving their way into the center of the map and got to try and find something to snack on. Looks like we might actually lose another watchtower to the garrisoned Awakened Squads. Those Awakened Squads deal more damage to buildings than I expected them to. 3 Pitbulls in the north, probably not where they need to be. They're going to have to turn around here on this assault if they're not careful. Watchtower going to go down just as the bikes move their way in. Pitbulls are going to finally turn their way around as another watchtower joins the fray. However, this is so much money spent on watchtower after watchtower. Plenty of bike and buggies here to join the fray. Does look like we've got a secondary war factory there for Senna. Senna launching a pretty decent defense there. Awakened Squad's finally going to get targeted over here as attack bikes move their way in. Pretty decent EMP, at least locking down one of those Pitbulls. Would have been nice to get 2 or 3, but either way, 1 is better than none. Microing pretty strong here for Assassin Spy, but it looks like it's a little bit better on Senna's side. Garrison structure going down as the Awakened Squads move from building to building, trying to keep up being pests, trying to absorb a couple of these shots and volleys of their opponent. Pitbull taken down to about 10% there. Moving their way into the center of the map and forcing the tempo back in Senna's favor. Senna is no longer on the defense. He is on the attack. Raider Buggy's going to get targeted down. They need to be going for those bikes instead. Last little shot does get the bike there. Scorpion Tank here for the defense. Assassin Spy popping out, getting actually 3 of these Pitbulls here as more Scorpion Tanks move their way in, but there's not enough yet here on the defense. One Pitbull moving its way into its doom. Assassin Spy absolutely on top of the EMPs for sure. It looks like I was correct in remembering that. However, this fight can still go either way. Pitbulls moving their way into the northern section of the map, going down to the center. 5, maybe more attack bikes. Assassin Spy actually forgetting one of them. They could sneak their way around. That's plenty of volleys to take out a Harvester, as in it'll take 2 of 5 attack bikes to destroy those Harvesters. But maybe he's not confident. Maybe he doesn't want to lose his forces. I don't blame him for playing cautious. Attack bikes going in, looking for what they can snack on, but it looks like they're going to be the prey instead, as actually 2 of them go down for the cost of 1 Pitbull. Assassin Spy needs a better transition here, and it looks like he's going to go Scorpion tanks. Those will work pretty well, but the answer is definitely going to be Predator tanks and these Hammerheads. No AP ammo just quite yet for Senna. It looks like the Awakened squads got kicked out of another building. It's just like they're bad tenants going from crappy apartment to crappy apartment, moving their way back into one of the old crappy apartments rather quickly, taking a couple of good shots off on these units as they make their way out and just being absolute pest, but still really a minor note. Scorpion tanks shadowing their opponent's forces, shadowing these Pitbulls. Hammerhead moving its way back into the center of the map, but that does mean his opponent's going to know that there is an airfield out and ready to go if he's paying attention. Assassin Spy still so far on top of everything. A couple of bike and buggies moving their way into the south. Looks like Scorpion tanks here for the defense, and not a bad idea because it looks like Senna's moved in here in force. If he can fight him as they come into that little pass right there, they'll do quite well. Assassin Spy moving their way in the south, but it looks like Senna's already ready for it. Couple of Pitbulls here out and ready to go. Volley's already wasted. Decoy army wasted there. Moving their way forward to absorb some of these shots. One Pitbull going to get taken down there for free. This could be Assassin Spy's fight. This could be his chance. However, he's taken a good chunk of losses. Does look like Hammerhead's going to get targeted down as one does get killed and taken out. Assassin Spy having to go into full retreat as it looks like the tanks for his opponent move their way into the center of the map and give up on the assault there in the north. Scorpion tanks having to move their way around to get a better concave, not having as good of an angle as they could have had before, and they might miss the armor in general. They do back their way out. Looks like Assassin Spy might be sensing that or maybe even seeing it coming. Oh, wait, he's got a couple of garrison troops in there, so that could be why he saw it. Harvesters moving in the north. Sam turret there on the front line, taking a couple of good shots off on the Hammerheads. Hammerheads going down, at least one of them so far as the bikes, or as the tanks move in earnest. Where are those Scorpion tanks? There, it looks like there's the defense right there. Refinery, actually, a massive EMP catching 4 Predator tanks. Will that be enough? The focus fire, the defensive advantage is in full effect, but I'm not sure it matters because it looks like the focus fire and the numbers are significantly better on their opponent. Hammerhead's moving their way in. Sam turret's here for the defense. Avatar for the defense. It looks like that's why there wasn't too many of those units. Avatar should do quite well as the second one does join this fray. Every time Senna gets some sort of advantage, his opponent's just sitting there and waiting to get something off on him. Assassin Spy having a pretty good transition there. Assassin Spy finally actually getting some kills on Harvesters, which he's been trying for so long, but he's not focusing his fire like he needs to. Rocket Squad returning fire, and if they're not careful, they're going to run right into these watchtowers, although I think it would be worth it to at least get one of them. Minor victories, you need to get them where you can and when you can. Preds moving into the center. Scorpion tanks are all but gone, but they were replaced by, looks like beam cannons and a healthy number of these avatars. Hopefully he also splashes in a good number of rocket squads because that'll force the Hammerheads to focus down those rocket squads during the fights. No anti-air here just quite yet. That's going to be really unfortunate. Hopefully Senna's paying attention to that because these beam cannons are going to be absolutely exposed. I guess there is one rocket squad here, and it looks like there's going to be a couple of rocket squads in the buildings, but that's really about it. Rocket squads there on the defense going for the Hammerheads. Hammerheads going down about half HP. Sam turret there on the front line. Looks like it might have been a little bit of a bait over there as the Preds move their way in. 3 avatars doing a lot of damage, but there's still plenty of Predator tanks. One having to back its way out, just might able to make it out. Does look like we've got a little bit of stealth field there in the background as well, saving that avatar just barely. Rocket squads inside that garrison structure continue to take pot shots off on Senna. Senna just cannot find, Senna can just not find a hole in Assassin Spy. Every time he goes somewhere, Assassin Spy is there and waiting. It looks like the Redeemer is out, moving its way into the center of the map. Senna's already set up in good natural expansion over here with 2 refineries, so that's definitely going to help him on the economic front. And he does have quite the lead. It's 14k to about 8.6k for Assassin Spy, and almost 30k in total. We've seen that sort of turned on its head a couple of times, so it's not impossible, but that is going to be an advantage for Senna. Does look like Assassin Spy is going to be the first to move into the center of the map, but I think that's a small consultation prize because this contested natural expansion is already falling in Senna's hand. Harvesters are going to get targeted down if they're not careful. Assassin Spy probably needs to back these units out as quickly as he can. Hammerhead going down to about half HP. No real defense here for his opponents. A couple of stealth tanks, a couple of avatars here in the background getting repairs off of the Redeemer engineering facility. Looks like this is the 3 from earlier. Pitbull after Pitbull going to run directly into them. Predator tanks wanting nothing to do with it, and Assassin Spy not spending the resources here to fight this. He is going to move his fully aggressive Redeemer in, maybe try to get a Rage Gen off. That would be good if he can catch enough of these Predator tanks. If he can get it like right about here, he'll catch most of them. Hopefully he's paying attention. He does do a little bit of a weird animation there and sort of turn around. Looks like he has indeed missed his opportunity. The slow-moving chicken legs have pushed him out of the northern section of the map. I'm not sure they want to continue this assault. I know they're invisible. Marv popping its way on the background. Marv moving its way into the center of the map. A couple of Zone Raiders popping their way in them as well. Looks like there's 2 in there so far. No Engineers just quite yet. Obelisk Light there on the front line. Maybe going for the Harvesters. Switching to that one instead. Sonic Emitter. Not going to get targeted in instead. No real defense here yet for Assassin Spy. Assassin Spy might lose these buildings before anything really happens. Redeemer popping a Rage Gen off, hopefully forcing these units to attack each other, but it looks like it's going to be moot as the Marvis is up more resources in the center. This is definitely going to be Senna's game to lose. He's got so much in the bank, and he's controlling so much of the map. He's controlling the north. He's controlling the center. And Assassin Spy's got to be hurting on resources overall. Looks like his natural expansion has redeveloped quite nicely, so that will keep him going. But he's going to have such a hard time fighting what's already on the field there for Senna. Senna may be in a bit of trouble here if these avatars are able to keep up. That Redeemer just not able to find amazing purchases. Hammerhead's moving their way in and getting a couple of good shots off by not only the rocket squads, but the SAM turrets. Marv continuing its assault as it looks like it's going to be a bit of a Sonic Emitter rush. Obelisk Light after Obelisk Light pops its way down. Couple of Enlightened squads here on the front line, but it doesn't matter because the answer is definitely going to be all of these units. Redeemer and Avatars nowhere near the action, nowhere near where they need to be, and definitely not near where this construction yard is because it's down to half HP and probably going to get destroyed here quickly. Assassin Spy cannot afford to lose this as it gets so close to get taken out. Redeemer still finding absolutely nothing to snack on, finding no Harvesters. He is going to find an MCV, but it doesn't matter because Senna's got so many of those. It just really doesn't matter. Refinery getting targeted down as Assassin Spy gets entirely pushed out of the center of the map. He's got to change up his tempo. He's got to change his strategy. The RNG is pretty good there for the one click. It looks like locking down that Redeemer, giving the Sonic Emitters time to deal damage after damage, but I'm not sure they care too much. It looks like Zone Trooper's going to move their way in to help support this defense. Redeemer getting close to about half HP. Finally going to go for a couple of Harvesters, but Senna can afford to lose them. 2 Sonic Emitters there on the front line, hitting the back armor of the Redeemer. This Redeemer is in trouble as an Avatar goes down rather quickly. Zone Raiders doing so much damage to all of these units. Avatar in the background focusing on the Sonic Emitter. Rage Gen popping its way off, but it doesn't matter because that Redeemer is going to go down as the Marv moves its way forward. I'm not sure how Assassin Spy is going to be able to turn this around. He's about 2K, he's about twice behind in resources per minute. It's 6.3K to 12K on Senna, and Senna has so much map control. Avatar is finally making its way over into the natural expansion for his opponent, but Senna really doesn't care. He's got 4 bases and control over much of the map. Plus, he's got a Marv ready to go. He's got plenty of MCVs floating around that he can use in multiple different spots. Things are just looking absolutely up for him. I think the only way at this point he's going to lose is if he just absolutely sells everything off and disconnects. Assassin Spy not wanting to give this up whatsoever, not wanting to give up on the prize, is going to stick in it for the long haul. Pitbulls in the south, a couple of scouts in the south, trying to see if Assassin Spy has moved their way over there, and indeed they have not. Looks like it's going to be at least 2 stealth tanks. I can't tell if that's grayed out or not. I can't tell if these have their tip core rockets. We're going to see here in a minute when they fire. Marv moving its way into the south, going to increase that economic lead in even further. Avatar finally getting targeted down there in the center. Redeemer coming out in the background. Stealth tanks are going to get spotted by those rifleman squads. Marv moving its way in, getting a bit of Marvestine resources out and ready to go, increasing the economic gains. It looks like it's almost 50k in advantage, 50k in total resources gathered. Waken squad's moving their way in, getting the EMP there on the Marv, but there's nothing to follow it up. Not sure where those stealth tanks went. They need to be hitting it from the back, but it looks like they're not going to go for the shots whatsoever. Even though there was a pretty good EMP, the answer is definitely going to be all these Pitbulls and Hammerheads. Assassin Spy getting pushed back into his opponent's base. Going to lose the only small advantage he has, which were these stealth tanks. They're already destroyed. They're already knocked out. Redeemer has made its way back onto the map, followed by, it looks like, a couple of these Venoms. Venoms having their supercharged particle beams. So at least they should do something, and they should be able to knock out a healthy number of these Hammerheads. Hammerheads already having their ceramic armor mixed in with their AP ammo. Pitbull's going to get targeted, hopefully, here by the Venoms. Nope, Venom's going to back out, not wanting anything to do with that whatsoever. Redeemer, once again, the placement for it, he just cannot keep up with the forces of Senna. Senna just keeps using these fast-moving units. Zocom doing a good job of just outmaneuvering their opponent time and time again. Power plant's going to get targeted. Sam turrets there on the front line to do plenty of damage to these Hammerheads, as well as the Venoms. Venom's moving in to do damage as well, but these Pitbulls are going to return fire quite readily. Senna harvesting up the final little bit of resource in the south. I think Assassin Spy's only answer now is to go back north to his main base or to just throw in the towel. Tib Spike going down, increasing the economic gains for his opponent even more so. This has truly turned into a long one. Didn't expect it to. Didn't expect Assassin Spy to hold out this long. Not sure why his opponent hasn't moved in, because for the most part, it looks like Senna's really kept on the defensive. The only time he's really branched out is to gain territory, not to destroy his opponent. There's the Rage Gen, not really getting anything important, unfortunately, for Assassin Spy. May have been better to save that, because now his opponent knows that that is not out and ready to go. It's already been expended. Redeemer walking its way forward, taking a couple of shots off on the rifleman squads, but it doesn't matter too much. Probably going to go for the sonic emitter here soon to follow, but once again, Senna can just afford to throw so much at his opponent, as it's almost a 70k in the bank lead. Senna finally going on an assault, hopefully to put the final nail in the coffin for Assassin Spy. Assassin Spy definitely said he didn't hear no bell, but he's on the ground in a pool of his own blood, sitting there and continuing the fight. I think this is all over, my guy. I know you want to hang in there. I know you want to be a trooper, but I don't see a way for you to win. Power plant's going to get targeted. T3 going to get targeted. There's the low power mode there for Assassin Spy. No response here for Assassin Spy as the T3 goes down. If they're not careful, so will a good number of the Harvesters. Venom's finally moving in, all 2 of them, but the Pitbulls are going to be here for the defense as more and more Harvesters get targeted. There is the Rage Gen popping off once again, catching some of the units over here, but it doesn't matter because Senna is continuing his slow-moving onslaught into his opponent's base. Redeemer getting so close to getting taken down, and there it is, a second Redeemer going down for Assassin Spy, along with the SAM turret. Sonic Emitter going to flush out those units rather quickly. 3 Sonic Emitters going to flush out those garrison units rather quickly as the Hammerheads put the final nail in the coffin, destroying Avatar after Avatar. SAM turrets there on the front line, dealing a good amount of damage with that ceramic armor, helping out so much as the Marv moves its way in. EMP grabbing at least one of those Avatars, says that's going to be good for him. A couple of beam cannons here in the background, but I'm not sure how much that's going to matter as the Marv begins to take shots off on that MCV. Senna doing a bit of a base rush, getting a bit much needed repairs for his Hammerheads to send them in rather quickly. Tip Troopers moving their way in, hopefully to slow down this Marv, but I'm not sure how it's going to matter because they're going to run right into the Sonic Emitter if they're not careful. Speaking of Sonic Emitter, there's already one on there on the front line going for the structure. Not sure why Assassin Spy is stuck in this long. I don't see any hope for him to make a comeback, but he's trying everything he can. There's the good one click there, knocking down not only the Hand of Nod, but also the War Factory as the cavalry has arrived, as the Hammerheads are repaired and beginning to take out the construction yard and the garrison units inside that EMP, at least hitting one sonic emitter, but it's a paltry effort. It doesn't matter. He has so much he can lose. Senna continuing his assault relentlessly, just going to continue to beat this dead horse until he finally cries uncle. Sonic Emitter's taking a couple of good more shots off at the War Factory, and there it is. There's the final line of hope for his opponent. Assassin Spy having to give it up right there, unfortunately, for Assassin Spy. But he did stick to his guns at the very least. Hopefully these next couple of games aren't this long. I did not expect that one to boil down to that long of a game, that much of a slugfest. But you got to give it to Assassin Spy for hanging in there. Almost a 20-minute game. That's almost triple what I expect to see for a Kane's Wrath game. You are joining me on Old Faithful. Tiberium Oasis. Over in the top right-hand side, it looks like Assassin Spy is going to stick with not only his blue, but also his Marked of Kane. Making the first change for this match, this is Cinna in the yellow, but switching over to Traveler. Let's see if I got it right. Yay, I got it right. Doing a little bit better each time, but Skrin still looks all the same. That might be speciest, but I don't care. I can't tell them apart unless they're playing the primary faction. Healthy number of Awakened squads making their way across the map. Looks like they did group their way up, and they're probably going to go for maybe the drone platform. I think the drone platform, if deployed at the right time, can dodge the EMP, but there's also a weird hitbox as it's going from ground to air. So I've seen it grabbed sort of like mid-air and sort of stuck there hovering. No all-in or anything like that for Assassin Spy. It looks like he's going to stick to his guns, but he is going to be cheeky here with these units. Second refinery for both players should be cooking up in the oven, and indeed, it looks like it's ready to go for both. Assassin Spy popping his down, Senna popping his down. Harvester coming out for Senna, and probably same thing for his opponent. Assassin Spy maybe a little bit behind on that. Awakened squad's moving their way in, not catching the drone ship. Unfortunate for them. They could lock down a refinery or a couple of refineries or a warp sphere. They're going to lock down the warp sphere, but I think that's too little too late. They're going to have plenty of damage here. They're just going to absolutely... Maybe he's just going to try and kill the warp sphere. This is definitely wacky. I don't get to see that too often. Buzzer squads pop out just in time. Drone platform not able to get off the defense where it needs to. Buzzer squads looking for something to snack on. It looks like when it comes to the Awaken, Assassin Spy is really great at his micro. Gunwalker's moving their way in, but they're going to get caught as he begins a pretty good turn there, moving back on his opponent's forces. Buzzer squad's going to move their way in. The micro needs to be really strong if he wants his assault to continue, but he's doing a lot with just a couple of these units. Gunwalker getting locked down once again, gonna get destroyed if he's not careful. Buzzer squad's made its way into their opponent's base as the Gunwalker actually goes down. Reactor does get EMP'd, which might seem like a good idea. I guess it could stop a couple more of these units from coming forward, but I believe when they're in low power mode, they get a bit more armor, so they're harder to kill when they are powered down. Buzzer squad's looking for a snack. Gunwalker moving its way in. Gunwalker gonna get caught once again. Assassin Spy doing so much just with a couple of these units, being an absolute pest. He's been able to kill Gunwalker after Gunwalker, locking down the Gunwalker again, locking down the power plant, just doing so much with so little units this early in the game. NCVs to beginning to develop quite nicely as the secondary Gunwalker gets targeted, going down to half HP. Another really great EMP as the Buzzer Hive pops his way over on the right-hand side. Couple of reinforcements are going to join this. Couple of rocket squads, couple of attack bikes, I should say. The defense finally getting broken there on Assassin Spy, but Assassin Spy doing so much there. Finally making his first miss there. The Seeker Tank backed out just in time. Disintegrators here on the front line. This should be good for not only absorbing shots from those attack bikes, but also dealing with those attack bikes if they get complacent, if they get stuck. Assassin Spy looking for something to snack on. He's got plenty of attack bikes here to destroy a Harvester if he can sneak his way in. Senna maybe sensing that, sending a couple of Gunwalkers here, which will do well at the very least at absorbing a couple of these shots. He doesn't have the numbers there for it. Seeker Tank's getting locked down over there on the right-hand side as the attack bikes begin their onslaught. More and more Seeker Tanks join the fray over here on this side. As Seeker Tank after Seeker Tank continues to get locked down by those units, which is exactly what they want. Harvester finally going to get targeted. However, Senna might actually be in a bit of trouble as a Harvester does finally go down. He did finally find the purchases that he needed. He found the value in those units, and it's not over as they go for another Harvester filled with filled with Tiberium. going down to less than half HP. Assassin Spy doing a fantastic job keeping up the pressure. Assassin Spy coming out strong in that early one. What's going to boil down to is, can he keep it up? Another Harvester going down to half HP. You may as well commit to the assault, my guy, as a third or fourth Harvester does get taken down. That's going to cost him all of his bikes, as the Sense did finally make their way over here, but that's going to buy him some precious, precious time. Pure Raider buggy so far for the defense, which I don't think do too well into Seeker tanks, but we'll get to see here in a moment. They should do pretty well into the descent, so maybe he's expecting more descents than there are Seeker tanks. Raider buggies moving their way in, taking a couple good shots off. Actually get the Seeker tank down further than I expected. Disintegrators moving their way in as well. Focus fire should focus to them rather quickly. Seeker tank gonna get taken down. Raider buggies doing way, way better than I expected. Assassin Spy absolutely surprising me with all of these moves, all of these strategies. He's definitely on his A game. If he's ever going to beat Senna, now is his time. Defensive tower, unfortunately, he's going to run right into all these Raider buggies, decreasing the advantage that the Raider buggies had, pushing them back into the base. It looks like the transition's going to be a couple of Scorpion tanks. Not too bad into the Seeker tanks of their opponent, and most importantly, the Gunwalkers. I think the real linchpin is going to boil down to if these Raider buggies can focus down these Disintegrators. Disintegrators maybe going for an easy target. No, actually, Senna's already grabbed this Tiberium Spike. Senna has 3 Tiberium Spikes on his opponent, or at least one up on his opponent. Center is going to get targeted down as the Scorpion tanks move their way down into the southern section of the map. The concave's a little bit better here for Senna, but the numbers definitely are not, which is why he's got to retreat. Raider buggies keeping up, dealing damage as they are retreating. Seeker tanks going down to half HP as Assassin Spy does not want to commit to this assault, does not want to run into these defensive tower. There's another map that the defensive towers are so powerful if you use them right, if you kite things into them, if you bait your opponent in there and play off of it over and over and over, like Senna is doing here. Senna hasn't gotten a massive amount of kills, but he's been able to tip the scales in his advantage each time he's kited Assassin Spy into that. Looks like Scorpion tanks are going to get their first upgrade. It's going to be the Dozer upgrade for them. No real upgrades other than fast legs for the descents. Raider buggy's going to get a couple of really good shots off on the Disintegrators. Seeker tank should manage to take it out, but no, actually, the Raider buggy's doing a pretty good job of getting microed. Looks like we also have a couple of Mechapedes here on the front line. Raider buggies, Scorpion tanks moving their way in, going for the Seeker tanks. Hopefully, they're able to take a couple of good shots off on these Mechapedes, because the Mechapedes don't have too much going for them. Assassin Spy finally grabbing this defensive tower here, finding a little bit of purchase and killing a couple of those units. Raider buggy did manage to make its way inside of Senna's base. That's going to be important for Assassin Spy to see what he's got cooking up, to see what kind of transition he has going. Not sure if it was able to see the Mechapedes, but those are going to be a problem to deal with. Attack bikes and rockets do quite well into them, and Scorpion tanks can do quite well into them as well if he plays his cards right. Lightning Spike actually weirdly here for the defense as the Tib Troopers move their way forward. Don't know how Tib Troopers do into the Lightning Spike. Pretty well, I guess. Senna moving his forces all over here for the defense. Most of Assassin Spy's forces are over here in the north. Normally, he's pretty good at mirroring his opponent, but not this time, as he might take a whole bunch of free damage here. Hopefully, he's paying attention to his Harvesters, and he tries to get them out as quickly as possible, because he's going to lose this main base here rather quickly, and he does not have the concave, which means the Microrine is going to be pretty strong here for Senna for these Mechapedes. Segment's going down for at least one of the Mechapedes as they actually begin to move their way in, killing a good chunk of these units on their way out. One Mechapede does get taken down. Looks like a second one does get taken down as the Tib Troopers lock them down, giving time for more and more units to move their way in. Assassin Spy actually moving a section of his forces over into the old main base, getting some much needed revenge, destroying at least one of the Mechapedes, taking a little bit of damage there on the stasis chamber. Maybe looking for something else to snack, as Senna has had to return home entirely. The tempo's gone back in Assassin Spy's favor, so that's going to be good for him. Hopefully that'll buy him time to develop his resources and develop his transition, because he's going to need a pretty decent answer into those Mechapedes, and maybe the Tiberium Troopers are good for that. Maybe locking them down slows down their micro. I guess that would be particularly helpful. Bike's going to get targeted here. It looks like the formation's just a little sloppy here for Assassin Spy, but he's actually juggling 2 at the same time. He's got a couple units here in the south. He may as well go for that reactor to push these guys down into low power mode. It's worked out well for him before. Senna can't figure out where he wants to go. It looks like the forces are much more numerous on Assassin Spy. As soon as Senna splits up some forces, it looks like Assassin Spy continues his assault on the left and on the right. Refinery getting EMP'd there by the Awakened squads, giving them more and more time to deal more and more damage. Photon Cannon there on the front line, over on the right flank, left flank still going pretty well. Mechapedes finally moving their way in. If they're not careful, they will get destroyed here. Lightning Spike is all that remains mostly of this base. Nope, there's a bit more here in the south than I expected. So they're doing a good job there on the defense. I didn't think he was going to be able to hold out there. The assault's not over, but it looks like he's going to try to change the tempo back in his favor as he moves a couple of Mechapedes into his opponent's undefended base. There's only a couple of Awakened squads here for the defense. Disintegrator is going to go for the Harvesters. One Harvester going to get taken down as these Mechapedes so far are uncontested. A couple of attack bikes joining the fray. Good EMP there on at least one of the Mechapedes. Hopefully the bikes can capitalize on that because that's going to be really important, killing every single one of those as more and more bike and buggy make their way back to the base. But I think the damage might already be done. If they can get all of these units, though, it might be worth it. Mechapede going down, so close to being taken out, and there it is. It's finally gotten destroyed. Unfortunately for Assassin Spy, he lost a healthy number of those Tib Troopers, which are going to be so important in dealing with these Mechapedes, and there's so many Mechapedes over on the right flank. It's going to be really hard to deal with. He can group his forces, but right now the Mechapedes are definitely outnumbering and definitely outgunning all of these Scorpion tanks, and Scorpion tanks only do so well into the Mechapedes. Another one dying down there for free, but it did take a Mechapede with it, so that was definitely worth it. Harvester going down. Scorpion Tank's having a great concave, taking a couple of really good shots off of the Mechapede's head. Head going down to half HP. Two Mechapedes getting locked down by another really great EMP there for their opponent. One Mechapede going down in the south. The EMP, at least one of the Mechapedes does go down. That's two Mechapedes down there, but there's still plenty here to follow it. First little upgrade there for the Seeker Tank. Another Mechapede. That makes the third Mechapede to go down for Senna. Senna needs to lock things down just a little bit better, but it doesn't matter because EMP after EMP just absolutely continue as more and more Mechapedes get destroyed. But no, there's the stasis field saving at least two of them. They are in full retreat, but Senna's so far up on economy once again, despite these skirmishes going in the favor of Assassin Spy. 1 second, trying to fix my headset. Stasis Field should wear off here quite soon. Assassin Spy's, like I said, done a pretty good job of continuing to keep the tempo in his favor. Despite Senna really being on top of it, Senna's primary advantage so far really has been economy in this game and in the last game. Shadow Team's moving their way forward. Looks like they're going to try and knock out this assimilator. Senna's trying to be cheeky and grab that. He's already grabbed the Tiberium Spike over on the right-hand side. It did indeed get taken down by the Shadow Teams. Assassin Spy looking for greener pastures, looking for something soft to go for, but not finding anything so far. Senna not leaving him any openings, except for maybe early on in the game. Assassin Spy really has done well, but with the length of these games, it's got to be starting to fatigue these players. Assassin Spy actually might be in a bit of trouble. The majority of his forces are over here on the right-hand sides. The Mechapedes roll their way into this extremely important natural expansion. Nothing here for the defense. Harvesters are in danger. Assassin Spy is in danger as one Harvester gets targeted and destroyed. Mechapedes going for the throat, going for the economy, trying to knock out all of these Harvesters would go so far with this. Two more go down, three are on the retreat. Mechapedes have stopped all harvesting here over on the side. They do sense the units coming, and they do sense that their time is up. However, getting those units for free is going to be really great. Hand of Nod getting targeted. Hand of Nod getting destroyed. Assassin Spy moving over here into the natural expansion for his opponent, for Senna. Game's really turned into an absolute slugfest. Senna's doing everything he can to play as cautious as he can, not going with prolonged engagements, just trying to rack up point after point, playing it safe, playing it slow, and playing it eco. Assassin Spy might finally be catching up to him in resources, though. It looks like it's finally 12k to about 9k, and half of Assassin Spy's field is left. And both players have plenty of units here. However, Assassin Spy can't afford to lose these units over here on the right-hand side. There's plenty of Awakened squads here for the defense. They need to get their EMPs off rather quickly. One Mechapede does go down, but this is all of Senna's forces. Massive EMP locking down 5, 6, 7 Mechapedes. This may turn immediately on Senna's head. He's doing so much work with all of these Awakened squads as another one goes down as more and more Mechapedes get destroyed. However, the numbers are here for Senna, and Senna is free inside of his opponent's base. Assassin Spy is on the assault over on that side, and Senna might be trying to turn around here for the defense. It's going to turn into not a base race, but a race back to Senna's base. Refinery going down, stasis chamber going down, followed by 2 reactors, and soon a 3rd reactor. T3 is protected there. Looks like Mechapede continuing to build its way up. Few upgrades here for the Mechapedes look like in the background, and plenty on the numbers. However, if those Awakened squads were in this section, they would fare a lot better into these Mechapedes. Mechapedes moving their way forward, continuing their skirmishing. So far, none of them going down. Luckily for them, Scorpion tanks are going to go down left and right as more and more of their numbers do begin to thin. I don't think Assassin Spy can fend off this assault as Senna is going full send into his opponent's base. Mechapedes moving their way in. None of them going down just quite yet. They're racking up so much damage. One finally dying there in the background, but so many Scorpion tanks are going down for just that one Avatar on the front line, beam cannon on the front line, but it's too little too late. No Awakened squads, nothing in the background, no Shredder turrets, no nothing really here on the defense. This is Senna's game to lose as he goes for the throat, as he goes for the economy, which is the only advantage Fox might have had here, and the refinery's going down just as quickly. Not Fox, sorry. Assassin Spy. Wrong game. Mechapedes mopping up this old natural expansion, going for the MCV. Defensive tower going to take a couple of good shots off on them, but they are going to get close enough to destroy it and play their cards right. There it is. Defensive tower is down, selling off of the MCV in the center. And this is all but over for Assassin Spy. Once again, his opponent is able to control so much of the map, and he's able to stop his opponent from harvesting. Just getting in there and controlling that economy is so important, and Senna's been doing it. He's been taking his time, like I said, but every one of his games have been pretty calculated that I've seen so far, especially into Assassin Spy. Assassin Spy, I think, actually has had the superior micro. He's been able to do, like I said, so much with so little units, but that's not going to help him too much here. Does look like Assassin Spy is going to go for that. Lightning Spike did pop its way down, but it did not matter. It was not quick enough. And Assassin Spy is entirely down to this last base. 3 avatars should make quick work of a good number of those Mechapedes, but this is going to be so much to deal with. There's so many Mechapedes, and they have all of their segments. Drone ship moving into the old natural expansion, the secondary natural expansion for Assassin Spy. Senna is really just, I'm not sure if he's playing with his food, because he's not taking any risks. He's sort of doing the opposite. Every game he's played so far into Assassin Spy, he's gone for the economy. He's gone for these chokeholds. He's sort of set up like siege after siege, and then he's like made foray here and there into his opponent's base, into Assassin Spy's base. Assassin Spy moving into the center of the map, looking for something to snack on. Going to see at least some of these disintegrators, maybe trying to go for this Tiberium Spike. Hard to tell where that's going to boil down to. Secret Tank moving its way forward and moving its way into its doom. Senna not caring, moving all of these Mechapedes over into his opponent's natural expansion, locking down what little forces Assassin Spy has. Saboteur with the fast legs is trying desperately to reclaim these Tiberium Spikes, and it makes sense that he would need to reclaim them because he's hurting on the economy. Senna did finally slow down, but he has so much in the deal as Senna actually moves in, destroying the remaining harvesters there of his opponent. I'm not sure why Assassin Spy is sticking this out. I know he really wants to win this and he doesn't want to give up, but once again, your opponent is in your base with all of these Mechapedes. There's just nothing you can do. Your base is just absolutely melting as power plant after power plant go down, and pretty soon will follow Assassin Spy. Decent EMP there, but it doesn't matter. It's a bit of a moot point. T3 going down. EMP is going to pop their way out. Awakened Squad's trying to do everything they can. Last War Factory probably going to go down here soon. A couple of the Mechapedes did get caught over there and destroyed. So, I mean, at least it's not over yet, but it may as well be. Not sure why Senna hasn't gone in for this. He can't be going for the bounty, because if he takes this, he wins the game in general. There's at least one refinery left for Assassin Spy. Mechapede sitting over here on the left-hand side, once again protecting this and protecting the refinery of Senna. 3 avatars continuing their assault, but they could go from predator prey rather quickly. However, it's going to entirely depend on the micro. That's going to be a lot of units to go for. That's going to be quite the target-rich environment. Secret Tank's going for the power plants there for their opponent because the avatars are out here, and they cannot stop it whatsoever. Mechapede's finally ready to move their way in, trying to protect that, as actually a Cultist moves their way in, grabbing one of the avatars. Assassin Spy can't afford that whatsoever. He's only got 3, and 1/3 of them have already been grabbed. Avatar after Avatar is going to get targeted. No, it's actually going to get stolen. Senna's playing with his food. Assassin Spy finally throwing in the towel, giving Senna another point, leading us to yet another long game. I suspect that was probably another 20-minute game as well. Let's see. Yep, close. 19 minutes and 33 seconds. Thank you for joining me on Tournament Highlands. Over in the bottom left, sticking with his yellow but switching to black a hand, this is Senna. His opponent still for the moment in the top right-hand corner of the map, playing the blue in the Mark of Kane. This is Assassin Spy. Assassin Spy hasn't been doing too bad. I think his early game's been quite strong, but he hasn't been able to snowball that into a game. If he's going to win, he's got to do a complete reverse sweep and win the next 3 games. This is a best of 5. So it's really going to boil down to that. Shadow Team's out, so it looks like Assassin Spy is going to pull out all the stops. We've seen him do quite well with really all of these microing units here. I wonder if he would be better in a game like Red Alert, or maybe he's from a game like Red Alert. He seems to be doing quite well in general. Shadow Team's going for the easy target, going to take out that power plant for free. Awakened Squad's moving their way into the center of the map, going to run into the Confessor Cabal squads, but at the very least now they know what their opponent is. Confessor's winning that fight quite easily, it looks like. Shadow Team's grabbed their target, having to back their way out, taking very little damage. Maybe going to go for the Tiberium Spike as well, or just go back for that power plant. Hopefully, Senna builds a Shredder turret there to deal with them or something. He's going to have a bit of an issue with them if they keep destroying power plants. Looks like their cooldown is up as they go for another power plant, moving their way in, taking it out rather quickly, and of course taking out the Confessor Cabal squads that came out with as well. That's 2 down so far. I think you need to get 3 power plants to make it worth it. Assassin Spy losing 1,000 right there to a singular Raider buggy trying to go for these Tiberium Spikes. He's pulling out all the stops, being as cheeky as he possibly can. EMPing of one of the Harvesters going to delay its recovery. Shadow Team's looking for something else to snack on as the Raider buggy tries desperately to kill him. Ring Around the Rosie has begun as they destroy a 3rd power plant. That's pretty good for them. Killing the scouts, having to back their way out. Hopefully they're able to get out in time. No, it looks like they do manage to make it out just barely. Harvesters do get locked down there for Senna. Senna having no real scouts on his opponent, but of course it's been hard for him because he's lost 3 power plants. If you look over at the economy, Senna, despite getting his Harvesters frozen, despite losing 3 power plants, has done a pretty good job of keeping up with the economy. He might lose another power plant here, though, in a minute. And indeed, that's a 4th power plant down. Those Shadow Teams are so obnoxious, and Senna's lost so much money because of them. However, they might be able to get some much-needed revenge here as the attack bike moves its way in. It can shoot up, of course, with those units, and now those squads do get caught here in the corner, and this might finally be the end of the Shadow Teams. I can't, unfortunately, make my way over there to see it, but I think they're all but dead. No, Senna actually gives up on it. He backs away and maybe prepares for another defensive over here. He's got a good number of attack bikes out and ready to go. I think there's still 2 squads. Maybe they at least got one of them for those Shadow Teams. Once again, Assassin Spy doing quite well in the beginning. No one's begun to march their way over to their natural expansion. Senna popping down a secondary war factory, trying to get those numbers out sooner rather than later and put an end to this as quickly as possible, because so far he's wasted 40 minutes on this match. Assassin Spy just refusing to give up entirely. Attack bikes moving their way into the center of the map. Assassin Spy's bike moving their way to the north. There's 5 of them ready to go, which means 2 volleys will take out that Harvester. Assassin Spy is racing into his opponent's base, but the opponent is going to be the same thing, and he's actually got a couple more attack bikes. Senna begins his assault in earnest, going for a Harvester, maybe not full of Tiberium. Assassin Spy over in the north having to turn his way around. Maybe one Harvester finally going down, another one getting targeted. No response from Assassin Spy. Assassin Spy has a couple of units here in the north going for the construction yard. Shadow Team's there in the background. Of course, the defense is much stronger there for Senna. Senna continue to go for Harvester after Harvester as more of them get taken down. Full load of Tiberium going down there for his opponent. Nothing really left over here of Assassin Spy's forces in the north, and of course he's losing all of these Harvesters. More and more attack bikes join the fray. More and more Harvesters go down. That's 3 down so far. If they're not careful, it's going to be 4 and 5. Rocket Squad's on the defense. Assassin Spy doing at least some of the right things that he can, leaving only 3 of these bikes. Bikes looking for something to snack on, going for other harvesters. More joining the fray. They went from defense to aggression. I think this is all but over for Assassin Spy. He cannot get enough Scorpion tanks out. He cannot get enough Rocket Squads out, and he cannot keep these harvesters alive as another one gets targeted and destroyed here quickly, destroying the final remaining harvester. Therefore, Assassin Spy, it's a ticking time clock. This is all but over. Maybe he doesn't know it. Maybe he's trying to stick up with it, but I'm not sure he can do much here. As there it is. There's the fire cell, and there goes Assassin Spy. Senna being extremely solid in his game, being a bit more aggressive that time early on, not wanting to deal with those shadow teams going back and forward, trying to get that pest out of his base. He did finally get them taken down, but it took 4 power plants in order to do it. Welcome back, everyone, to our next match on the map, Tiberium Rift. Starts over in the top left-hand corner of the map in the orange, playing the black hand. Give it up for Numbfish.
And in the bottom right-hand corner, we have our pink player playing the Traveler 59 faction, Gio Panipi.
You did better than I did. I've just been calling him Geo because I'm bad at this. Quick item of note, it looks like there's already a good number of descents making their way to the north. It looks like Geo does not want this to go on long whatsoever. He's already got, I think that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or so descents ready to go. So it's not a full 10 descent rush, but they're going to make their way, and they do have those fast leggers. Unfortunately, the buzzer squads are going to get left behind, which he's going to need not only for the scouting, but he's also going to need for that. And it looks like Numbfish is trying to do something cheeky as well, but just not quite as fast. He's got an operations center out and ready to go.
Yeah, and he's hiding those out really at the top, so I don't think he managed to scout those at all. Unfortunately, you'll be really surprised. They'll be hitting the back of that Tiberium field.
Descents moving their way in, looking for something to snack on. At this point, they can deal enough damage. The Black Hand Squad should pop their way out. Flame Turk got to pop its way out as well. Plenty of damage being dealt here. It looks like I have no more game capture volume, so I'll have to fix that here in 1 moment. Harvester after Harvester going to get taken down and destroyed rather quickly. Disintegrators finding great purchase. Shredder Turret there on the front line. Black Hand Squad's finally get a couple of kills, but not before the damage is dealt.
Almost another one dead too. It was a close call.
Seeker Tank dying over on the right-hand side. Give me 1 second. Let's see if I can skillfully get my capture to start working again. Not sure my game sound stopped. That's super weird. I've never had that happen before. Yeah, that's super, super weird. Great, more technical difficulties. Or maybe it's just really quiet.
No, it seems to be...
Is it working on your side? Maybe I'm just not hearing it. Oh, I know what it is.
Working.
I know what it is. I just can't hear it. Okay, that's fine. Either way, it looks like Numbfish has set up a good garrison over here inside of his opponent's base. That Reckoner did make its way across the map. I don't know if it got taken out, but at the very least he was able to get the Tiberium Spike of his opponent, giving himself some much-needed infusion of economy. I have screen tearing. There we go. And it looks like so far Geo is stuck over in his little corner of the map. A couple of descents being produced, once again, right and left. But at the very least, no, they're going to get the descents. They're going to kill the descents rather quickly. Those Cavester Cabal squads doing quite well into those units, just mopping them up. Finally going down over there on the right-hand side. Numbfish performing a little bit better into Geo. Geo is one of these players, I don't know. I've seen a lot more of Numbfish than I have Geo. The only time I've seen Geo has been in the Chrono Clash. Looks like the Reckoner did make its way over on the right-hand side as the Seeker Tank does get destroyed. A little bit of unorthodox tactics. Well, I won't say completely unorthodox, but it looks like both players are sort of going for their own sort of rush. What do you think the advantage would be for who? Like, who do you think is actually winning this?
It seems pretty even right now. I think that economically, the Traveler 59 player, Geo is actually doing a little bit better overall, economically at least. But I think it's anyone's game at this point.
Reckoner moving its way into Geo's base, getting deployed. Black Hand Squad's there on the front line, dealing a good chunk of damage to the Extractor. Extractor going down to half HP. There's only a Gunwalker and a Seeker Tank here, as they might lose an Extractor. There goes out the repair, and I don't think they have enough damage. There's the body block. It looks like the Reckoner was not able to get close enough, as this assault has been stalled. Numbfish getting so close to some good value there for his units, but the Reckoner's going to go down anyways.
Yeah, it was a great save for that refinery. It would have been pretty damaging for that to go down at that point in the game, as there's not even one expansion for Geo right now.
Indeed, his opponent, Numbfish, has already moved into his natural expansion. He's taking Tiberium in the center, and he's grabbed his opponent's Tiberium spike. So really, he's just trying to force his opponent into this corner and keep him there. And I've seen that so far back and forth. I don't know how much of the stream you've been watching, but a lot of the people in general have been playing for the economy, have been playing for sort of the siege mode. Staggering number of bike and buggy making their way over to the natural expansion. Might be able to catch the drone ship. They're going to be able to do plenty of damage here if they're not careful as they begin the assault in earnest. A couple of disintegrators here for the defense, getting at least one bike with the help of a Seeker, but I think Numbfish actually wants that fight. There's not enough forces there to fight him off, I don't believe.
Yeah, from that distance, you'll be able to build a refinery and some defenses, but he'll still want to be careful about not packing up and moving that MCV, because everything on the Black Hand player's side is anti-air. So, and usually MCVs or the drone ships in particular, they're a lot less armored if they move, if they're mobile, than if they're actually in building mode.
Numbfish in a pretty good spot here. Actually, Geo throwing in the towel already, giving the first point to Numbfish. Numbfish coming out strong. Probably a double War Factory with the number of production, maybe even a triple War Factory there for Numbfish. That's his first showing, and so far he's showing quite well. Give us one moment as we boot up match number 2, round 2. Words are hard. Our next map is on the classic Tournament Odyssey. Looks like over in the top right, Numbfish has gone over to Black Hand and Blue so far.
Yeah, and on the bottom left-hand corner, we have Geo playing the pink Zocon.
Maybe going to see a little bit of an airfield rush. We've seen a couple of those in the Chrono Clash overall, so maybe Geo's going to follow suit. I'm actually really surprised Numbfish was able to push Geo so hard in that. Geo's been pretty solid despite me not knowing anything about him, but Numbfish is not a bad player either. He's definitely one of the ones I've seen a bit more of his content. He's popping all over the place in multiple replays, and so I see him quite frequently, so he's got to be pretty practiced, and I haven't seen much of Geo at all. Are you familiar with him as a player either?
No, I'll be honest. It's very, very recently that I've seen him even pop up in games, and I've never actually taken the time to watch any of his games. I don't think he streams much either.
Well, hopefully that is a positive sign for Kane's Wrath overall. We at least with the Chrono Strike, a bunch of players who I haven't seen have made an appearance in the game overall, at least in the Chrono Clash. Like I've seen like Jefferson, Geo, Numbfish is stuck around, and I'm pretty sure there's a bunch more that I'm forgetting as well. Oh, Peter as well. Peter floated around in the tournament for a little while too. He wasn't as practiced as some of these other players. Geo's been doing quite well, and I think Geo actually knocked out Peter, if I remember correctly, because Peter looked like he had more of a one-trick pony kind of build. Operations Center out for Numbfish. Pitbull making its way in, getting a couple of free shots off on this full Tiberium load of a Harvester on the top right.
Yeah, slowly taking away the health.
First Flame Tank is out, but most importantly, it's going to get scouted. This Pitbull, if he can micro it appropriately, will just continue to outrange it and deal little whittling damage here and there. That doesn't spell well for Numbfish, because he might lose this, not necessarily an all-in, but he might lose this rush before anything really happens. Pitbull still managing to stay out of that. Geo having much tighter macro when it comes to this little minor skirmish. And
right now we're seeing that Flame Tank did get spotted, so it's pretty damaged too. So he'll want to repair it.
We have seen players like Fox, though, lose Flame Tank after Flame Tank and still manage to sneak things in. So this could not be everything for Numbfish. Numbfish beginning his assault and Earnest Scorpion Tanks, actually using those Flame Tanks to bait out a couple of his units. May still have purchase, may be able to use them. A couple of Black Hand squads joining the fray as well, but however, it does look like the Flame Tank's going to go down rather quickly. The microing being pretty strong there for Geo. This might be Geo's game to come back if he can continue whittling down his opponents. However, the Scorpion Tanks are going to roll their way directly into his base. What should Geo be doing right now to prepare for this?
Right, if I was Geo right now, I'd be building a lot of Predator tanks, and that seems to be what he's doing right now. He's changing out over the Predator tanks. He's building a second War Factory. He's going to pump out double Predators as quickly as he can. So I don't think he's going to be able to hold off with that Flame Tank coming in as well for our Vengeance.
Flame Tank indeed making its way in, going for the War Factory. War Factory going down to about half HP. Flame Tank still alive. It still has plenty in the gas tank, but this War Factory is about to go down as it does get destroyed. But Numbfish able to find a little bit of purchase there for that unit, a little bit of purchase there for that Flame Tank as he continues his assault. Only a couple of Predator tanks joining the assault. One Watchtower, but this is not looking great for Geo. Geo needs to tighten things up. He needs to get a couple of units out and probably get a couple of barracks out with rocket squads, which would do quite well into this overall, I feel. Refinery going down there as well.
Losing that refinery was a pretty big setback, but in this case, he might still be able to catch up as Numbfish is still not quite fully expanded. He's just put up his second refinery, so he'll be a little behind economically. But it seems it's over regardless.
So how could have Numbfish turned that around? What did he need to do and because he was already starting Numbfish. What could have Geo have done? Numbfish was already at the gates with those Scorpion tanks, so like what was he supposed to do there in order to come back from that?
I think it's hard to say. At this point, he was already behind in terms of what he could pull up anyways in 30 seconds or less. So I think at this point he should have had some defenses, some Guardian cannons, or maybe some rocket soldiers as well, but he didn't have any of that already. So just building a barracks takes some time, takes 10 seconds, and then you have to build up rocket squads, so that takes another like 6 or 7 seconds for a rocket squad. So if you want to build like 4 or 5, at this point you're pretty much 40 seconds in, it's already over. So I don't think there's much you could have done then, but what he could have done was to prepare with some defenses and scout out better, because if he had seen those Scorpion tanks earlier, I think he would have been able to build 2 more Predators a little bit quicker, and that could have scaled up pretty quickly, pretty well.
Welcome to Tournament Undergrounds. Numbfish with a 2-0 lead coming out strong. Geo's going to have to turn things around. Is kind of interesting to see him on his back foot because he has done well into the opponents he's run into so far. Numbfish also playing Black Hand, Numbfish sticking with Black Hand, I should say, and Geo switching over to Nod. Hopefully he finds a little bit more of a purchase. This is a bit of a shorter map where I feel like it's a bit easier to accomplish a rush because of the distance. If you were Geo, though, what would your plan be here? Like you've seen what Numbfish has done so far, and you've seen that it's mostly been rushes. So what is your plan? Why is he thinking Nod?
So I think he's trying to go for an easy rush. I think he's going to go for bikes, maybe buggies. Right now we're seeing a buggy coming out to scout out the Black Hand coming into his base. So after that, I think he's going to go immediately for buggies and bikes. Probably bikes first, I'd say. Try to harass Numbfish's harvesters, because he knows that's what you got to do when you have an aggressive player like this. You got to out-aggress him, or you got to out-defend him. And right now he doesn't seem to be preparing for a defense. So yeah, and there we go. We're starting to see bikes come out.
And he definitely didn't go Steel Talons there for the Titans. And actually, the secondary War Factory there in the background. So
yeah.
It looks like you might be right. And I think sell off of the MCV. I don't see the MCV anymore, so yeah.
It's gone.
So you're right on the money. It looks like it's definitely going to be plenty of rush. At this point, Numbfish needs to start pumping out Scorpions. He does have one ready to go, but his opponent, Geo, has done pretty well at scouting him out. Couple of bikes beginning to join the fray, making their way in, looking for something to snack on, but just not quite able to find it. 2 Scorpions there for the defense. A couple of rocket squads could make a big difference here. Hand of Nod popping its way up. Laser Fence popping its way up. Numbfish knows something's up, but I don't think he knows the numbers that are coming his way.
Yeah, and the more that Geo's waiting to get a bigger force, the more that he's going to counter tanks and defenses, and he's going to potentially miss out on his chance to win this match. Right now we have 5 Scorpion tanks. I'd say like if he waits for another one, he's going to be in pretty hot water.
Well, and most importantly, that Tiberium Spike gave a lot of vision, and once again, it's going to give more vision to the bike and buggies as they make their way across the map. He can prevent him from expanding, but I think engaging at this point might be pretty hard unless he just micros his butt off and is able to get something off on his opponent. And maybe he's trying to get him to follow these forces here in the north, because he split up his Raider buggies and his attack bikes, looking for something to snack on. And there's plenty of attack bikes here to where if they get their volleys off, they should be able to kill a Harvester in one good volley. If they go first couple of bikes moving their way in, looking for something to snack on, might be able to grab one of these Harvesters, maybe just not able to get the shots off that they want, taking a couple of ones. One is going to get caught over there and is going to get destroyed there, which I don't think Geo can really afford. Each one of these attack bikes is going to be really precious, but what he might be able to do is stop his opponent from expanding. That might bite him in the butt, though, because a couple of those units, because he doesn't have MCV out and ready to go. MCV is going to get targeted, but it doesn't matter because it's only minor damage. I think the more time goes on, the harder this is going to be for Geo.
Yeah, so essentially, if you're trying to out-aggress an aggressive player, if you're trying to outrush a rusher, what you want to do is you want to commit to it as much as possible, right? It's a high risk, high reward situation. But if you're not sure that you can pull it off, at this point, it's better that you transition than you wait around and you go back and forth, because ultimately it's gonna get a lot harder.
Geo finding his first little purchase there is going to get a Harvester almost for free. It looks like he got out completely unscathed in that one. So those are the victories that he needs, but he needs to continue and he needs to get more of them. Just one Harvester isn't going to make it worth all this push, and there's plenty of Scorpion tanks here for the defense. Scorpion tanks moving their way in, but at least the bikes are dodging them, moving into the center of the map.
Right, so he has about, 16, 17 Scorpion tanks here, and about just the same on the other side. So he's been keeping up with his opponent at least, and moving around those bikes. So I think what he'll want to do here is he'll want to bait the tanks into tank fire and really quickly try to go around. I think that's what he's going to try to do here. He's going to try to go around the tanks and fire from behind. Most people might not know, actually, King's Wrath and even CNC3 has actually directional armor. So if you're targeting units from behind, in some cases you'll do a lot more damage at once.
Assaults are beginning in earnest as attack bike destroys attack bike over on the left-hand side. Over on the right-hand side, it's going to be a pure Scorpion mayhem as they begin to destroy each other left and right. It looks like Geo's winning the assault over on the left-hand side, which means those Harvesters are exposed, and the Scorpion tanks are going to come in. It's going to be a pure hammer and anvil. More and more bikes going to go down, probably followed by another Harvester. Scorpion takes here for the save. Cavalry has arrived, but they may have taken too many losses. Geo needs to move forward, and he needs to move quickly. He has the advantage, and he needs to capitalize on it and quickly, because Numbfish won't allow him to hold onto that advantage for forever. Scorpion tanks focus firing being significantly better here for Geo. Geo killing the majority of these forces, and I think this might be Geo's game to lose. It's going to be hard for him to be taken out here. However, that defender's advantage is going to be pretty strong. The microing's pretty decent here for Numbfish. Numbfish has an opportunity to turn around, and indeed it looks like he might be tipping the scales in his favor, but it can still go either way. More and more Scorpion tanks join the fray, but same thing can be said for Geo. It's just a little bit longer of a commute. The concave's a little bit better over here for Numbfish, and it looks like the numbers truly have begun to dwindle on both sides.
Yeah, and right now he's going to try to focus on those Harvesters, but I think it's a mistake if he tries to over-focus on those. He should be, as he has the numbers advantage, Geo should really focus fire those Scorpion tanks and then try to destroy the Harvesters.
And it looks like so far he hasn't really been choosy with his targets, but somehow he's been able to stay on top of it. Only 3 Scorpion tanks remain, but they keep getting destroyed left and right. The 3 that do remain do have a bit of a rank to them, but I'm not sure it's going to matter because it looks like Gio's going to continue to throw numbers after numbers into this, and he truly is mopping up. I'm not sure Numbfish can recover from this. I think the only thing he could do is get a couple of rocket squads out, but he sold his MCV in the background as well, so he is all in on this as well. Gio continuing his assault, more and more Scorpion tanks joining. Still, somehow, Gio's managed to stay on top of this, despite the commute being significantly less for his opponents. Turned into a pure slugfest of Scorpion tanks, of destroying Scorpion tank over and over. A couple of attack bikes moving their way in. It looks like a singular one was left. Gio finally getting pushed out of Numbfish's base. Hopefully that bought him enough time. Gio is up on the economy front, at least resources gathered per minute, but he is now losing Scorpion tanks. He can begin to regroup his forces. It looks like he's got 3 harvesters, and I think Numbfish only has the 2. So if he continues this and he doesn't make any massive losses, I think this is once again his game to lose. He's doing a bit better than he has so far.
Yeah, I think he's got the advantage here. If he keeps pushing, he might exhaust Numbfish right now.
Numbfish only having so many resources and definitely being down on the economy, but Numbfish is trying to tie that up, moving at least 3 Scorpion tanks over, or not Scorpion tanks, 3 attack bikes here in the background. While Gio begins his assault in earnest, those attack bikes probably would have been better there on the defense, as Scorpion tanks do get targeted. Once again, Gio has the numbers, and now he can focus on destroying these units. He doesn't necessarily need to destroy all these harvesters. He just needs to stop them from harvesting, but destroying them works just as well. Attack bikes moving in on the right-hand side, gonna get taken out rather quickly. There it is. There's the GG. Gio finally getting a point on Numbfish. Are we going to witness a reverse sweep? Only time will tell. Let's find out together. Welcome to Tiki Turmoil. Looks like we've got a bit of a mirror match over here. Numbfish in the red-black hand, Gio in the yellow-black hand. But Numbfish only needs 1 victory, only needs 1 win, and I think this is a map that adds a lot of unique opportunities for rushes, and it might be harder for some of the less experienced players to defend this rush because of how many open angles there are, how many spots you have to move and defend on.
Yeah, this is a pretty open map, actually, and it's one of the lesser actually played maps from what I've seen.
I don't think it's quite as frequent, but I do see it pretty regularly, and maybe because once again this game is like 15-20 years old, something like that, and so a lot of these games have been played, a lot of these maps have been played over and over and over, and we seem to actually be in a bit of a cycle for Tiki Turmoil even before the Chrono Clash. At least on my end, maybe I was just getting lucky. I was seeing a good amount of Tiki Turmoil, and then I think so was Cybert. I don't know how popular it is, or if we just happen to get lucky with a couple of those units. And quick, it looks like the MCV got sold off. Yeah, it's going to be double War Factory here for Gio, selling off of the construction yard. So he's going to do an all-in. He's going to push out probably bike and buggy ready to go. And his opponent doesn't know it's coming. So this could turn into a pure 5 game, because once again, this is a best of 5. Couple of scouts here sitting, going to see that the MCV is moving forward into the natural expansion. And is now going to be exposed. 5-6 attack bikes out here for Gio. Gio going definitely full send.
Yeah, so I guess he saw that it worked, and he was like, "I'll double down on what works. Why change what's worked already for the first time?" Both players have their tip spikes as well.
Gio already finding a couple of purchase here in his attack bikes, going for one of the Harvester with a full of Tiberium. Going to get taken down rather quickly. It only takes 2 volleys for these attack bikes to destroy it, because there's 6 here. 1 being a spare selling off of the refinery there in the northern section. Another Harvester getting targeted and going to get destroyed. That's another full load of Tiberium almost as they begin to get targeted. A couple of forces here for Numbfish do join the fray, and more attack bikes die for Gio. Gio not giving it up, continuing to do assault after assault. Kavestic Ball Squad's there on the front line to try and deal a bit of damage to those attack bikes. They can destroy them if they stay stationary long enough, and it looks like the assault is over, at least for now. Attack bikes making their way down the center of the map. Numbfish doing a little bit of scouting. He should be able to see them coming, but from which angle is really what it's going to boil down to. Would nice to see once again, like I feel like Hand of Nod and Rocket Troops will be kind of well. It looks like Geo's going to go for the throat once again, go for another Harvester. Harvester going down to half HP, going to get destroyed rather quickly. Scorpion takes here for the defense. More and more Harvesters going down in the north. This all-in has to work for Geo, otherwise this game's going to almost automatically go to Numbfish. Numbfish already putting a refinery down there on that natural expansion, but losing most of his Harvesters in his main. More attack spikes. Going to see what's sitting over here. Numbfish having to back that Harvester off.
Yeah, unfortunately, it seems that his plan to rush with bikes didn't work as well this time. I think Numbfish was expecting this.
At least he knows that when he does rushes that his opponent might do them to him as well. So he seems to be pretty practiced in defending those rushes. He's done a lot of the things right. The only thing I could really say, and this is just me from my perspective, I think people really underestimate barracks and a couple of rocket squads. It's a very cheap defense, and it's very good into, it can do well into flame tanks. I feel like it does well into most things, except, you know, maybe like APCs, but even then they don't do too bad into APCs.
Yeah, you're right.
Numbfish scouting out the attack bikes over on the right-hand side. Going to see that more is coming their way. There's a sell-off of the MCV there in the background for Numbfish. Numbfish needs the economy, needs the money. He's got double war factory. He's got 2 refineries left, 1 in low power mode in the south. It looks like he's going to try to focus all his defense over here in the north. He's got 3 Harvesters here. We've got a couple of Scorpion tanks, which would be great on the defense. Hopefully he gets a couple more Scorpion tanks out and ready to go. Either way, this double war factory should make a difference, and I think he should be up on economy. Indeed, he is. So if he plays the long game, I think he comes out on top. Refinery going to get scouted. Scorpion tanks continuing to mirror their opponent, continuing to mirror Geo. Geo trying to force the tempo in his favor, taking a couple shots off of that refinery, getting it down to half HP.
Yeah, and right now, Numbfish has a lot of bikes, more than his opponent, so if he's attacking, he's going to definitely have the number advantage here, and that's what he seems to be going for.
Numbfish baiting in the forces with a couple of Scorpion tanks and finishing them off with this 1-2 punch. The Scorpion tanks moving their way in, absorbing the damage, and the punch coming from the attack bikes. It's attack bike versus attack bike, and it's so far favoring Numbfish. This is his game. If he plays his card rights, he just has to stay on top of his opponent. He's got the refinery out and ready to go, and if given enough time, he can probably get another MCV out, but still the double war factory is going to continue to produce troop after troop. His microing and his formations are tight, so he's doing a lot of the right things that he can. More and more attack bikes joining the fray over on the left-hand side, although if they're not careful, they're going to run directly into what they don't want to, which are the forces of Numbfish.
Exactly, and he's pulling those back.
Scorpion tanks backing up for the defense. Numbfish backing up into his base as well. I think if he plays this defensively, I think he's perfectly fine. I think it's a bit of a gamble if he attacks his opponent because he has the slow lead and he's got to be really, really careful. Numbfish still has an uphill battle, so even if Numbfish wins this one, he's got to beat him one more time, which may give Numbfish time to really crack Geo's strategy down. Not that Numbfish is doing particularly well. Scorpion tanks set there for the defense in the north. Plenty of bike and buggy here in the south, going to run into the Scorpion tanks of their opponent. Hopefully that's going to give him time to move the Scorpion tanks in the north to the south because he's probably going to need to.
Yeah, double pronged assault. That's actually a good idea.
Trying to split the attention of Numbfish. Attack bikes moving their way in, but the numbers still definitely favor Numbfish going after attack bike after attack bike. Geo is in trouble in the south and in the north. Scorpion takes moving in. I think the numbers might favor their opponent, but Numbfish has turned around with the cavalry. Cavalry has arrived soon, but it looks like most of the Scorpion tanks did get taken down. There's the pincer move right now. These Scorpion tanks are in a lot of danger. They're maybe shooting a couple of shots there at the attack bikes, but it doesn't matter because the numbers are definitely in Numbfish's corner. Numbfish beginning to wipe out these forces. This might spell the doom for Geo if he's not careful. Geo trying to focus fire on those attack bikes, but that means he's not focusing on these Scorpion tanks. All of these Scorpion tanks going down could spell the doom for Geo.
Yeah, and right now Geo's on the back foot. I would be hurrying up and building more units right now, or at least maybe, I don't know, building an MCV. Dare I say it? I'm not sure what you can do here, because Numbfish has the advantage. He has the momentum right now, and he's definitely gonna push through.
They are tied up in the economy, despite I think Numbfish has more harvesters. Looks like it's 3 to... No, actually, his opponent's got more. It's 3 to 4. So Gio's trying to ramp up the economy, but if he's not careful, he's going to have to start long distance harvesting. Scorpion Tank's running into the attack bikes. Should be able to take out one. No. Only goes down to about half HP as Numbfish regroups his forces and moves the Scorpion Tanks over on the right-hand side. Numbfish doing what Gio was trying to do to him, but maybe a bit more effectively.
Yeah, and those bikes at the top are almost done with that harvester, so now it'll be like 2 harvesters to 4.
Scorpion Tank Mayhem has begun in the center of the map. Numbfish doing a good number of damage to his opponent. Gio losing forces inside of Numbfish's base. Numbfish regrouping a couple of his attack bikes in the center of the map to deal with the remaining of his forces. This armor should be able to roll directly into Gio's base. Gio is in trouble, and I'm not sure what he can do to turn things around. There's no handle nod here for the defense. There's no shredder turrets to absorb some of the shots, and there's nothing really here whatsoever. There's barely any armor. There's only 5 Scorpion Tanks here to defend against everything Numbfish has. Scorpion Tanks maybe trying to bait out a couple of them, and indeed the assault has begun in earnest. It's going to boil down to the focus fire, but the numbers are definitely in Numbfish's account as Scorpion Tank after Scorpion Tank does get taken down. Gio's once again in trouble. He's still producing a healthy number of these Scorpion Tanks out and ready to go, but he's out of Tiberium inside his Tiberium field, which means he cannot really afford these trades while his opponent is able to trade quite nicely. There it is. There's the GG. There goes Gio. Numbfish getting a win off on his opponent. What went wrong there, Alex?
Oh, he didn't keep the momentum up. Gio had like really good momentum, but I think he traded too many units, too many bikes, too many tanks, and ultimately he wasn't able to keep up despite having a better economy. I think he panicked and he didn't know what to do, and he got caught off guard because his tip field was just emptying as he was doing that, so he was a little bit stuck there. I don't think there's much he could have done at that point. He knew it was over. He couldn't build any buildings or defenses. It was just either push him out or you lose. And unfortunately, it's still out.
Numbfish definitely proving to be the stronger contender, at least in that one for the moment. So doing quite well for himself on that.
And it's time for the final qualification match. We will kick it off on Winter Meltdown with a GDI mirror in the north. This is Wildcom.
His opponent from the bottom left-hand corner on the of the map in the pink, rocking the GDI. Give it up for Green Zero.
It's happened again, except for this time I did it intentionally. Because Green Zero's name involves a color, I have recolored him sort of permanently in Battle Scry to always be green. So people can enjoy both my video and your video, Korak, because it'll be a different experience. You can see Green Zero as green on my channel and as whatever random color he gets selected as on Korak's channel.
The same match, just with a new color.
And we could do that infinitely, just casting one game over and over. But we have the final best of 5 of Group D. It has been a long road to get here from Group A all the way through Group D. Double elimination, 32 players, best of 5s all the way down. The last time these two players met, Wildcom and Green Zero, it was a banger of a series. The full 5 games, lots of GDI, lots of macro, and lots of everything in the GDI arsenal. And I'm expecting no less from them here, kicking it off on Winter Meltdown.
I keep waiting to see which one of these players is going to start off with their skirmishing phase, but it looks like so far everybody's just sticking with their guns, maybe going for a slow eco build, you know, playing a little bit slow and steady. It sounds like these players have fought each other quite some time, and we're getting pretty far into the tournament overall. So they're probably trying to be more cautious. At least that's what I've observed so far, is the further and further we get into the tournament and the more games that each of these players run into, the more cautious a lot of them seem to be playing, or sometimes the opposite effect, the more desperate some of them will be playing.
And on the other hand, I'm basically the opposite, because as we've gotten deeper into the tournament, I've now casted dozens and dozens of games. We're at like 40 or 50 replays. You've casted even more, so now I just want everybody to rush. I'm like, let's double War Factory MCV, sell both players, just get it done in 2.5 minutes. Let's not go for 25 minutes after we've casted 40 replays of this event. But you're right. It's macro-oriented openers for both players. We're up to 8 and 7 Harvesters from Wildcom and Green Zero, respectively. The double War Factory is here, but it is well supported with a robust economy underneath it.
Does look like we got our first little set of pit bulls, at least for Green Zero over on the left-hand side. He's finally moving his way into the center of the map, looking for something to snack on, looking for some tasty, tasty harvesters to go for. It's really going to boil down to if his opponent's going to have a hole in his armor before this even really starts. But, of course, there's already the buildings down here intercepting the pit bulls, so Wildcom's going to know what is coming right down Main Street, which, of course, is going to be a pit bull. A little bit of a missed micro there, I feel, for a couple of those pit bulls. They took a couple of unnecessary shots where I didn't feel they needed to before the fight had even begun. And Wildcom's actually strangely pushing out his opponent with just a couple of APCs, but he probably doesn't know what's in the background. We have Fog of War obviously revealed, so we can see a lot more on our end.
Command post up for both players, and you're right, the early skirmishes are just still very cautious. If you can even call them early skirmishes, they are just so cautious between these two players. Mines being dodged in the south. Wildcom trying to be sneaky by deploying some stealthy mines, but they get spotted out. Both players with command post, and neither one of them rushing AP ammo just yet. We do have the APCs, so AP ammo would be nice. Watchtowers as well, but both players are putting on pause. Maybe they'll go for airfield, or maybe they'll go for tier 3.
Oh, and it's not like this is GDI into Steel Talons, which I've seen a handful of times making their way in, where they have the MRTs to continue doing those skirmishes, you know, where they can pop in a couple of rocket squads. They can be a bit more aggressive, I guess, with it. And it doesn't look like we're even getting any upgrades yet, really at all, for the pit bulls. It looks like they're just happy to stick with that. Wildcom's definitely got a bit more Predator tank heavy and a few more APCs. I think he's got significantly less pit bulls, so maybe he just doesn't have faith in the pit bull fight, and he just wants to rush it into that. Really only time will tell that. Green Zero keeps taking a bunch of these little bitty pot shots. It really just feels like, once again, nobody's rushing. Some of these units feel like they're just showing up so they don't get fined.
They don't want to get some kind of non-compliance fine, but we do have the first real strike coming out. Orca's going to be moving into Green Zero's natural expansion. That's one dead Harv. A couple of APCs here to guard against the attack, and the Predator tanks are going to walk right into the mines, but they're absorbing the shots. They're body blocking, so the Orcas can get number 2 and maybe even Harvester number 3 as Green Zero taps on the Orcas and knocks them down, but not before losing the Harvs.
First blood definitely truly went to Wildcom, and that was our first actual engagement that we got to see with those Orcas, with those. It was really great control for all of that, but he might actually be on his back foot now, because there's plenty of pit bulls here for him to lose all 4 of these Predators, and it may not seem like a lot of units, but losing those units this early on in the game will make a difference, especially with how slow the productions for both sides are happening. Wildcom actually, while this engagement is happening, is moving into the center of the map. Not sure if he's going for dead center or if he's going for the bottom. We'll get to see here in a moment. Another Harvester for Wildcom, going to get targeted, going to go down. It looks like Green Zero's going to get a little much needed revenge as the Mammoth tanks move their way in, taking a couple of shots off of the pit bull. One Harvester does go down, but the others are saved. More Mammoth tanks moving into the center of the map. It's going to turn into a slugfest over the center.
And the first epic is out. Wildcom heading for the center. Laser fence is deployed. Both players with railguns upgraded. And GDI versus GDI. It's the battle of the tanks. Rockets coming out for Wildcom. He's going to try and hold the middle of the map. He's going to try and hold this MCV position, but that's a dead MCV, and Green Zero holds the middle for now. Marv rolling up, and Marv is going to have to back off. Who's going to be the first person to drop a one-click? There's going to be the scan. That's going to be the Shockwave Artillery. Green Zero gets the catch on the Railcom Marv, and he rolls into position. One dead MCV, one dead Marv. Super tank or base, take your pick, because Green Zero's rolling over everything.
Definitely not just a bit of brute force. This is chest with fist. He did not tech up whatsoever, but he went pure Mammoth Tanks, and it seemed to work out quite well for him. He's finally taken a couple of losses over here in the center, losing these Mammoth Tanks, but these Mammoth Tanks have definitely held their own. These Mammoth Tanks have definitely found their own value, destroying that MCV, destroying that previous epic unit. And I'm not sure if we have a Marv yet over on Green Zero's side. He hasn't even, it doesn't look like he's even wasted the money on it just quite yet.
He certainly has not, and this is becoming a bit problematic for Green Zero because he spent his entire army rolling over that force, but now he's got nothing left to stop the now two Mammoth Tanks. The somewhat paltry force from Railcom. All right, there's the Sonic Emitter. Railcom with a fresh MCV onto the front line. Couple of Zone Troopers as well. Orca Strike comes in, but it's a big miss because it's already been destroyed. And now a fresh MCV plus a fresh Mammoth Tank from the side of Green Zero. Railguns from everywhere, but it's the Zone Troopers that are the unmatched damage on the side of Railcom. A dead MCV is going to adorn both players as GDI versus GDI. It's about those big powerhouse units, and they are slow to reinforce when they are coming from the outside of the map, heading for the dead center.
Railcom finally gained a little bit of a foothold in the center, pushing out Green Zero entirely. I definitely thought it was not, I definitely didn't think it was going to go that way whatsoever, but something we kind of missed over in the background while all the action was happening in the center is just two APCs made their way into Green Zero's base, deployed a couple of rocket troopers, and were just absolutely pestering that old main base, destroying a couple of that here and there. So I'm sure Green Zero was distracted by that as well, on top of losing all of that cash there in the center.
And now we've remained with these small fights all throughout the game. We haven't gotten the big army versus the big army. Railcom's army was a little bit late to the middle, and then by the time it rolled up, Green Zero's force was depleted, and it's just been both players smacking each other, but in pretty one-sided ways, one after the other. Green Zero needs to stop this engineer from stealing his tech, and he will. He gets the snipe by selling off an upgraded power plant. It is a cost, but one that he pays gladly to keep control of that tier 3.
In the background, he was also sneaking another unit, another ox cart with an engineer into the Tiberium spike of Green Zero, trying to capitalize on what economic gains he can get and stop his opponent, of course, from getting a couple of that cash in the bank as well. So all those little bitty actions will make a difference, and over time, that engineer will eventually pay for itself. Another Mammoth Tank over here in the center, gonna get caught out. It's got that railgun ammo, but it doesn't matter if it can't shoot up to that Orca.
3 Mammoths rolling through the middle of the map. Railcom, for the second time, is now going to take over the center, and Green Zero is not here to oppose him. It's 20k of army versus just 10. Let's see if the Orcas can make some magic happen, because Green Zero's second MCV is under threat. There's 2 Mammoth Tanks remaining, but the Orcas have spent their shots, so now it's up to the rocket squads to blast down these Mammoths. And if you knock down one Mammoth, can you stop the others? More reinforcements coming in for Railcom. It's going to be a Hammerhead in the skies, knocking down those rockets. But the Orcas have refueled, rearmed, and they're ready to go. It's round 2, baby. And the laser fence holds strong against the Mammoth Tank. Orcas getting chased away. AA battery on top of the Hammerhead, so that's going to be 2 dead Hammerheads, but it just takes so long. The Orcas trying to stay off the deck so they can get back in the fight, and Railcom slowly but surely brings a second Mammoth to this fight. refueling and rearming. That's the name of the game for the Orcas. As soon as they knock down a mammoth, there's another one ready to go to take its place. It's another dead MCV, and Green Zero has also lost his tech. So it's not much left on the Roundcom side of the map, but it's more than Green Zero has. Both players are nearly down and out, but Wildcom actually getting caught by a hammerhead in the south. His small attacking infantry force gets cut down.
Small victories can make a big difference here, but I don't see how Green Zero is going to recover from this. If anyone's going to do it, though, it is going to be Green Zero. I've heard him been called the GDI King before, but it looks like right now Roundcom's gunning for his title, gunning for his deal. A couple Orcas moving their way in. They're going to take a couple of shots from the AA battery. He's going to go for these harvesters. Are going to get a couple here and there, but I'm not sure he wants these trades because Roundcom has so much more resources on than Green Zero. Every one of these losses is going to cost Green Zero so much more than his opponents. Much like in chess, this is Wildcom's time to trade. He can afford it as long as he can keep Green Zero out of the center of the map, both the north and the south. He can just continue on with his chokehold, continue increasing his economic gains. He's already got almost 20K in the bank, total resources gathered on Green Zero.
And if I'm reading this correctly, Green Zero doesn't have an MCV and doesn't have a War Factory, so Wildcom just needs to sit back and not throw the game away. The only way that Green Zero wins this game is if Wildcom throws it right into his hand, and at this point, I don't think Wildcom is going to do that. He'd have to unplug his own network cable, and that'll be the tap out. That'll be the GG as Green Zero leaves game number 1, and Wildcom gets the slow, steady victory on Winter Meltdown. And the tiny forklift will be witness to the epic battle that will unfold on Tournament Undergrounds between Green Zero and Wildcom. Wildcom starting out slow and steady in game number 1, managing to get the win, but for a lot of that game, Green Zero was on equal footing. So while the score is 1-0, there were definitely portions of that game where either player could have taken it.
Green Zero, maybe you're predicting a little bit of a longer game on this map, although typically I only see this game make it to about the natural deal over there.
Oh boy, you may be thinking that Green Zero wants a short game, but I know someone who doesn't want, or Green Zero wants a long game, but I know someone who doesn't want a long game, and that is Wildcom. He wants to either make this a 1-1 or a 2-0, and he wants it to happen quick, and Green Zero gets eyes on it right away.
Definitely trying a bit of sneakiness here and there. Wildcom moving a couple, I think that's an engineer inside that ox cart.
Yeah, and Green Zero spots the tech, and then he spots the tech switch. So this couldn't have gone worse for Wildcom. He wasn't able to deny the scout. I guess he's gonna stop the MCV from doing something, but not really anything. Yeah, the watchtower gets deployed, so Wildcom has just shot himself in the foot. And then his opponent walked up and saw him shoot himself in the foot. So then Wildcom was like, but I'm going to bandage this foot up. And in the meantime, he accidentally shot himself in the other foot. So it's really just gone very poorly for Wildcom here in game number 2. Green Zero, it is his game to take.
Watchtower out here for the defense. Couple of pitbulls here. Should do quite well into the Hammerhead. Hammerhead automatically has to back its way out. Looks like he's not even going for the Harvesters. I feel like that would be better, but maybe he just thinks that his opponent spent too much money on these Hammerheads and wants to chase them down as quickly as possible because they're still going after it despite being left in the dust over there.
Yeah, Green Zero just kind of runs past that Harvester and Refinery at the main base. He is going to move his MCV over to the expansion. I did expect Green Zero to try and dive on the MCV of Wildcom to annoy it with the pit bulls and try and get as much damage as he could. He is doing that now. He'll get 2 volleys before it deploys. And yeah, the Hammerhead took some damage out there in the middle of the map. And Wildcom at least has 3 Tiberium spikes under his control. That's sort of the one thing going for him at this point.
He's taken probably a bit of unnecessary damage on this side, but I think losing those pit bulls is probably going to hurt Green Zero more than it did Wildcom in that fight. Hammerhead finally making another appearance, making its way over to Green Zero's base, only to turn around immediately, still smoking its way into the center of the map. Hopefully it doesn't get caught by if there's any remaining pit bulls. I didn't get catch that just quite yet.
Ooh, he's at least going to tag Green Zero's Harvester, so this Hammerhead, he's had a rough life, but maybe he can redeem himself by hurting Green Zero's Hammerhead. There's also a Predator tank slowly making its way over there. Both players going to try and stabilize on that natural expansion, and Green Zero did not retreat this Harvester away, so it is going to take quite a bit of damage. I think it can outrun the Predator tank, so we have no problems there, but Green Zero taking perhaps a bit unnecessary damage. In the end, he's going to be fine. He has the economic advantage in this game, but can he hold on to that as Wildcom has gone heavy into the Harvesters and into the natural expansion?
Both players kind of hobbling around just a little bit. Probably one of the more sloppy performances from both players that I've seen in some time. Both these players are typically pretty buttoned up for the most part, but that has not been the case this time. Maybe they're getting a little bit of fatigue on their end as well with all of the games that keep coming, and just some of the length of the games have gone on over and over. Like I've seen like 20 and 30-minute games pretty regularly. When my experience with Kane's Wrath is most of these matches, most of these rounds are over in like 8 to 9 minutes.
Well, Green Zero is going to try and make that happen here as a bunch of Orcas show up to the main base, and that's good volleys, good damage, good kill. He's going for the good game as he fires off at the APC and knocks it down. A couple of Predator tanks going to absorb a couple of more rockets from those Orcas, and Green Zero sends one lonely Orca. He was late to the party, he's late to the fight, and he is late to his own grave. Or maybe early to his own grave is more apt, as Green Zero, he didn't go for the airfield first, he went for the airfield second, and he did it better.
That does definitely explain the lull in his forces, although even with building all those Orcas in the background, he still had a good number of pit bulls here and there to go. Predator tanks just sort of rolling their way directly into their doom. Once again, they cannot shoot up, so they're going to have such a hard time dealing with all of this, and they're just going to kind of die for free. APC's a little bit better at shooting up, but I'm not sure they have rocket squads in them, which is what they really need, and Orcas are already going their way back home, spending all of their ammunition, spending everything they have, and going for a little bit of repairs while Green Zero occupies a couple of the forces with a few of his Predator tanks. It's really looking up for Green Zero in this one, at least for the current moment.
Wildcom had caught up to Green Zero in the Harvester count, and then he lost 4 Harvesters. And now he is spending his time, he is spending his money rebuilding those Harvesters, getting back now up to 6. Maybe he'll try and climb all the way back up to 8. But Green Zero, he has transitioned well into this sort of mid-game, mostly Orca-focused force, and it feels like he just has maximum control over the game, maximum control over the map. He will lose a couple of Orcas here as the APCs and the AA batteries manage to find some damage, but that's a small price to pay for the amount of control that he's gained in this game.
The one saving grace that Wildcom has is, at the very least, Green Zero's forces aren't entirely massive. It's enough to definitely pressure him and have a bunch of issues here, but I feel like he could slap a barracks down on the front line to deal with most of this. Most of the APCs are already gone on his side. They do have those AP ammo, but everything that's left is just these tanks. There are the rocket squads right on cue, making their way in to save the base and hopefully save some of the Harvesters. Most of the Harvesters did back their way out. Rocket squads, cavalry, slow moving cavalry going for the tanks. Those Orcas would be pretty helpful here, but it looks like they've found another target. They're heading over to the northern expansion, but there's rocket squads here ready for them to go as well. AA battery as well, but it doesn't matter. Green Zero does not care. He's going to go for the Harvester anyways and get a kill. Only one Orca going down. A little bit of splash damage here and there as he continues the assault, going for yet another Harvester. There's going to be a second Harvester going down. It looks like it's one Orca per Harvester.
Green Zero tags the next Harvester at the natural, and he gets the kill confirmed. One Orca will escape the fight, battered and bruised. Behind all of this, Wildcom has said, well, if I'm losing Harvesters, I'm just going to make more, as he expands up to his third base as he goes for that high ground expansion. He will manage to deploy at least one refinery there, and he, despite losing so many harvesters, and he hasn't yet fully harvested his main base, he is just continuing to progress in this game, going for a third base, now moving out into the middle of the map. Wildcom, despite the disastrous opening, has rallied his forces, and he is still going to try and put on a fight. He's going to fight until the bitter end in this game.
And he's really beginning to turn a lot of these fights around. I think people underestimate the power of a lot of this man spam, even for GDI, even though they're more expensive for GDI. When you're behind and you have a bit more issues with a couple of these fights, they can be a good bulwark to buy yourself some time, but they're not going to be super great into those snipers who have just been able to snipe so many of those rockets. I think there was like 8 rocket squads left, and now there's only 3 or 4 of them left, at least in that first initial pack, and Rowcom is now completely in retreat with Green Zero following in suit with his mammoth tanks, with his railguns. So it looks like Green Zero slowed things down just a little bit to get those railguns out, to get those mammoth tanks out, and now he's got armor on the front doorstep. However, the rocket squads can do quite a significant number of damage to it, but he is padding his stats not only with these snipers, but with a good number of rifleman squads here, hopefully to deal with a couple of these units. But APCs are definitely pretty good at dealing with that as assault does begin. Mammoth tanks do move their way in. Does look like he's going to try to move fully into his base as much as he can. A couple of harvesters might get caught in the crossfire if they're not careful. Pretty good concave here for the forces. Everything's going to be focusing on these mammoth tanks. These mammoth tanks need to go down as quickly as possible. A couple of foxholes going up to protect the units. They need to pick down, they need to thin those numbers of those rocket squads, because that's the only answer to these mammoth tanks. Mammoth tanks continuing their roll on their way in. Rocket squads versus mammoth tanks in the north, but there's not enough for the south to deal with that. One harvester going down here rather quickly. Rowcom's forces are just beginning to dwindle. He's almost out of the fight in the north. He has next to nothing left up here.
When mammoths roll into your third and they don't even have to shoot the harvesters because they're just rolling over top of them, you know you're in a bad state. It was a tough uphill battle, and it wasn't over until the mammoths rolled uphill, and that's when Green Zero had the final piece of the pie and was able to execute Wildcom and even the score 1-1. I've had it with these GDI mirrors, says Wildcom. I believe in the power of lasers. I believe in lights to bring death to my opponent, I guess. I'm not sure what else you could hope for the lasers of Skrin to bring to your opponent, but Wildcom is feeling like that is the way to victory. He chooses Badlands Hills, and he chooses the lasers of Skrin to light the way to victory. This is very reminiscent of what Phoenix did versus Green Zero on this map. Double pockets of descents, one in the north, one directly across the map, and I mean, it ended up working out. Phoenix did win that game, but maybe Green Zero has learned how to beat it.
He does have a foxhole in the north at the very least, but it's only going to slow down those descents ever so slightly. And I think there's 5 of them in total, 5 in the north, 5 in the south. Wildcom going for a little bit of the free victory, going for all of these tib spikes. So maybe he's trying to push this out into a later game, or maybe just get those early advantages, cost his opponent as much money as he possibly can. Maybe not confident in his ability to go for maybe some of these buildings or harvesters, just going for these soft targets instead. APC is going to mop up a good chunk of these guys, but the descents can get close enough and destroy the APC if they're not careful, and there's a rifleman squad in there as well. It does finally go down, which means those units are free to make it over to the other Tiberium spike. If they can get that one, that's definitely going to help their value. That's definitely going to help them out in the long run.
Yeah, smashing all 3 of the tib spikes would be a fantastic opener for Wildcom. He has spent an enormous amount of money in the opening couple of minutes putting these disintegrators out onto the map. So getting the value back by killing those tib spikes is crucial. As you mentioned, he just completely ignored the harvesters, and that's basically what Phoenix did as well. Phoenix's first move was to go for the tib spikes, and then Phoenix was able to follow up with a harvester kill. But in this case, Wildcom instead gets the kill on all 3 tib spikes. So a little of this and a little of that. Green Zero is going to be fighting his way back in the economy. Scrin typically has a bit of a faster economy than GDI or Nod, and without the tib spikes, that can just snowball for Wildcom.
And it looks like he's sticking in there so far. It's 5.4 to about 5.6 or so. I think that will grow exponentially over time, losing, like you said before, all three of those spikes. But Green Zero is definitely capable of coming back from it, and he is a pretty stalwart player in his defense and in his comebacks. I think Wildcom's probably a little bit better in that regards, but I think the primary difference, and we got to see it last round as well, was that Green Zero seems to have the better transition. He seems like he's always got that plan in mind. What am I going to move into next? What is he going to do? He's always pretty good at predicting his opponent. Even though he was unable to stop those ascents, he did put his scouts in the right place at the right time. But they just weren't enough to stop 5 descents on both sides. The descent's actually trying to get a little bit more value over on the right-hand side of the map, going down for a power plant. Power plant about half HP. Wildcom actually building a foundry. Maybe that's why his economy went down over on that left side on that natural expansion, trying to get a little more build power. Power plant does finally go down over on the right-hand side, increasing the value of those already very valuable descents even more so.
Green Zero goes for the air. AP ammo about halfway done, and he's going to try for a sneaky engineer as well. We've seen this a couple of times with Green Zero. It doesn't always work out, but perhaps it will. The old tib spike steal via the Ox transport.
And it's going to be 3 engineers and 3 Ox carts for the 3 different Tiberium spikes. The Gunwalkers don't look like they're in position really to deal with them, and those are making their way across the map pretty quickly. There are going to be a couple of descents here, and those might actually be able to catch him. He might just sort of catch it due to blind luck. Devourer is going to see the first set, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to make it there over to this one. Oxcart does turn around, and it looks like it's going to turn into this ring around the rosy, where Green Zero just can't make his way in. He did send a Hammerhead over here for the reinforcements, and it looks like the descents did go down, but still, he hasn't been able to find anything to grab. Maybe he'll decide to turn around and go for those EMP control centers. He did grab one. Maybe his goal next is to get those defensive towers. He could grab the one in the north as well. I'm not sure what actually grabbing 2 EMP control centers does for you, if anything at all.
Dev tank goes down, so Green Zero's Hammerhead does finally find some additional damage after cleaning up a couple of those descents. And yeah, you're right, Green Zero has struggled to find a place, a home for these engineers. But at least I think they'll scout this double war factory on the front line. Green Zero desperately needs to find out about that double war factory, and there is Hammerhead's will. Spot it. Gunwalker dangerously close to killing off one of those Ox transports, but they survive. For now, all 3 engineers are safe. One inside of the EMP control center, and the other 2 are still alive. Wildcom has powered up that eco. You mentioned how close it was earlier, but Wildcom has rolled this into a almost 20k income advantage for himself.
Although that can turn around quickly if he keeps losing harvesters after harvester. Yeah, that's going to be a 3rd one going down in about a minute or so from one another. They're the one having a full load of blue Tiberium, trying to make it over to the Scrin warp spheres, but just not quite able to move it. A little bit of armor over here in the south. The answer is definitely here for it, but it's a little far away. It looks like Green Zero is going to go for the throat, going to go for the economy, get some much-needed revenge, and take out at least one of those Tiberium spikes. And indeed, it does go down. Devourer tank does need to back its way out. This is the danger zone for it, but maybe it's just trying to bait for that tripod. Tripod's gonna have a hard time keeping up with this, and it's definitely gonna have an even harder time dealing with these AP ammo hammerheads.
The tripods, if they could just close the distance with that darn annoying ground army, they could smash it, but they just keep kiting away. We did also just hear the call of the Marv. We have one epic unit out on the map, the first of the epics in this game to emerge. Tier 3 is up for the Scrin, and it has been for a little while, so I'm surprised we haven't seen a Warp Chasm yet. And this is the double tier 3. This is the I'm afraid of Firehawks move for Skrin. You go double tier 3. He's got the super powered economy, so he can afford it. He's up now 22k over his opponent.
Shields are up for the upgrade for the tripods. He's got a couple of nice one of those. I think he's going to need to strengthen his gunwalker numbers. Those are going to be pretty decent for dealing with a lot of these hammerheads. Speaking of hammerheads making their way in, doesn't look like better than Radical Hexapod building its way over in the south. Tripods trying to position, building a nice line there in the center. Marv's going to be a good answer for that. Sonic Emitter's going to be a good answer for that. But the real answer is really going to be these Juggernauts. He needs to get more and more Juggernauts out, and he needs to get something to take up the front line. But the shields will go down a little bit here and there, and it's going to be small skirmishing as Wildcom just sort of moves his way into Green Zero's base. Green Zero doesn't have a crazy amount to contest, but he can lose everything rather quickly if he's not careful. And that EMP is still cooking in the background, and there it does. It goes right off just as the other one click happens just as quickly, only hitting a couple of them. Oh, unfortunately, Marv does almost maybe make it out. It looks like it's about halfway trying to skirt around that one click. The one Juggernaut does get grabbed. As soon as that one click is up, it should die to the tripods just as quickly. Tripods going full sin for that Marv. They want it. That is their payday, and they're trying everything they can to go for it. Marv gets so close, and they do indeed take it down, but at the cost of every single one of those tripods.
What will you pay for victory? In Rylescom case, it's every tripod, and he just hopes that the husks don't get recovered. He's already spent the Buzzer Swarm support power, so he's already used that one click, and that's the GG. Rylescom hands over 6 husks to Green Zero as Green Zero wipes out the main base and was about to make his way up the back door into the natural. Green Zero goes up 2-1 versus Ryle. And now with the momentum on Mountain Pass, sticking with GDI, playing green, this is Green Zero.
His opponent from the moment in the bottom left-hand corner of the map, wearing his 2 gloves, the left one saying purple and the right one saying Skrin. This is Rylescom.
Skrin didn't work out in that last game, and yet here we are on Mountain Pass with Rylescom choosing Skrin yet again. It looked good, and then the extended fight with that Marv was too costly, and the backdoor attack from Green Zero was too strong. Rylescom is in the lower bracket. It's the qualifying match, and now he is up against the wall. Green Zero has the match point advantage. He only needs to win one more game, and Rylescom has to pull 2 in a row out of his hat.
Definitely not impossible, but the real question will boil down to, is Green Zero going to allow it? Green Zero is one of these much tighter players that you get to see, especially in the Chrono Clash overall. He stands a solid chance of making it really far just overall with his playstyle, with most importantly his consistency, because one of these players can get some good matches off on each other. But I think it really boils down to the consistency, especially in a best of 5, especially with the further the tournament goes on, the more and more games you'll have to fight against this player. And maybe Rylescom over here is thinking that maybe it's one of those old classic rock, paper, scissors thing where it's like he won't expect rock the 3rd time. So maybe that's in his thought process for this go around.
He's not going to expect me to go Skrin and build a bunch of tripods again. And Green Zero is like, this guy's going to go Skrin and build a bunch of tripods. Now, rolling back to Group B, Rex versus Futurama, a match on this map, a match with Skrin in the same position. It was Rex in the south versus some Nod faction that Futurama was playing in the north. And Rex did this exact same thing. He hopped his MCV up to the high ground, up to the middle of the map, taking the more aggressive expansion location and leaving the natural expansion as a kind of backdoor later game base. So you take the middle of the map, you play more aggressively, and then you leave the expansion that's in your back pocket for later on, and it worked out great for Rex. Let's see how it works out for Rylescom.
It's definitely very clear that Railcom has watched a lot of these other replays, not just against his opponents Green Zero, but watching just sort of people in general. I think this map, in a lot of ways, at least for this tactic right here, seems to favor the Skrin and the Skrin sub-factions because you can take over that center of the map rather quickly. And it looks like he's taken a couple of notes from Rex as well, because Rex also built up a good number of Devourer tanks. He had a few more Gunwalkers out and ready to go, but I think that's because he was against, if I remember correctly, I think he was against Black Hand is who it was. It could have been marked to Kane, but I think it was Black Hand.
The only thing I know is that it wasn't Black Hand, because Futurama has had a couple of stealth tanks that almost won him the game, but no, they didn't really win him the game. But he did have a couple of stealth tanks. We have a false start to the fight on the right. Green Zero, he's hoping to push back these dev tanks. Let's see if the Preds, the Guardian, and the Rockets are enough. There's no Corruptors to heal up this army, so it may have been a false start to a fight, but it's a real death for these dev tanks.
Railcom still has an opportunity to turn this around because it looks like the Rocket Squads didn't follow this engagement, which was definitely a good chunk of their damage. Maybe not trying to go through the Tiberium field. Either way, it's going to cost them a little bit. Right on cue, I guess he might have heard you, Cybert, because there is a Corruptor out on the front line. Finally, may have been a little bit late to the fight. May have got lost on his way to the engagement, but at the very least, he is here now.
All right, another dev tank getting low, but another Predator tank going down. The Corruptor gets eliminated. The Buzzers are going to try and chase the Rockets, and they won't find many of them as the Watchtower keeps a couple of Rockets safe. Pred tanks, they're going to commit in for the attack. Both have low health bars, the Predator tanks and the dev tanks. And now it's 2v1. And it looks like Green Zero is going to back off. It's not going well for Railcom, but it's not going great for Green Zero either. He's going to try and push up the hill. Dev tank numbers have been reduced, and the dev tanks that do exist are split up. They're not all together. Corruptor comes forward. Predator tank's going to be able to knock it down, but all of the infantry have been eliminated.
And I think that infantry is going to be what Skrin's going to struggle against the most, because so far he hasn't built a crazy amount of these Gunwalkers. He's gone really heavy into these Devourer tanks. And another item of note to keep an eye out for is that even though these fights are kind of going, both ways for players, like it's a bit of a tug of war, Railcom is winning. And the reason why I say that is because he's controlled the center of the map, and it's a waiting game, it's a time game, and it's a little bit of a gamble as well. So the longer this goes on and the more he holds on to his defense and this aggression right here, the better he's going to be off.
Green Zero feeling that pressure. He's wanting to take down these dev tanks, but he's also wanting to steal the blue Tiberium from the top left-hand corner. He knows he's trapped on this field, and he needs to do something about it. One Predator tank manages to get a little bit of damage on the left side of the map, but it gets knocked down by the dev tanks. And now Railcom, he's got enough dev tanks on the front line in the east that he can finally become a beast. One Harvester goes down, and the numbers don't lie. Railcom's at 9 Harvs versus the 7 of GDI.
And unfortunately, Green Zero has completely forgotten about his Harvesters just sort of sitting over there. They've had enough time to grab that. Railcom actually adding a little bit of insult to injury here, grabbing his opponent's Tiberium to refill his tank and continue the game. And Sonic Emitter popping its way out, getting a massive shot out on the Devourer tanks that could turn things around if it's not careful for Railcom. This could turn into a complete snowball. He is continuing the retreat and continuing to get a couple of really good shots. That is...
It's about the series, and then it's about the game, and then it's about the moment. In this game, there will be one moment that defines it all, that ends one of these players' run. Because this is the ace match. This is the final shot. This is the player in the north playing purple. This is Railcom.
His opponent still for the moment in the bottom right-hand corner of the map in the yellow, rocking the GDI. Give it up for the GDI King, Green Zero.
It's the ace match. It's Sick City. This map often produces fast and furious games. It's a great rushing map. It's a great base pushing map. And I feel like games end before the 10-minute mark far more than they extend past the 10-minute mark. First Refinery, a little bit of a wonky placement there for Wildcom. It's not a far enough angle that it should cause any problems, but sometimes that little wonky angle, it's a little bit of a sign of frustration, something going a little bit awry.
It definitely could be fatigue. It definitely could be nerves. There's plenty of things that he could be struggling with how much money is on the line. There's still 2K worth of just prizes overall in this tournament. So it's probably pretty high stake for a lot of these players. That could make a big difference. And making money off of Command & Conquer, 15, 20 years later, however long the game has been out, is quite insane and just sort of helpful in general.
And of course, that's a big thanks to Chronosphere, who is powering Chrono Clash II, for providing the prize pool, providing the budget for this event. We are very grateful for that, especially as we get another 5-game series from Green Zero and Wildcom, which means over the course of Group D, these two players have gone 10 games, with Green Zero having a slight advantage at this point. 1 game up. And if Wildcom wins it, then they will actually be completely even, 5 games apiece in this group.
It sort of got me thinking, how wild would it be if one of these players got knocked out and then joined the, I'm just going to call it the redemption bracket later on in the game. I don't remember if that's for just new signups or if other people can sneak their way in it, but I do think it would be really funny if another group snuck their way in, and then we would have 15 games of just Green Zero and Wildcom going on further into the series.
Yes, unfortunately, at this point, that opportunity has closed, so we will not get a rematch between these two players in Chrono Clash II. This is it. One of them is out, and one of them is in the playoffs. Green Zero heads to the high ground, deploys a refinery, deploys a war factory. So far, things are relatively calm, despite the fact that these are close quarters on this map, despite the fact that these players are close to each other. Things have been calm so far. I do want to highlight it is Tib Bikes. It is bikes blowing up a bridge in the south.
And actually, an interesting choice already. It looks like Wildcom's got a couple of Tib Troopers out and ready to go. Definitely clear out to some of those garrisons will help. And it looks like that is indeed what their purpose is for the moment, because they have cleared out both sections, or one section, going for the top section here in a minute. Although if they're not careful, they're going to get crushed by a couple of Predator tanks on their way over there.
Fanatics making their way out. Not often do we see Fanatics just produced out of a hand of Nod that aren't in a panic response to an attacking force. These Fanatics were produced a little bit earlier than that. Bikes moving out across the map. It's a multi-MCV play, and the Tier 3 is up for Wildcom. So he could be going Supercharged Particle Beams. He could be going for Obelisks. Either one is an option, but he is going to be going for another kill on a Harvester. Bike swinging in the back door as the Catalyst Missile crashes into the refinery. That's going to be 1. That's going to be 2. Dead Harvs on the front line.
Green Zero trying to mix up the tempo, moving his way into Wildcom's base. Obstacle Light over here for the front line. Couple of rocket squads, but they're not being produced just in time because the APCs are taking them out just as quickly. Green Zero doing everything he can to turn this around, to turn things on his head and go for Wildcom. Wildcom's going to be in a bit of trouble. There's the low power mode selling off of one of the facilities there in the background. 2 Obelisk of Lights should definitely help, but it doesn't matter because the armor for GDI is just going to continue to roll their way through Wildcom's base, going for power plants, going for infrastructure that Wildcom cannot afford to lose, and the only thing on the defensive is just this solo Tib Trooper trying its best. It should definitely try somebody else's best, but at very least it's doing its own.
Wildcom never got the supercharged particle beams, and now he's in danger of losing the Tier 3 low power mode once again, and this pretty small force of Preds and APCs have just been tearing through Ryld's base, and now he loses his Tier 3. And really the only thing he's accomplished with it is trying to defend against this attack, which he hasn't even been able to defend against.
And it's still not over as 4 of them remain. AP ammo there in the background, increasing the effectiveness of just a couple of these APCs that are left. You're seeing how quickly they're chewing through that power plant. Power plant's already at half HP with just 1 Pred tank there. A couple more joining the fray over here on the right-hand side, going for the War Factory now, and Raudcom just cannot catch a break. He's got to step things up. He's got to turn things around. He's got 2-handed nods here in the center to try to intercept some of this, and indeed it looks like he's going to push out some of those, but still his Harvesters are under assault. A couple of Scorpion tanks here for the defense, as well as a few rockets here and there, but I think it might come out to be a little bit of a paltry defense.
On the other side of the map, it's going to be a stealth tank sneaking into the natural of Green Zero, getting 1 Harvester and now trying to escape. It's Pitbulls committing in for the defense, and they are going to try and corner this stealthy boy and knock him down. Good night, sweet prince. Green Zero will let nothing escape. Much like this MCV, which is surrounded in the middle of the map. It may have a laser fence surrounding it, but it's also got a bunch of Pred and APC surrounding it. Scorpion tank's going to swing in to try and push away this force. The damage has been done. Raudcom went for a tier 3. He didn't get much from it. He went for a multi-MCV. He didn't get much from it. Green Zero making everything that Raudcom builds not do much at all. Green Zero pushing further and deeper into Raudcom's base. The Pred APC is getting weakened, but he's still got strength behind it all.
And despite all of this damage, despite everything that's been going on, he's been able to get a couple of avatars out, so that means that T3 has been built back over in the background. It is going to get taken down here by the APCs and a couple other things. I think it might be able to make it back to that. As another avatar does join the fray, this could turn around in his favor if he plays his cards right, and indeed he does micro it correctly, but the refinery is going to go down either way. Raudcom has actually ticked up in economy, despite all of this damage happening to him. Avatar going in for the crush, getting 1 Predator tank, going for the APCs. Massive EMP. Crush goes the Avatar, destroying them with his powerful chicken legs.
In one moment, Raudcom manages to turn that fight around. I love this stealth field on the low health Avatar to save it from that attack, and it looked useless, but that combination of crushes saved the attack, saved the defense rather, for Raudcom and bought him a few seconds. His troubles are not over. The Marv is on the way. He's matching it with his own Redeemer. Juggernauts are already out, but he's matching them with Vertigos. Raudcom has a chance, but it is still an uphill fight for the Marked of Kane, and it's up to this Redeemer to even things up. It's up to the Vertigos to knock down these Juggernauts.
I think the fight's really going to turn down into those Juggernauts, but it looks like the answer are here for them whatsoever, which, like you said before, are those Vertigos. Vertigos will do quite well into the Juggernauts. Juggernauts making their way forward. Not a lot of air defense there for it. Juggernauts going for the Obelisk of Light. At the very least, it's going to buy Raudcom just a little bit of time. Samturt's there on the front line, taking a couple of pot shots off on the Hammerheads. Construction Yard moving its way into the center to support the push for the Marv. A little bit of defenses here on the front line, giving the Juggernauts a little bit of advantage there, giving them some sight to go for those SAM turrets so the Air Forces can continue. Vertigo bombing, hitting something over there in the background, going for 2 Juggernauts and destroying the husks.
Green Zero steps forward, and immediately he gets bombed. 2 of the Juggernauts going down, but there are at least 4 more still on the map. And there's going to be the Space Command uplink deployed right onto the front line. Can he actually tag this Redeemer? There's going to be the Shockwave Artillery called in. The RNG is good. It misses the Marv, and it hits everything of Nod. Nothing of GDI gets tagged, and now the Avatar's stepping up. A couple of them dual beams to burn down that Marv, but the Redeemer's already dead, and the Vertigos are having to be brought in for their anti-air. They're going to try and drop their bombs. They're going to try and save the Avatars, but the Marv closes in. That's 1 dead walking boy. That's 2 dead walking boys. That's the EMP, and the magnetic mine drop on top of it all. 1 epic unit down and 1 epic unit still very much alive. Green Zero is crushing Raudcom on the front line.
GDI just continuing its slow but sure roll, actually popping a couple of the reinforcements there on the front line while these Juggernauts just do so much damage, and Wildcom just cannot respond. There's the scan over the left-hand side, giving those Juggernauts even more time. Vertical Bombers going for the Juggernauts, actually taking out 2 of them. Husks are there in the background. Firehawks are going to go for them, but I'm not sure it's going to matter because this is Green Zero's game to lose. I don't see a way for Wildcom to turn this around. He doesn't have a hidden army in the background, and he's got almost next to nothing in production.
It's all come down to this, and the fight between the Redeemer and the Marv couldn't have gone worse for the marked of Kane. The Vertigos were a nice attempt, and Wildcom will stay in the game, fighting with everything he's got, which isn't much. GG comes out. The fire sale will end the game for Wildcom, and Green Zero secures his spot in the playoffs. The round of 12 is coming, and that is the end of Group D. We now have 8 of our 12 players locked and loaded for playoffs. Thank you all very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed it. This is Cybert and Korak signing out.
Welcome back, Commander. I am Korak, your host for the evening, and this is Kane's Wrath on the map Badland Hills. We, of course, are continuing our coverage of the Chrono Clash II. Starts over in the top right-hand corner of the map, rocking the purple in the screen. Give it up for Rex. His opponent for the moment in the bottom left-hand corner of the map in the orange playing the GDI, we have Dune Tiger. Quick item of note, the Chrono Clash II is sponsored by Chronosphere, empowering dev teams to spot trouble faster than your build order can fall apart. Dune Tiger into Rex. This is something I'm pretty excited to see. I believe both these players end up faring quite solid into each other. We've seen a lot of scrin recently, especially in a couple of the casts that I've done with Cybert overall. So I'm really excited to see how it boils down in this particular match. We've got the GDI Powerhouse versus the Scrin, so 2 vanilla factions, kind of like we're back in Tiberium Wars. Give me one quick moment. I gotta make sure that my echo is no longer on. Small disadvantage of doing it this way. There we go. Looks like it is indeed off. Sorry about that. Drone ship's already making its way down to the southern expansion, and of course the same is happening with the MCU moving its way into that natural expansion. Both players setting up quite nicely. It looks like so far Rex is the only one to get a good scout off. He's been very, very particular about getting his scouts in the right place at the right time, and it saved him a lot of time and effort. Although, you know, you're not able to stop everything, even when it comes your way. It looks like Dune Tiger's starting up strong as well. He's got a couple of APCs. Looks like it's going to be APCs and rocket squads out and ready to go. Not a bad strategy into Scrin, especially if you can micro away from those disintegrators, if any of them do indeed pop up. Dune Tiger might actually be wasting a little bit of time here moving his way into the center of the map, because it looks like Rex may have already grabbed a little load of Blue Tiberium. Yep, he's already got a full load that's made its way all the way back to Blue Tiberium, so he's wasted a Harvester this early in the game. It won't have a massive impact just quite yet, but it will build up exponentially over time. APC's moving their way in, gonna run into the garrison troops over there, the Buzzer squads. Nothing really to write home about just quite yet. There's plenty of Gunwalkers here for the defense. APC's running into them just as quickly, going down to half HP. They can't afford to skirmish as long as the MRTs. They have a little bit more firepower, but they can't take the skirmish for too long. Rex investing in those Gunwalkers seems to have worked out quite well for him, and he goes into the center once again to deny more resources there to his opponent. He may be able to deny those resources, but Dune Tiger's able to deny him an entire Harvester that might make up for some extra time. That may be an extra Harvester. It's hard to tell either way. 3 Tiberium spikes there on this map will make a difference in the economy, will help these players get further into the game. Lightning Spike already placing itself down, kind of not in the best spot. It is taking a couple of shots here and there. It does force the APCs to make their way back and Watchtower in order to fight it. Probably not the best use of a Lightning Spike unless unless Rex has something cooking up there in the background and is ready to move and roll his way in, but he really only has Gunwalkers, and those Gunwalkers are only do so well for so long. Their concave is set up pretty nicely here for the APCs. They're already going down for the weaker one. The weaker one hasn't had any chance to repair. It's going to go down just as quickly. There's the deployment there of the rocket squads. Rocket squads are going to get a couple of shots off on the gunwalkers, but it's only going to make nominal damage. One gunwalker going down to half HP, another one going down to about 10% or so. Looks like so far, Dune Tiger is going to take over the center of the map. Got a couple of Predator tanks here to pad out his units, give himself a little bit more oomph. A couple of Rifleman squads sitting here over on the bottom. Most importantly, they are going to see these Storm Riders there making their way over into the southern section of the map. That means that is exposed. The Storm Riders are called out by those Rifleman squads if Dune Tiger was paying attention. I got to imagine that he is with the high stakes of this tournament. Storm Riders still looking for something to snack on. If they're not careful, they will run into a couple of Rocket Squad APCs, or even worse, it looks like slingshots are already out and ready to go. So Dune Tiger's already prepared for the shenanigans, already prepared for the air of his opponent. AP ammo did finish over there in the background there for those couple of Rocket Squads, going to fire off at those Storm Riders. The Storm Riders are a little bit tougher than the volleys can deal damage-wise. Rex looks like he's been able to long-distance harvest for quite some time, at least from his old main base. He's got a couple of tripods out and ready to go. Dune Tiger moving into the north. Nobody grabbing any EMP control towers. Wrong acronym. Does look like Rex is going to be the first to move into the center of the map and really take a little bit of a foothold over here. Going for one of the Harvesters. Storm Riders taking a little bit of damage here and there. Dealing a little bit of damage here and there. APC is sort of running behind this line over here. If Rex is not careful, he might end up with some trouble, but it looks like that Mammoth tank is going the opposite direction. Tripods moving their way forward, getting a free kill on one of those Predator tanks. All of these little bitty fights are going to make a big difference, but the biggest difference is going to be dealing with these Mammoth tanks. There's the shields there for the tripods, so Rex is probably going to invest quite heavily into these. One Mammoth tank might actually get caught in an unfortunate position here. Tripods moving their way forward. Rex not missing a beat whatsoever. Going to get that free Mammoth tank as quickly as he can, or at the very least deal him as much damage as he can. APC's moving their way in to support their Mammoth tank, but it doesn't matter because right now everything is just posturing. Eradicator Hexbot building over here in the background for Rex. Plenty of Mammoth tanks out and ready to go. Railgun rocking in the side of them as well. Hopefully he pads out his forces with a little bit more here and there. He looks like he's using his APCs and tanks to go around and Mammoth tanks to hold the center of the map. Another Mammoth tank getting sniped down over there rather quickly. These gains are going quite well. These skirmishes are going quite well for Rex. Rex doing a good job of just continuing to pick off force after force. Dune Tiger trying to go for an easy victory, go for that undefended Tiberium Spike in the north. Looks like his opponent's doing the same. Rex is doing using his Storm Riders for something. One Tiberium Spike does go down in the north for Rex. Rex losing that rather quickly. Eradicator Hexbot out on the front line. Will do quite well into the Mammoth tanks, but not that many and not by itself. A couple of Corruptors will definitely be necessary. Hopefully we get a little more man spam here from Dune Tiger. That would probably help him out a good deal in that. He also hasn't scouted out his opponent too much. He's got a bit here in the north where he just keeps going for those free Tiberium Spikes, and if the game goes longer in, that can make a bit of a difference. Eradicator Hexbot moving its way forward along with the tripods. Tripods looking for the appropriate formation, looking for the appropriate... What's up, Wildcom? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate it. Over in the top side, looks like Dune Tiger's made his way into Rex's base. And actually, he spotted the T3 he's going for, but I don't think he has the damage for it. Tripod should be able to wipe them up, as it looks like the majority of the tripods are actually moving their way inside of Dune Tiger's base. Dune Tiger selling off the main section of his old main base, losing that rather quite quickly. Those Mammoth tanks would take quite some time to move their way around, and it looks like instead of going for the defense, he's going to go completely for the offense. Massive EMP there on the Eradicator Hexbot. It is now absolutely useless in the fight. More MPs should be triggering off here in a second. The tripods are nowhere to be seen. Finally making their way in. Are they going to be able to destroy these Mammoth tanks? Mammoth tanks going down here soon. Hopefully their armor is just too powerful. Massive EMPs once again on all of the tripods, followed by Dune Tiger. Sorry, Rex's one-click. His second one-click, including the stasis field. Mammoth tank after Mammoth tank for Dune Tiger. Going to go down. Gunwalkers moving their way in, going for the squishy missile squads, trying the best they can to knock them out. The majority of these Mammoth tanks are taken out, and most importantly, the Eradicator Hexapod is raking up a good number of cash there. The economy's got to be favoring Rex here at this point, especially with what is on the ground, what is on the field, and ready to go. Sonic Emitter there on the front line, doing a little bit of damage here, but it's really nothing to write home about. So many tripods there in the background. It looks like Doom Tiger's already going to throw in the towel, giving the first point to Rex. Rex just moving into that center map quickly and grabbing the blue Tiberium every opportunity he had. He made use of every single resource he could possibly get his hands on and continued moving forward. Thank you for joining me on Atacama Road. Over in our bottom right, it looks like Rex is going to stick with his purple and stick with his Skrin, and why not? It's fared quite well for him so far. Over in the top left, it looks like we're getting our first change over here for Doom Tiger, sticking with his orange, but moving over to Black Hand. Not a bad strategy. I feel like Black Hand can fare well into Skrin if played correctly. I've seen Futurama play into Skrin over and over again, and I really think the man spam mixed with avatars is a bit underrated. I would like to see a little bit more because it seems like Skrin has a hard time dealing with it overall. Probably has a hard time dealing with infantry, just kind of as a rule of thumb. Not that they're a weak faction, but I feel like that might be one of the linchpins to taking out a faction like Skrin, and it might be what Doom Tiger's going for. Only time will tell what his strategy is. One refinery, probably with a second one soon to follow for each players. Does look like they're going a little bit slower than I would normally expect. A couple of scouts moving in for Rex. Rex is going to see if there's any sneakiness up there. Confessor Ball Squad should be able to snipe them if they can get close enough. And indeed, they are going to go for them, getting rid of those scouts for Rex. A little unfortunate there for Rex, but I'm sure he got what he needed to see, at least in that initial volley. But he's got to keep an eye out on Doom Tiger. Doom Tiger's not above doing these sneaky tactics, especially on a faction like Black Hand. And we've seen Master Leaf, who typically has a pretty solid defense, do super well, win the fight and everything like that. And he still has a bunch of flame tanks sneak in behind him and just absolutely wreck his economy. It doesn't always take him out, but still, it's one of those small little things that can make a big difference. I don't think Doom Tiger's going to go for any kind of rush. It looks like both players are just happy to move into their natural expansion, and indeed, that is exactly what they are doing. It does look like the construction yard for Doom Tiger did stop in order to build something up. Probably not a power plant, maybe another war factory. No, actually, Operations Center. Okay, so that's what he's cooking up. Operations Center is out. Probably going to get a flame tank or something like that here in a moment. Get to see maybe a Reckoner. Rex still hasn't really scouted out his opponent just quite yet, so that could be unfortunate. Gunwalker going to move its way in. I don't think there's any attack bikes here for that. Plenty of Raider buggies going for the scout for Doom Tiger. His opponent is about to see what he's got cooking up here in the background with that singular Gunwalker. You can't let Rex know what you're doing. Couple more bikes moving their way forward. They have just a small window to stop that Gunwalker from moving forward and revealing that Operations Center sitting there in the background. Rex continuing to move his way forward. Gunwalker not caring whatsoever, spotting the Operations Center. Now he knows what is up. Now he knows what is going on. Is Doom Tiger still going to invest in the flame tanks? Is he going to dive into that side of the field? Like I said, he's already spent that, but he also hasn't moved into his natural expansion whatsoever, while Rex has definitely gone for more economy. He's got a couple of secret tanks out on the map. He's got pretty good production. And he just continues to build his economy while his opponent just sort of sits here. It looks like it's going to be double MCV over here for Doom Tiger, so Doom Tiger really is cooking up something, trying to keep Rex on his toes. Hopefully it pans out for him. A couple of Raider buggies moving their way in, killing a couple descents for free, but there's not enough attack bikes there to do too much damage. Secret tanks moving their way in. Hand a nod there on the front line because a couple of Confessor Wall Squad's going to pop their way out. Flame tank's going to get spotted and do almost no damage here to these Secret tanks. Harvester going to get targeted. Harvester should go down here in a second. If he doesn't get this will be extremely infuriating. War Factory just barely managing to keep it up, and no, he actually does get it. One Secret tank going down for it. Not really sure Doom Tiger can afford to lose any Harvesters at this point, especially because he hasn't invested in the other side of his map just quite yet. MCV has crawled its way about halfway through the map, is making its way down to Rex's base. Not sure Rex knows about the second MCV. Either way, he's got plenty of Seeker tanks here for the defense. I don't think we have a T3. No, actually, we do have a T3. So maybe it's going to be an Obelisk push here, moving his way, popping down his MCV. And indeed, there it is. Obelisk is down. Obelisk is going to go for the Seeker tank. Seeker tank going down. Hand of Nod there on the front line. Looks like Doom Tiger's going to go full send on this push. Obelisk should be able to cover most of the Tiberium field. Buzzer Hive going down just as quickly, also sniping one of the buzzers there in the background. Seeker Tank's going for a couple of easy kills over here. Hand of Nod is gone, so they're not going to be able to stop this whatsoever. Gummasticker Ball Squad's over on the right-hand side, and it looks like Rex is just going to go full send. A couple of Shredder turrets here on the front line, dealing a bit of damage to that natural expansion for Rex, but Rex is really up on top of things. There's the shield there for the Seeker Tanks. There's two Hand of Nods there on the defense. It looks like Doom Tiger did finally notice that, selling off at least one of the Hand of Nods there in the background. Harvester making its way all the way over here for some reason to steal some of these resources. Not sure what the plan is. A couple of Scorpion tanks here for the defense. Looks like that's finally going to get rid of this small assault on top of his Harvesters. Doom Tiger just keeps losing Harvester after Harvester, which he absolutely cannot afford. Speaking of Harvester, it looks like Rex is also going to do a little bit of long-distance harvesting, taking a bunch of damage for free. Devourer tanks also just waltzing right past the Confessor Ball Squads. The majority of the Seeker tanks actually move their way inside of Doom Tiger's base. Obelisk Light here for the defense, but can they outrange it? Can they destroy these Harvesters? Doom Tiger really cannot afford to lose these Harvesters. He's invested so much. There's the sell-off of the T3 in the background, along with the Operations Center. Obelisk Light still doing a good amount of damage, but it doesn't matter because these Harvesters are still in danger. Looks like he's not going to go for them too much, except for the ones there in the background. One does go down, but I think there's plenty of Scorpion tanks, and that Obelisk of Light should do plenty of damage. Seeker tanks outranging the Obelisk and staying away from the majority of the units there. Harvester is in a bit of danger. Sell off a couple of structures there to give Doom Tiger some much-needed infusion of resources. Doom Tiger not as far behind as I expected him. Looks like sell-off of the Obelisk happened in the south, along with another deployment of it as well. Doom Tiger moving his other construction yard forward, finally into his natural expansion. It looks like his entire goal was just to kick Rex outside of here, taking some notes really from Rex. Obelisk Light going down. It looks like the transition was going to be a couple of Devastator warships, singular attack bike, and a few Raider buggies going in for that warship. They're going to be able to do a little bit of damage, but I'm not sure if they're going to be able to take it out in time. Actually, they're hurting it significantly more than I expected it to. Attack bike is going to go down, but so will the Devastator warship, which Rex really cannot afford. He does have a good amount of money. He's almost like twice up on his opponents. Looks like selling off of the MCV over here for Doom Tiger. Doom Tiger really just trying to mess with his opponent, producing two Hand of Nods there on the front line, making a push with another MCV. It looks like Doom Tiger's goal is to go everywhere Rex goes and force him out of expansion after expansion, go for economy after economy, and indeed it looks like he is going to try to keep that up as much as he can. Doom Tiger has a staggering number of forces making their way into the third natural expansion. The second one he's tried to move into. Drone platform already taken a good number of damage. Devourer tanks over on here on the right side. It looks like another Devastator warship did go down there to those Raider buggies. Raider buggies doing more damage to those air units than I expected them to, so it was nice to see that kill happen. Drone ship getting targeted down. Doom Tiger was on his back foot, but no longer. He's definitely gone on the full aggression this time. It's Hand of Nods, it's base pushes, it's cheap units, and he's continuing the assault over and over. Rex is moving into the center of the map and is not prepared for this assault whatsoever. All of the Black Hand squads, all of the Black Hand and infantry squads moving their way in. Tripod's not going to be able to do too much into this. There is a singular Gunwalker. Gunwalker getting that stasis field there, forcing Doom Tiger to have to back out and move his forces around, trying desperately to keep those around because he's doing everything he can to get the crush, and multiple crushes keep happening left and right. It looks like they're going to reinforce over by the Hand of Nod. Stasis field still up, and that Gunwalker still continues to get kill after kill. Looks like the Devastator warships did die over there in the center of the map, so that means Rex may have lost that Harvester as well. Gunwalker's still going like a champ. Rex long distance harvesting. Rex just sort of falling apart here. Doom Tiger using these unconventional tactics, and they seem to be working. This weirdness is definitely working for him. Stasis field finally up. Hand of Nod gets sold off. Doom Tiger regroups his forces. He may have lost that final assault there in the background, but he's bought himself more time, and most importantly, he's stopped another expansion for Rex. Devastator Warships moving their way forward. A couple of Gunwalkers here for the defense. Looks like there's 4 and 1 Tripod T3 there for Rex. Rex moving his way in, trying to take pot shots off, doing his artillery damage. But if he's not careful, these rocket squads are going to get too close for them to deal a good number of damage. Raider Buggy's trying to do the same thing. No real artillery answer yet to all of this. Would be nice to see a couple of bikes. Those bikes would be cheap to produce, but it looks like he's going to go full send into this. A couple of SAM turrets will make a big difference here, taking at least one of these units down to half HP. It does go down, but it's replaced just quickly by another one, and while they're wasting shots on the SAM turrets, the units can move their way forward and deal more damage to those Gunwalkers. The Gunwalkers need to die relatively quickly. A third Devastator Warship has joined the fight. It looks like Dune Tiger's really struggling with moving his way in there. Rex full-on long-distance harvesting to his natural expansion. More SAM turrets going to pop their way out. It looks like Rex is going to try to out-economy, or sorry, Dune is going to try to out-economy Rex. Tripod getting targeted. Tripod going down. Only 2 Devastator Warships left. A couple of Gunwalkers as well. Gunwalker's going to get targeted. SAM turret there on the front line, but not close enough to hit these units. And there it is. There's the GG. Rex is actually thrown in the towel, giving another point there to, or giving 1 point, I should say, there to Dune Tiger, tying up our score 1-1. Definitely not a tactic I've really seen too much. We've seen Bart Jones make those jumps before, but not quite like that. We've also seen double MCV pushes as well, but not quite like that. Maybe the sloppiness aided him there. Either way, round number 3 is booting right up. Give me a moment. We are tied up on Hampstead Gardens. Over in the top right, looks like Dune Tiger's going to stick with his black hand. It worked well for him, and it seems like Rex is going to do the same thing with both his color and his faction. He did get a good first victory right there, and he has been solid overall with this. But Dune Tiger keeping things unconventional. Maybe that's his whole strategy, just to be weird, taking a note out of Master Leaf's voice, or book, getting all the weirdness out kind of quickly. Buzzer Squad's moving their way in, doing a little bit of scouting here in a moment there for Rex. Rex has got to keep an eye out on his opponent. I think a couple more scouts could have made a bit of a difference there. Rex didn't seem to have his forces exactly where he needed to when he needed them, so that was a little unfortunate for him, and Rex did capitalize, Dune Tiger did capitalize on that. Nothing weird just quite yet. Probably expecting a second refinery from both players. Pretty standard builds. No sell-offs or anything like that, even though Dune Tiger did do at least a little bit of a rush. Kind of a weird rush. MCV rush, I guess, which I don't see too often on my side. A couple of Buzzer Squads, looks like they moved their way into that garrison to occupy a few of those troops. Buzzer Squad's just going to sort of sit here and be absolute pest. Pecking away at the war factory. Shouldn't be able to take it out. It should take several centuries for those units to take them out, but they're doing exactly what they need to. They're scouting out, and most importantly, they're scouting out Black Hand. We see players like Underworld Fox play over and over these Black Hand factions and the sneakiness that he can get away with. Some of his Flame Tanks rushes are kind of insane. He's not as solid of a player as some of these other players, but he likes to keep it weird, and he really enjoys his Black Hand. And I think most of his matches are pretty entertaining, at least to commentate and to watch from my perspective. Raider Buggies out, making their way down the center of the map, looking for something to snack on, doing a little bit of scouting. Probably not going to expect anything too weird from Skren. I'm not sure if I've seen Rex do really any disintegrator rushes or anything like that. He seems to like to stick with more of these solid strategies, and most of the time they do really work out for him. Looks like it's going to be secondary war factory here already for his opponent, for Dune Tiger. Dune Tiger maybe going bike and buggy. It looks like, yep, that isn't going to be the case. Bike and buggy are going to produce their way out, going to look for something to snack in. Raider Buggy moving its way in, going to see that there's at least 1 Gunwalker and 1 Seeker Tank here for Rex. Rex not really having a massive amount of forces. A couple attack bikes getting into free shots. More attack bikes actually moving their way in. Dune Tiger might actually be able to get some early victory here. Harvester going down to half HP. Might as well commit at this point, as it just needs 1 more volley. Bikes might be able to make it out just in time. 1 does go down, maybe 2 here in a second. Either way, they're able to get the Harvester. Reinforcements moving their way in. Attack bikes going for the Seeker Tanks. Rex was not ready for this. There is the production moving its way in, rolling its way quite over those Seeker Tanks. Another Seeker Tank going down. Buzzer Hive here to absorb a couple of the shots. Raider Buggy going down there in the background. Bikes going for the throat, going for the meat, going for this Harvester, and going for Rex's economy. Rex is already in danger as more and more bikes join the fray. He's lost a second Harvester there in that exchange. That's definitely got a sting, and I'm not sure Dune Tiger's done just quite yet. Might be going back to regroup with a couple of more forces here. He does have his first refinery out. It's a little bit further away than it needs to be, but I think it made up a bit of a difference there to get that war factory just a little bit further down to decrease the commute, to give Dune Tiger those precious seconds that he needs in order to begin his assault. Spike's moving over on the left-hand side. Seeker Tank's moving on the right-hand side. Looks like they're going to miss each other, but I'm not sure Dune Tiger cares because he's going to go for the economy once again. One Seeker Tank getting caught over here. Rex having to turn his forces around. Dune Tiger, sensing it, is going to back out just in time, skipping those Seeker Tanks. Bike's moving over on the left. Seeker Tanks continuing to move their way over on the right. Bike's going to go for a precious target, but no, actually, they're not going to go for the Harvesters. They're going to go for the old main expansion. Yes, indeed, they are. They're going to go for the main base, making their way in, but there's a couple of Seeker Tanks here and ready to go. Bikes might actually get pincered here by Rex, but no, Rex has actually moved in for the assault. Couple of rocket squads there for the defense. Those should fare quite well into a few Seeker Tanks. Dune Tiger absolutely on top of it. Engagements in the south, defenses in the north. He's going to have to move a couple of things, a couple of hand of nods and rocket squads here for this defense. There's going to be a lot of Seeker Tanks to deal with. If I was Dune Tiger, I would be going for these Harvesters. But he hasn't gone for them just quite yet. The defense is strong for Dune Tiger, not quite as strong for Rex. Rex slowing down, although Rex is up on economy. He's about 2K ahead and about 5K total resources gathered. So despite Dune Tiger destroying I think 3 Harvesters or so, he wasn't able to get too much off. It would be nice to see Rex continue to poke his head around and continue to use these hand of nods for defense and move his faster moving targets in, because they have a better time keeping up with the Seeker Tanks. Seeker Tanks are going to move their way over on the left, but they're going to run into probably what they don't want to, which is this force of hand of nod as they move their way in. Gunwalkers are too far back here really to help. They might be able to join the fight, but it's going to take a little bit of effort to make their way over there. Seeker Tanks finally have engaged. Rocket Squad's going to go for them. Shields are up, but it's only going to save at least a couple of them. Looks like he's just going to try to completely maneuver his way past his opponent. Going to go for some much needed revenge. Seeker Tank's looking for a target, and indeed there is something ready to go. A couple of bikes here for the defense. One is going to get targeted. One Harvester going to get targeted. It has to back its way out. A couple of Scorpion Tanks going to move their way in. It looks like the trap has been sprung. This might be exactly what Dune Tiger is waiting for, but the Seeker Tanks are going to go for the bikes. They're going to go for the softer targets, but it's going to allow the Scorpion Tanks to deal more and more damage. Both players just choosing to ignore each other, walking right past each other's units. Black Hands in the south. Black Hand Infantry in the south. Seeker Tanks going down over there. Multiple fights on both sides. Gunwalker going down over on this side. Tiberium Spike getting it targeted. It looks like Dune Tiger's just going to attack everywhere that he possibly can and defend everywhere he possibly can. It looks like he's got a Flame Tank out as well. Flame Tank going for the Gunwalkers, trying to free up a bit of damage here for those units. Looks like all these Harvesters are going for a bit of a crush. Maybe they all got selected. Either way, that means they are not harvesting right now. That's going to be a critical mistake there for Rex. Rex popping a Buzzer Hive down just in time to destroy the majority of those units. Flame Tank going to move its way forward, going down to half HP. Seeker Tank should be able to take it out just in time, and only nominal damage has been dealt with those Flame Tanks, but it doesn't matter because more and more units moving their way over into the old main base, going for the power plants, trying to force his opponent down into low power mode. Flame Tank backing its way out, but it's not going to be enough in time as it does get destroyed. Black Hands going for what they want as more and more Harvesters go down. This is absolute mayhem. Rex is having a hard time keeping up with the chaos that is Dune Tiger. Dune Tiger getting another victory off on Rex, just being absolutely everywhere at the same time. Things are definitely heating up, Commander. Let's see what happens in round number 4. Our next map is Winter Meltdown. Winter Meltdown is sponsored by Stealth-Filled Shampoos, for when you want your dandruff to vanish undetected. Looks like everybody's going to stick with their color and their faction. Dune Tiger, of course, in the orange. Rex still rocking the purple over on his side, right and left side, respectively. Dune Tiger really coming out of the gate, swinging, coming out of the gate, I guess most importantly, unconventional, and just pure chaos. It's been a while since I've seen that level of chaos. Dune Tiger had a good number of forces all over the map, hitting hitting Rex everywhere he possibly could. I don't know why I keep getting these players backwards. Their names aren't even remotely similar, and they didn't even pick similar colors. Buzzer Squad's moving their way into the center of the map. It looks like a couple of the scouts for Dune Tiger have already set themselves up inside a couple of the garrison buildings already. Rex really needs to up his scouting game, I feel, in order to figure out what Dune Tiger is going to do, or at the very least, find a way to quickly destroy the forces, quickly go after the skirmishing forces for Dune Tiger that he's just been able to send left and right. It's been less bike and buggy and more man spam. So hopefully he sees that, and hopefully he decides to make some sort of counter, because I doubt Dune Tiger is going to change up his strategy of pushing out this man spam, especially as Black Hand, because of how powerful they are, because of how good they are, and how I really feel like Skrin's just not the greatest into infantry. I know the infantry of Vernad are a bit weak, but those Raider buggies can do quite the damage when going for infantry overall, and I'm trying to think of anything on Skrin's side that can really do that other than the buzzers. And the buzzers are good if you have them in mass, but usually people don't just produce them outright. Usually they just get them from a couple of scouts here and there, and they get them from a few of the buzzer hives there for like moments of defense, and so those are okay on defense, but you've got to have a bunch of them queued up at once, which means you got to have more than one build order, I feel like, in order to make that effective. First Raider making its way across the map, doing a bit of scouting there. That does mean Rex is going to be aware that those units are there and that there's probably going to be bike and buggy on their way, and indeed so far it looks like there are 3 bikes making their way into the natural expansion for Rex, going for those soft targets, stopping them from dealing damage. They don't necessarily have to kill the harvesters, but just keeping them out would make a bit of difference. Secret tank over here for the defense. Attack bike's actually going to go in. They're going to fully commit there for that harvester, going for an early kill. One attack bike going to go down there rather quickly. One more volley is all that's needed, and more Seeker tanks going to pop their way out. Raider buggy left over here in the background. Bike's taking a couple more shots, might actually be able to make it out in time, but no, the Seeker tank does find the shots, does take out that, leaving only one of the bikes. Still not too bad, because Rex is no longer able to harvest the southern section of the map, so that should definitely help him. But losing a harvester is never particularly great. At least he was able to take a few of the bikes there with him. Rex trying to put the tempo back on his favor, on his side, going in for attack. This is a tactic we see with a lot of different players, and it's not a bad strategy either. It's actually an old cavalry tactic that when you have nothing else left, or when you don't know what to do, sometimes you just charge, and sometimes it's actually effective. It does work in certain scenarios, and I think it's pretty decent in Command and Conquer, because it's one of those tempo changes. There's a couple of moves you can make here and there that are great for those tempo changes. Going for those Tiberium spikes, even though they're not like super crazy valuable, they are useful, and you don't want to lose them for free, and they're usually in awkward positions for people to go for. You know, I'm not sure I could say that the blue Tiberium is that kind of a tempo change, but going on the assault or forcing your opponent to deal with one of your attacks, more importantly, even if you don't fully commit to it, you just make them move forces there to the south, and you make them posture, especially if they're slower, that will change tempo in your favor. And just like in chess, when you control the tempo, a lot of times you do control the game. Buzzer Squad's going to go the way they pop way down and go for a good number of those rocket squads. All of those Black Hands are going to go down. It looks like the one click was definitely really good for dealing, at least with those units, saving those Seeker tanks, giving them a little bit more time. However, that's not a super expensive mistake, because those units are already replaced and making their way down. One Buzzer Squad's going to go down at the very least. A couple of units over here in the south, attack bikes and Raider buggies going down here, running directly into what Rex wanted, running into the majority of Rex's forces. Rex doing a better job there, tightening up his defenses, although I would argue a lot of that boils down to his opponent not scouting where he needs to. Dune Tiger doesn't seem to have as much of a high tempo as he did the last time. Flame Tank going to get scouted, going to move its way in. Seeker Tanks and Gunwalkers are going to notice it. Are they going to have enough damage? There's the shields there for it. It does look like the Refinery is going to get got, but maybe it does survive. It looks like hanging out with about half HP so far. T3 does get spotted, though. Another Flame Tank over here in the north. More Seeker Tanks going to go for it. Flame Tank trying to roll its way into it. I don't think it's faster than the Seeker Tanks. The Seeker Tanks are just going to get a bunch of free damage on it. One Seeker Tank moving in the south is going to spot the other Flame Tank over there. It looks like it's going to be mass Flame Tank rush here for Dune Tiger. It is a large map, so it may not be a bad idea for it. Even if you see it coming, you may not be able to stop it. Tripod will definitely put a stop to it over there in the south. Flame Tank's about to be in World of Hurt. Flame Tank maybe sensing that is going to move its way around. One going to die there in the center. Man Spam going to run exactly into their counter, going to run into these Gunwalkers. Gunwalkers are pretty good. I guess they are the pretty decent answer overall, but I feel like AP ammo APCs are a bit better, and a couple of their factions are a bit stronger, but the Gunwalkers are not too bad at dealing with his forces, but maybe they're just a bit more expensive I really don't play Skrin too much, so I can't say that for sure. Rex long distance harvesting in the north. Looks like Dune Tiger's trying to establish a foothold here in the center. He's got a flame tank there in the background and a construction chart out and ready to go. Forces for Rex moving their way in. The Gunwalkers aren't here just quite yet, so they can't really push out the man spam until they group, and indeed they are grouping. Buzzer Hive there on the front line. Flame tank gonna spot it. Flame tank gonna go for the Buzzer Hive, and indeed is gonna get it. More and more flame tanks moving their way in. Seeker tank should be able to focus it down. It looks like Rex is gonna back his way up, gonna clump up his forces. There's the blue flame upgrade there for the flame tank, so I doubt that's the last we're gonna see from these flame tanks. A couple of beam cannons are going to be the name of the game. Buzzer squad's moving their way in, taking a couple of good shots off on those infantry units as they roll their way over there. Skren marching its way into the center. It looks like Rex is the first to grab a hold, a true hold, with a unit there in the center with a harvester. First load's going to go to him. Dune Tiger's only a little bit behind on the economic gains. One harvester with full Tiberium is going to get targeted there by the beam cannons, but I'm not sure if it's going to make it. Does look like Tripod's going to make their way over in the north. Beam cannons are going to spot them. Feel like the Tripods could move the way forward, but they would have a hard time dealing with all of that man spam there. Couple more Buzzer Squad's going to pop their way out. Laser Turret's going to go for it and only going to be able to do nominal damage. Beam Cannon's going to go for the long distance kill on that and continue to poke on the Tripod. Tripod already less than half HP. Beam Cannons seem to be working out quite well for them. One of them did upgrade. Doesn't look like Tripod is going to go for the other numbers as the attack squads move their way in. There's the one click. There's the stasis field, forcing all of Dune Tiger's troops in an absolute retreat, going for the crush, trying to get everything that it possibly can, because that's going to last quite some time. Most importantly, he's also going to get a scout here on the Redeemer. Redeemer's going to pop its way out, and in the background, once again, are these pesky Devastator warships there. Dune Tiger's having a hard time dealing with these overall. Tripod moving its way back to the center of the map. Stasis field probably up. Redeemer up in the background. Obelisk Light here on the front line. This could still go in Dune Tiger's way if he plays his cards right, but Rex is being much tighter in his formation, and he has a bit more economy to play with than his opponent. He's got a 10k in the bank extra. Obelisk Light going down. Beam cannons here in the north trying to find something to snack on. Going to go for at least one of the harvesters. Is going to take it out. Maybe go for a couple more of them as well. Another one just sort of sending its way, or walking its way directly into their flight path. Got to take it out rather quickly. Sam turret there on the front line, but the Devastator warships have plenty of range to not even worry about it. Looks like Dune Tiger's going to reposition his MCV, maybe trying to get a little bit more of a build order here to control that center of the map. Rex actually going on a little bit of an escapade over here, taking out a bit of the old main base of his opponent. Not killing the T3 or anything like that, but at least getting one of the refineries there in the background. Dune Tiger moving his way in. Blue flames there for that Redeemer should help knock out these buildings rather quickly, as it looks like Dune Tiger might actually push Rex completely out of the center. He's gonna have a hard time pushing all of this back. However, if he loses his forces, Rex is being very conservative with everything that he has. A couple of Mantis tanks moving their way in, going for those Devastator warships. Devastator warships might fare quite well into all of this. Redeemer making its way down Main Street, destroying more and more buildings. Rex still not wanting this fight just quite yet, despite him having all of his units. However, he's got a good number of resources in his bank, and he is set up over here for the natural, or the contested expansion over in the south. Redeemer going to get caught there by all of those units here. They're going to position their way down, and I think Dune Tiger just has to fight this. He can't afford to lose that T3 in all of this mess. Another Devastator warship popping its way out. Mantis tanks moving their way around over here to the back, up into the high ground, trying to look for an easy kill. Does look like the Gunwalker's going to go for that. Redeemer does finally get noticed, and it does get an EMP there, right there, going down to half HP, rather before anything can really happen. I'm not sure Dune Tiger can afford this loss. He can't afford losing his T3 unit. Mantis' tanks doing their work there in the background. Redeemer going down. Majority of the forces for Dune Tiger going down. Beam cannons going down, and maybe soon will Dune Tiger. Tripods, Gunwalkers, Devastator warships seem to have worked out quite well this time around. There it is. Dune Tiger's given it up. He's lost the center of the map. He was behind on economy. Somehow Rex was able to hold on to and was just able to push that fight off over and over until an ideal time worked for him. He was able to pinch and grab that Redeemer, tipping the scales in his favor. I think that does tie up our score 2-2. So we're going to go all the way into the match point game number 5. Give me one moment. Match point and tiebreaker takes place on Mountain Pass. It looks like, no, Rex is actually making his first change. He's switched off of Skrin and has gone to Traveler 59 over in the south. Dune Tiger sticking with his Black Hand. It has been going quite well for him, although he was not able to get what he needed to off on his opponent. I've seen time and time again, I feel like this map is pretty good for Skrin, even the Skrin sub-factions, just because their primary MCV, their platform, can fly and just sort of deny these resources early on. And what we've seen from a good number of these players is they float their way over here, snag it, or deploy, and then Devourer tanks pop their way in. That seems to be the meta for it. And I've seen Black Hand actually fight this a couple of times. And I'm really curious if Dune Tiger's defense is going to hold, because I think he is going to end up on the defense here quickly if Rex does that common strategy that I've seen a couple of times. A couple of scouts out for, at the very least, Rex. Nothing quite yet for Dune Tiger. I say that there's a couple of Confessor Cabal squads making their way down the center of the map, which the Buzzer squad does want to avoid. Mountain Pass kind of worming its way into my heart. There's been a lot of different strategies for me on this one. If I remember correctly, though, this is one of the older maps. I think that's what Cybert was telling me, because there's a good number in the pool overall. Gunwalker going to move its way in, going for those Confessor Cabal squads, at least taking out some of the scouts there for their opponent. Dune Tiger probably wants to get some eyes in on here to see if his opponent's going to move into this expansion right here, with how common it's been so far, not only in the Chrono Clash, but I believe that's a common strategy overall. Confessor Cabal squad's making their way down into Rex's base. Rex not doing anything too weird, despite having this drone ship out and ready to go. It looks like it's just going to be power plant there. It looks like 2 refineries per player, about 5 harvesters or so. 1, 2, 3, 4 so far for his opponent. Rex actually not going for the cheeky strategy, just going for his standard natural expansion. Scouts do finally make their way all the way into Rex's base. Raider Buggy going to pop its way out, but it doesn't matter because the Buzzer squads are going to garrison themselves in there. MCV for Dune Tiger making its way over to that natural expansion, trying to set himself up. Should be, looks like refinery there probably for Rex, building there in the background. Dune Tiger a little bit better on economy than he has been previously. Rex has typically done better than him, at least in this best of 5 so far. He's done better than him in the opening economy fronts. Looks like everybody just wants to stick to relatively normal stuff. There's an operations center, so we might see a couple of flame tanks here, but the flame tanks would be kind of late. Scorpion tanks moving its way into the center of the map. Gotta look for something to snack on, hopefully. Not too many Seeker tanks or really any disintegrators for Rex. I say take that back. It looks like there's a portal with a whole bunch of disintegrators there in the south. Maybe trying to catch Dune Tiger unaware. Gunwalker moving its way forward, looking, doing a little bit of scouting here. Might be able to catch the operations center. Looks like he did manage to catch the operations center, so he knows that it's out and ready to go, and he knows that flame tanks are a possibility for him to have to deal with. Not sure where the disintegrators ran off to. Did they backpedal up entirely? They're not garrisoned in anything. Huh, I don't know if they got sniped. Seeker tanks over on the left-hand side, taking a couple of pot shots off on the Raider Buggy. Both players playing super, super cautiously. No, actually, Dune Tiger's going to do what most often you see the Skrin faction does, and he's going to go and capture this resources. I guess I'm not too surprised because he's already done that so far to specifically Rex, and it did work well. It was a bit sloppy, but it worked really well into Rex, I felt. MCV, if it's not careful, though, might get sniped here. It needs to deploy rather quickly. There it is. He is watching at the very least. Dune Tiger does deploy it. Obelisk Light there on the front line to do a whole bunch of damage. Looks like we do have a T3 there in the background. Disintegrators moving their way into their opponent's base, looking for something to snack on. Shredder Turret's going to pop its way down, but it's going to pop its way in low power mode. They are going to go for a Harvester as quickly as they can. Disintegrators going for the MCV over there for Dune Tiger. Does look like a Descents did die over on the right-hand side, but not quite so much yet over here in the center. Obelisk Light should be pretty good for the push, which will allow MCV a little more time to move its way forward. Low power mode is in full effect here for Dune Tiger, selling off of a couple of units right there. Power plant there in the background. Not sure if it looks like it is going to be a double MCV push once again for Dune Tiger, because Dune Tiger's already setting up on his natural expansion while beginning to set a foothold and stop his opponent from moving forward. Dune Tiger is going to move their way forward. One click, going to try to get that MCV, but MCV deploys in time. No damage is dealt. Dune Tiger being a bit cheeky there with that Obelisk of Light there in the front line. It's netting him so much room. Particle Charge beams there on the front line. Obelisk of Light there on the front line. Going to go for the Photon Cannons. Going to go probably for the Harvesters here in a second. One does go down. Harvester going down to a half HP. It looks like Dune Tiger's going to completely deny his opponent from harvesting these resources whatsoever, and he's going to try to starve out Rex. Rex needs to make a push forward. That Obelisk is going to be hard to kill. And should do quite well into that Annihilator tripod. Looks like the answer is already here. He's got a couple of Devastator warships, and there's no rocket squads to deal with them just quite yet. A few rocket squads there on the defense, a couple of cultists there on the defense as well. Or not cultists, cultists moving their way in to the Confessor Cabal squads, which are the ones on the defense. Few units moving their way forward, seeing what they can see. Obelisk of Light going down rather quickly. Mantis joining the fray. Dune Tiger's going full send on this. And strangely enough, he's still behind on the economy. He should be able to catch up soon, though. Rex is going to run out of resources. He's only got so many harvesters here that can harvest, but he's got a whole bunch there in the backlog at the very least. Buzzer Hive Squad here to absorb a couple of the shots, but still no real answer here to these Devastator warships. Obelisk of Light does get deployed on the background. Gunwalkers and a couple other things will get targeted, but those Devastator warships should be able to take it out rather quickly. Construction yard getting captured actually over here. That's going to be really unfortunate and getting sold off. Dune Tiger cannot afford that whatsoever. It looks like something was able to sneak around and grab it just quickly. That's going to give some Rex not only breathing room, but some much needed resources. And Rex is pretty far ahead on the total resources gathered. Rex, not wanting to get knocked out of this tournament whatsoever, is going to go full send in this tournament, in this fight. Mantis Tanks having to back their way out completely. Dune Tiger may have completely lost his steam. His one advantage was that he might have potentially kept Rex out of there and might have won the economic game, but losing that MCV, getting captured, and not only captured, but sold off before Dune Tiger can do anything, has definitely got a sting. Flame Tanks moving their way in the north. He does have opportunity to turn things around, but it's going to be an uphill battle, that is for sure. Gunwalkers and Tripods having to back their way out of the center of the map, back to the safe, warm of the main base. Not sure if we've got any flame tanks in the south. It looks like there's going to be one in the north. Rex, already sensing something was coming, knowing that the operations center was up, is going to go for the Seeker tanks. Seeker tanks should do a decent amount of damage. It looks like they didn't catch the flame tank in time, but they might have enough speed to get out in time. Two Seeker tanks going down there in the north. Black Hand infantry moving their way into the center, and the answer's already here. All these Gunwalkers moving their way forward. It looks like Mass Gunwalker is going to be the name of the game there for Rex, and it is working out in his favor quite well. Flame Tank going for a Harvester, and if it's not careful, it's going to get grabbed by the Cultist, and it's going to be used against his opponent rather quickly. Harvester that might just be there as bait. Flame Tank is free. May as well go for that Tiberium Spike. Why not? Particle Charge beams there on for the defense. Flame Tank moving its way right past the Tiberium Spike. It looks like it might finally go for it, so maybe Rex is expecting this to go a little bit further, or maybe he's just trying to increase his economic gains. Still no real answer to these Devastator warships. There were a couple of Mantis Tanks here and there, but I'm not sure where they run off to or if they got destroyed. It does seem to be a common tactic of the Skrin factions to sort of like skirt around this mountain and get their shots over, but I do know rocket squads here, and I think there can shoot up on that mountain if they're close enough, but then they would be in range of those tripods, so that's probably not what they're running for. Gunwalker moving its way forward, getting a little bit of scout off. Rex's economy is sitting pretty. He's pretty far ahead of his opponent, building a T3 in the background. Dune Tiger following suit. It does look like we do get a couple of Devastator warships going down. Sam Turret doing a good number of damage of it. Looks like might kill the other one, but no, it just barely manages to survive. Fog of War going to let them destroy the hub of that Sam Turret, which means they can move their way forward just a little bit more if they are paying attention. Mantis Tank trying to destroy the Devastator warship, but not able to get a shot off that it needed. Hand of Nod going down. Particle Charge beams trying to go for the Prodigy. Prodigy looking for something to snack on. He's already had a big meal. Not sure if his belly's large enough to take any more. Either way, I think he's going to try. There's a Redeemer there in the background, probably followed by an Eradicator Hexapod. Yep, looks like they're going to be right on time with one another. Gunwalkers, Devastator Warships, and Tripods here in the center, along with the Lightning Spike. Rex is here to stay. Rex has so much in the bank. 12k to 9.7k. That's definitely going to sting there for his opponent, for Doom Tiger. Particle Charge Beams going to take a couple of free shots there on the Gunwalkers, but it's not going to be able to do too much. Mantis Tanks trying to move their way forward, but if they're not careful, they might get sniped here. Lightning Spike there on the in the front line, forcing the backing up of the Mantis Tanks. Construction Yard is in danger. It should be in range of that. There's the Rage Gen popping off, forcing the Screen units to destroy each other, but it looks like at least the Gunwalkers are going to go for the Tripods. Tripods are going to go for the Gunwalkers over on the side. War Factory there on the front line. Looks like it's going to be MCV versus MCV here in the south. Both are going to fight for this. Both are going to contest for it as the War Factory goes down on that front line. Does look like Particle Charge Beams are going to do a decent amount of damage there to this Tripods. Another Devastator Warship going down. Mantis Tanks moving their way down. Second Devastator Warship going to go down. Radicator Hexapod moving its way in. There's the one click on two of the Tripods and maybe one of the Cultists. Cultists not having much they can grab, though, unfortunately for them. They can grab Mantis Tanks or maybe a Scorpion Tank, but that won't matter too much. One Tripod going down for Rex. Rex actually getting pushed out of the center of the map despite him having such a massive economic lead. Mantis Tanks almost getting crushed there by the stasis, or by the stasis Tripods. Tripods moving their way in. Eradicator Hexapod moving its way in. Drone ship moving its way out and to its grave, getting destroyed along with this Eradicator Hexapod. Redeemer about half HP. This could still go either way. There's the blink backwards of the Eradicator Hexapod. Mantis Tank's got a couple of good upgrades to it. Got at least 2 ranks for it. Maybe trying to go for a third. Taking down another Devastator Warship. EMP'd happening on the Redeemer. Redeemer going down rather quickly. Harvester's going to get targeted as well. More and more Man Spam moving their way forward. It looks like Doom Tiger might actually finally be petering out. That Eradicator Hexapod's got to be in the background there somewhere. There it is. Corruptors have spawned and are beginning to repair it. And there it is. Doom Tiger's actually thrown in the towel, getting knocked out of not only this game, but also the tournaments. Unfortunate there for Doom Tiger. I'm about 90% positive that was where he gets knocked out then, because we're getting pretty close to the bottom. I only have 11 games to cast other than the ones I'm casting now. So I can't imagine he's got another game after this. Either way, Rex is going to progress, doing quite well there. He was a bit shaky in the start and in the games to follow, but he was able to find his tempo. He was able to find his way to victory. Match number 2, round 1, takes place on Tournament LA. Starting us over in the top right-hand corner of the map, rocking the green, playing the screen, doing a rush. This is Firestorm. His opponent, who may not be ready for him, on the bottom left-hand corner of the map, in the orange, rocking the black hand. Give it up for Tibzy. This fight may be over before it has even begun. This is a staggering number of disintegrators, and so far, I don't think they have been spotted just quite yet. Competitive golf squads are going to back their way out. I'm not sure if they've seen this coming. Most importantly, I'm not sure if they're ready for this to come. It does look like we're going to get low power mode there for the defensive tower. Shredder Turret going to take a couple good shots off on these, but the damage should be here. A couple of Black Hand squads also should tie this up, but they're going to go down just as quickly as they pop their way out, and that's going to cost their opponent a bit of money. Hub going to get targeted there for the Shredder Turret, but it looks like Shredder Turret's doing a good number of damage. Plenty more and more Shredder Turrets there on the background. It looks like they might try and go for these Harvesters. Resources have got to be hurting there for Tibzy already. Not that they're not hurting for his opponent. Hand of Nod there on the front line. Shredder Turret's just absolutely destroying everything that Firestorm throws at this, but Firestorm's not over. He needs to group his forces. Another Hub going down. Another lifeline for his opponent, for Tibzy. Gonna go down just as quickly. Harvester gonna get targeted. It's got a full of Tiberium. It cannot afford to die. More and more disintegrators moving their way in. Firestorm wasting his resources, and this one's already over. Firestorm already getting knocked out of, or losing his first point there in the game. It definitely might have worked if his opponent was not ready for it, but indeed he was. Either way, we're going to move on to round number 2. Hopefully Firestorm fares a bit better in that one. Okay, hopefully we'll actually get a bit of an intro here for Arabian Oasis. Over in the bottom left, or top left, I should say, this is Tibzy rocking Steel Talons. His opponent, Firestorm, trying a rush early on, early in the beginning there on Tibzy, which did not work. This is Firestorm in the black hand. Steel Talons into Black Hand. Maybe he thinks he's a little bit stronger on the defensive front with Steel Talons if he thinks Firestorm's going to do a bunch of these rushes. And Firestorm has tried to push out a couple of good rushes rather quickly, so maybe he might do the same thing here. I haven't seen him in too many games where he just plays what I would call, in quotation marks, normals. War Factory out for both players. It looks like Firestorm was probably a little bit ahead on that one. Refinery's cooking in the oven there for the background. Firestorm, once again, a little bit ahead on that. Although he is behind on the economy. Tibsy doing a little bit better there for that. Sorry about that. Doing a little bit better there on the economy fronts. Nobody grabbing Blue Tiberium just quite yet. There may not be a full load. And neither one may want to risk it. Scouts moving their way into Firestorm's base. No second refinery just quite yet for Firestorm. There it is, right on cue, following in lockstep with Tibsy. Tibsy still a bit ahead on the economy. It looks like he's about 500 per minute ahead so far. Foxhole getting deployed inside of the Black Hand's base. Always a solid strategy. You need to see what those sneaky Nod factions are up to. Speaking of sneaky Nod factions, Firestorm snuck an outpost all the way over here. Firestorm's not done being cheeky whatsoever. Probably going to get a hand of nod there on the front line, and so far it looks like he's trying to make things look like this is just a normal game. MCV moving its way in sort of by itself, having to go past those Confessor Ball squads, which means his outpost should be in range and should see that it is there. And I'm guessing the trap's going to get sprung here soon, hopefully. But so far Firestorm's not paid attention to it just quite yet. Maybe spent too much resources on trying to get this refinery or power plant or something like that out. Either way, the more and more time that he wastes, the more and more he'll lose his surprise of opportunity. MCV building something there in the background. It looks like it's going to be an operations center. Maybe a war factory there in the background. Hard to tell. Refinery up on the secondary natural expansion. Firestorm not moving into his natural expansion whatsoever. Building up this cheekiness right here. Cooking something in the oven. Definitely exciting to see, though. Maybe Firestorm just wants to try to get all the weirdness out early on. Either way, I'm here for it. Black Hand Squad's there for the front line. Gonna move their way in rather quickly. Still no real scouting yet for their opponent. Confessor Ball Squad's there in the background, at least acting as sentries. Still nothing up yet for Firestorm. His opponent might know what's up, but I don't think he's seen it just quite yet. He definitely knows it now as the laser turrets do get deployed and start to go for the Harvester. They're going to do nominal damage because those silos are absolutely in the way. His opponent, Tibsy, just already ready for it and prepared for it. Titans moving their way forward. Hand and nod there on the front line. Secret Shrine upgrading. There's something in the background. A couple of rocket squads going for those Titans. Titan going down to half HP. More laser turrets going to get deployed. Going for the Harvesters. Is this where Firestorm's going to be able to turn things around? Only time will tell. Titans having to back their way out completely. Another Harvester going down. Tiberium silo may get targeted here in a minute. No, it looks like they're going to go for the refinery instead. Firestorm continuing his assault, trying to take out this refinery desperately. Hub for at least one of the laser turrets is going to go down and get destroyed. Not sure why they're not going for the weaker units, but I guess the weaker units move their way into that war factory. Selling off of the outpost, placement of the Hand of Nod gives us 2 Hand of Nods, but I think this assault is already over because there's plenty of AP ammo and there's plenty of watchtowers here for the defenses. The 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th one gets deployed. Tibsy is serious about this defense, and he's not going to let his opponent roll his way in. Firestorm may have gotten a couple of Harvesters, but the other side could be that he hasn't built a refinery here on his natural expansion, so he's going to be behind on the economy. And now the base rush is on the other foot. A couple of watchtowers going for those laser turrets, pressuring these forces here for Firestorm. Firestorm needs to mix things up if he's going to turn it around, but I don't think he has the economy so far to do it. I think it's already up. This strategy might have worked on a lesser opponent, but Tibsy is not having any of it. One-handed nod going down. Titans moving their way forward. A couple of rocket squads taking a few shots off here and there. And there it is. Firestorm's thrown in the towel. He's trying everything he can with these unconventional tactics to get something going, to pull one off over on Tibsy. Maybe he doesn't think he can fight Tibsy in a long-run game, and maybe that is the case. Either way, round number 3 is booting up, and if Firestorm's not careful, it's going to be his match point. We're back on Hampstead Gardens. We have moved into what might possibly be match point for Tibsy. Tibsy having a 2-0 lead, switching his color, but sticking with blue, of course, is Tibsy. His opponent sticking with green at the very least, and staying with his Black Hand. We have Firestorm. This is a more traditional map. I feel like it might be a little bit harder to get a rush off, but he's definitely been trying his hardest, and sort of been taking a couple of notes from Dune Tiger with sort of the chaotic funkiness that we've seen so far. So this game is really just boiled down, this wave, I guess I should say, is really boiling down to a bit of silliness, to a bit of chaos. So maybe this is just the chaos wave. It doesn't really surprise me, but a bunch of these players are probably fatigued at this point. Some of these games have been really, really long. Some of these games have been really, really close. And you only have so much mental focus, especially if a lot of these players are introverts like myself. You spend your energy with these sort of games. It looks like we're already starting off strong here for Firestorm. He's got an operations center out ready to go. Maybe going to try to push out a flame tank and get some sort of one over on his opponent, but his opponent's already doing some silliness of his own. It looks like TibZ's starting an Orca rush on this side. Not building any refineries just quite yet, just going pure Orcas, maybe trying to get that fourth Orca. One flame tank is out. MCV moving its way to the natural expansion. A couple of scouts over here for GDI. Might see that flame tank wherever it went. Looks like it noped its way around and is now going north instead. Another flame tank is out. Hopefully that one decides to go south and they split it up and they watch their timing. But if they're not careful, they're going to get spotted rather quickly. Orcas look like they're out somewhere. They've already made their way across the map. They do spot the flame tank. Flame tank going to go down just as quickly, so they know what is going on. Flame tank going down for free. Orcas moving their way. TibZ showing that he can rush too, and it looks like his rush might be a bit better. Another flame tank going to get spotted, going down, taking nominal damage. Raider Buggy moving its way in, but it looks like Harvesters are going to be the target. One going down to half HP. Volleys plenty enough. Orcas running out of ammunition, I don't think they have too much left in them. They're super hard to click at that speed. Flame tank going to get the garrison troop there. Orca's actually saving a little bit of Ramo left to destroy the rush of their opponent. That means everything that he's already spent into that has already been taken out, on top of losing a harvester here, which has cut his economy in half because he's only had the 2 harvesters. Flame tank moving its way in, going for the power plant. Titan here looking for the crush. Flame tank cannot find the appropriate target to go for, which means if he's not careful, actually Flame tank might actually go for this MCV. Titan having a hard time keeping up. He does just barely get it. Raider Buggies moving their way in. Raider Buggies moving their way into their grave as the Orcas refuel and repair. TibZ doing a great defense and assault at the same time with not only his Titans but also his Orcas. Raider Buggy sort of sitting there waiting for those Air Forces to pop over by so they can get a couple of free shots on. Orcas are going to get targeted, but it looks like TibZ is absolutely paying attention to his forces. That's great for him. Black Hands God's going to get crushed here by the Titan, saving that Tiberium spike. Natural expansion developing at the very least for TibZ, not so much for Firestorm. Firestorm's still got to be hurting on the economy. He did pop another refinery here finally, so at the very least he's got 2 refineries, but TibZ should still be up on resources and up on total power gathered. Another Raider Buggy going down to the Orcas. Orcas just absolutely outmaneuvering everything, destroying units left and right. His opponent really can't afford to lose any harvesters, especially not a full load of Tiberium. Does get targeted, and it looks like it does go down just as quickly, as well as with 2 Orcas. Words are hard. TibZ definitely being cheeky on his end for sure, but why not? He knows that his opponent's probably going to rush, and indeed he has rushed the 3rd time, maybe thinking that the old rock, paper, scissors trick where, surely he's not going to expect rock for the 3rd time, and indeed TibZ was ready for rock with the 3rd time, but was ready with his own rock, and he's using it to beat Phoenix down. Titan moving its way into his opponent's base, into Firestorm's base. Not sure Firestorm has an answer. Titan can just waltz right over the harvesters. For some reason, one of the harvesters is getting pinged. Not sure what the plan is for that one. Titan getting a couple of free shots off on, it looks like a couple of these harvesters trying to go for the crush, forcing Firestorm to stop from harvesting. There is going to be the lightning turrets there for the defense. A couple of Orcas, looks like they were able to grab either Scorpion tank or Flame tank there in the center that we were able to miss. Only 3 Orcas so far. 4th one definitely did get taken down. Low power mode there for all of the structures here for the Nod faction. Firestorm going to get targeted down here. Harvester's going down about half HP. Firestorm really just can't catch a break. Although this has been quite sloppy on both players' ends. probably do have a 4th Orca somewhere. It just hasn't made its way back to base just quite yet. Nobody grabbing EMPs or anything like that. Raider Buggy's trying their hardest to keep out these forces. This Titan is still inside of his opponent's base, stopping him from harvesting. Not sure why Firestorm didn't produce any rocket squads or anything like that. Just 2 or 3 would be plenty in order to stop this. Titan getting crush after crush going for the infantry. Normally you don't see that too often, but the Capacitor Ball Squads can only do so much damage. Last Orca's returning for a couple of repairs. Pitbull's moving their way in. This might be the final nail for the coffin for Firestorm. Firestorm has absolutely no defense for this. The Fat Lady is definitely calling his name, and pretty soon he's going to be knocked out of this match series. Harvester getting targeted down. Harvester getting destroyed. Not sure why Firestorm is still in this. He does not have the forces to deal with any of this. He's got a couple of Raider Buggies, but that's really about it. Pitbull's here to stay. Pitbull's dealing damage left and right, destroying. Looks like we did finally get a hand of nod, but I think it's too little, too late. Selling off of the MCV over on that side, or maybe he got destroyed. Either way, the only thing keeping him in this game is this hand of nod and this War Factory, which I'm sure are going to fall here quite quickly. Titan limping its way forward for the crush, but it doesn't matter because Firestorm, sorry, is knocked out of this part of the tournament. Tibsy will progress. He will move on to the next match, and so will we. Give me one moment. Match 3, round 1 takes place on Tournament LA. Over in the top side of the map, rocking the green, playing the GDI. Give it up for Cyrus. His opponent for the moment on the bottom side of the map in the blue, rocking the Zocom. This is Aquatech. Been seeing a healthy splattering of GDI throughout all of this. I guess we've seen a good variety of everything. I think the only thing we haven't seen a crazy amount of is probably Mark of Kane, but it has made its own appearances. So, you know, this could go either way as far as what everybody ends up picking and choosing. I do think it's kind of interesting that Kane's Wrath does have technically 9 factions, you know, 2 sub-factions and 1 main faction, you know, times 3. So I think that adds an interesting dynamic, and I'm not sure too many other games have done that, and it is one of the main appeals that drew me to Kane's Wrath overall. Plus, I like the color palette for Kane's Wrath. I think it looks very interesting. It's not, in my opinion, it's not particularly cartoony, but it's not like ultra realistic. I do think Tempest Ryzen is probably a little bit higher on the realistic scale for me, so I'm not sure that's too interesting for me, but who knows, I might change my mind whenever they do release their replay tools, because right now no one can really cast unless they are in the game or do some sort of weird exploit, so that's really unfortunate that it released in that state. You know, maybe they ran out of money, it's hard to tell. Anyway, a couple of APCs out here for, it looks like Cyrus. Aquatech going for economy for the moment, forgetting about his MCV over on the right-hand side. A couple of foxholes there down for Aquatech, but not, same can't be said for Cyrus. Cyrus hasn't moved a scout into Aquatech's base just quite yet. Aquatech being one of these players I am actually a bit more familiar with. I've seen a good number of his games, and he's been happy enough to not only show up in streams from time to time and help me out with some technical issues. He's actually sent me a whole bunch of stuff to read over for OBS and just sort of resolution in general. But he's also sent me a healthy number of games, so I really appreciate that, Aquatech. Thank you. Keep it up. I hope you have some good luck in the game, but I'm not going to go easy on you. If I see a mistake, I'm going to call it as I see it. Scouts for Aquatech making their way across the map. Looks like we've got 5, 6 APCs, an outpost out here for Cyrus. Cyrus, I haven't really seen. I think this is my first experience with him so far. I don't know if he has another alias on the replay logs. He's labeled Cyrus, so that's what I'm going to go with for now. But, you know, a lot of these players with their aliases can get quite confusing. Outpost is going to get scouted and is going to get at least a little bit of the crush there for the Rifleman squads. Rifleman squad's going to go down, but most importantly, they're going to see what's coming. Pitbull moving its way in, getting a decent scout. That's one thing Aquatech has done super well so far on Cyrus, and Cyrus just kind of allowed it, is he's just been able to get scout after scout after scout after scout. Cyrus moving over to the left-hand side with that Outpost, forgetting about it, hasn't set it up just quite yet. APC's in the center. Tanks here are definitely going to be the answers. Pitbull's going to go down just as quickly. It looks like there's not any rocket squads inside these APCs, which means they're going to be absolutely useless into these tanks. Aquatech had the appropriate transition as APC goes down. APC gets destroyed, and there goes the majority of the armor there for Cyrus. Cyrus is in trouble. He needs to start producing a couple of rocket squads there in the background. Otherwise, these tanks are going to roll right through and roll over him. Aquatech mopping up the forces in the center and is indeed going for the throat. A couple of couple of Pitbulls here there on the front line, but they shouldn't fare too well into those, especially if they don't micro appropriately. If they just sit there and die, the tanks are just going to destroy them left and right as the majority of the Pitbulls do get taken down. That's really unfortunate. It looks like Aquatech might be a little bit more practiced, might be a little bit better on the transition. There is a Predator tank there for the defense, but it's not going to be enough. He needs to get a barracks out on the front line. He needs to get a couple of units, and most importantly, he needs to move this Harvester away, because it doesn't matter. It got destroyed one day right before retirement. The poor Harvester, but Aquatech doesn't care. He's going to continue going for that economy, going to continue to go for that family of Harvesters as another one does go down. A couple of rocket squads finally getting produced here by Cyrus. Too little, too late. Aquatech does not care. He's just going to continue taking shots off and increasing his lead even more so. Something happened to the outpost over on the left-hand side. Not sure if it was able to get sniped or where it ended up, but I've lost track of it at the very least. Cyrus has an opportunity to turn this around, but he's lost so much in the economy. And if you actually, I think it's going to actually be much harder for him to turn around. I just looked at the points. Aquatech has 15K per minute and almost has double income in the bank, as in total resources gathered. So that's going to be really, really unfortunate. Unless Cyrus really doubles down on infantry, then he's going to have a hard time doing it. Aquatech taking a note from his opponent, moving his Surveyor, trying to set up an outpost over on the left-hand side instead of moving his MCV all the way over there. MCV hasn't been developed on this natural expansion, hasn't moved its way over here just quite yet. There's a Pitbull waiting for him, but MCV should be able to make it. Firehawk's actually going to bomb the War Factory. Aquatech being cheeky. Aquatech getting a couple of good free shots off here and there. Not sure how Cyrus is going to be able to turn this around. Outpost finally, nope, not getting deployed still. Just going to sit there just like the other one. Tanks and rockets moving their way down Main Street, looking for something to snack on. Rifleman squad should be quite good into, at the very least, these missile squads, but it doesn't matter if they go for the tank instead. They need to be going for the rockets, but at least the rockets are wasting their shots on the Rifleman squads. Focus fire is in full effect here as Predator tank after Predator tank goes down. Rifleman squad's mopping up the units. We don't get to see these small skirmishes very often, so it is nice at least to see how this is boiling down. Aquatech just sort of walking over his opponent. Cyrus is in trouble. Looks like Cyrus did move further down. Look, maybe that was the plan. That's what I missed there entirely. He set up his outpost here, and he's got a refinery and a barracks out and going. Rocket squad's popping their way down, taking a few shots off the rocket harvesters. Rocket harvesters might want to move their way in and just go for the crush. Otherwise, that's going to be particularly annoying because he's got the money he can waste on that. Selling off of the barracks inside the main base. It looks like he's going to go full send into that. It looks like Fire Cell in the south and Fire Cell in the north. It looks like he doesn't think he has the economy to continue the fight as the APCs with AP ammo roll into his little outpost. First point goes to Aquatech. Good job on Aquatech. Hopefully Cyrus can tighten things up in the next round. Let's see how he fares. Round 2 is on Tournament Crater. Over on the top side of the map, switching over, actually sticking with Zocom, I should say. This is Aquatech in the purple. His opponent in the pink. In the south, playing Black Hand, we have Cyrus. Cyrus not able to keep up with Aquatech in the last round, not transitioning like he should, but maybe this is going to be his redemption game. Who knows? Only time will tell. Looks like he's already moved a scout into the center of the map, so his scouting's a little bit... sorry, actually, no, that's Aquatech. Aquatech actually moving into the center of the map, so that's less surprising. I keep forgetting Cyrus is in the pink. Did he go for both Tiberium spikes? Okay, so he does know to go for those at the very least. Hand of Nod does pop its way out, producing so many Confessor Cabal squads. I don't know what the thinking is for that. You want to do some mixing of rocket squads in with that. Those units are only going to be able to do so much. He is going to produce a Secret Shine, and he's going to build an upgrade there in the background, so maybe he's got something cooking up that I did not expect. A couple more rocket squads going to join this fray, and it looks like it's going to be a man spam rush for Cyrus. Unfortunately, I think, though, it's going to run into not only the Pitbull, but the Foxhole rather quickly. Pitbull is going to walk its way in, although it might get taken out by just the Confessor Cabal squads. You don't get to see that too often, a Pitbull getting taken down by all of those Confessors. Looks like all Tib spikes have been grabbed by their respective players. Foxhole's now taking shots off on the units as they move their way in, but this is going to buy a little bit of time there for Aquatech to build up a defense, and really all he needs to do is start producing a handful of watchtowers and maybe some units of his own, or APCs would be quite well in this. Either way, I think the transition is going to be really important that we watch. He did produce another Harvester there on the background. Do you have a command post? Hopefully maybe some AP ammo and AP ammo watchtowers. That would be nice to see. So far, no, not yet. No real response. If Aquatech's not careful, he might get taken out here by this rush. That would be really unfortunate for him. Cyrus a little bit behind on economy, but that's going to be expected there for that watchtower there on the front line, popping its way out. AP ammo is building in the background there. Another watchtower there on the front line. Want to go down just as quickly as Confessor Cabal squad's doing more damage to the watchtower than I expected. They just have so much ammo. More and more watchtowers popping their way out. AP ammo still about halfway done. Still going to take some time. MCV going to get targeted, but they need to be going for these watchtowers instead. Shatterer going to move its way forward. Zone Shatterer should do quite well on all those units. It does take out the lion's share, just going right down the center there, and this assault might be over before it's really even begun. Shatterer having to back its way out, but it doesn't matter because it was able to get good shot after good shot. It was able to hit unit after unit. There's the laser fence there for the construction yard, saving it, getting taken out. Looks like the Zone Shatterer did get its powered out mode, saving a little bit of damage there. Construction yard going down to half HP. The assault's not over just quite yet, but I think Cyrus is running out of money. Zone Shatterers working phenomenally. I honestly forget that they exist sometimes. Definitely working really well into Black Hand, that's for sure. Aquatech did take some damage and was probably sweating there just a little bit, but I think if Cyrus's micro had been a little bit stronger there, if he had chose his target, and most importantly, watched his positioning, maybe try to get out of range of those watchtowers or split up between those zone shatterers, I think he might have been a little bit better. Zocom producing 2 airfields, probably got a couple of hammerheads on the way is what I'm suspecting. Yep, hammerheads out. AP ammo is indeed in full effect for them. Zone shatterers moving their way down the center of the map. Not Fox. Aquatech doing a really good job of, he just always has this presence all over the map. He's always got units here and there to see what's coming his way, and that definitely bought him a lot of time to deal with that. Rocket Squad's taking the first couple of shots on the Zone Shatterers. Hand and Nod going down just as quickly, that not even being the intended target there for the Zone Shatterers, taking them out relatively quickly. Rifleman Squad's not going to destroy that, and that means that Zone Shatterers are absolutely free to wreak havoc on this. And there's no tanks. There's nothing really here to deal with this. Once again, this match might be over before it's even begun. Operations Center there in the background. Plenty of power plants, Secret Shrine. At this point, you may as well sell off the Secret Shrine and maybe the Operations Center and just try to get some resources flowing. Try to get some defenses out because you have absolutely nothing. Get 2 Hand of Nods. Do something. So far, it looks like he's just panicking, doing nothing at all. There's the War Factory, but that's not going to do anything. It's definitely not going to save your construction yard because it's just going to continue to take damage after damage. Something is finally being able to be produced in that War Factory, but I'm not sure how much it's going to matter. The repair is in full effect for the construction yard. At least one Scorpion tank has popped its way out. There's finally a response there. A couple of Shredder turrets there should help, but I think the damage might already be done at this point. Even if he wins this, is going to be extremely costly. And there's a couple of more reinforcements. There's the cavalry. There's the flying cavalry as the Hammerheads move their way in with their AP ammo. They can just walk over absolutely everything. Cyrus is out of this game. He doesn't know it yet, but he is defeated. Operations Center going down. Power plant's going to get targeted too, stopping the SAM turret, selling off of the refineries. There's the fire cell of absolutely everything as Cyrus gets knocked out of this round. Aquatech proceeding with a 2-0 lead. Cyrus having a good idea there, but I think what might have saved him is having a little scouting out, but I don't think his opponent was going to allow it. Aquatech had not only the Pitbull moving its way in, but also had that Foxhole, which really bought him a lot of time, and then was just able to transition into AP ammo and those Zone Shatterers, and then the Cavalry just rolled its way right in. Cyrus is definitely going to tighten things up, but it's not impossible for him to do a reverse sweep. However, he's an unknown player for me. He's a wild card, so we'll get to see how he does in round number 3. Welcome to the map favored by forklifts. Tournament Underground. Over on our left-hand side, our person with a 2-0 lead, sticking with his Zocom, and moving to yellow, we have Aquatech. Over in the bottom right, in the cyan, it looks like plain Nod, we have Cyrus. Cyrus making switch after switch, trying to find his comfortable spot, trying to find something that's going to work into Aquatech so far, and not having really any purchases. Foxhole popping his way down, which means we're probably going to get an Engineer. Yep, Engineer going for that contested Tiberium spike, and why not? It's free money just sitting there, and I think that he's pretty confident in his ability and pretty confident in what his opponent might do. Once again, Aquatech doing a fantastic job of scouting. There's definitely a couple of spots here and there I think Aquatech can improve on, like his micro and macro could be a little bit better, and his formations could be a little bit tighter. But honestly, I think even out of some of the really good players, I think he just always has this really great presence on the map, where it's just moving small units here and there. He's always got this really great scouting that I really love to see, and maybe that's less important in Kane's Wrath. I'm not a veteran Kane's Wrath player whatsoever. My experience almost entirely lies from, believe it or not, Xbox 360 release of Kane's Wrath is where I really played the game and just discovered this overall. I played Red Alert as a kid, but that was really about it. I'm coming from Supreme Commander, Forged Alliance Forever, I think it's FAF or whatever the acronym is, where scouting is just so important. And I gotta imagine it's pretty good in scouting games. I just wonder if that maybe Aquatech might over-scout. Maybe I'm praising him a little bit too much for the scouting, but I can't imagine it's a particularly bad thing. Cyrus, feeling a little bit of the pressure, is gonna put a Harvester in the absolute worst spot that he can, delaying his economy even more so. This may not seem like it makes that big of a difference, and it's not a crazy difference, but it will make a difference the longer and longer the game goes on, especially when you're trying to get resources out. Like, that small delay can cost you precious seconds and begin to delay everything down. Aquatech continuing his scouting, keeping his units out here and there. A couple of attack bikes making their way across the map, gonna run into a foxhole and waste a couple of shots off and probably take some damage to him. Only 3 attack bikes there, and a scorpion tank, weirdly enough, on the background. Bikes stopping for the foxhole, almost taking it out, but going down to about half HP, at least on one of them. Pitbull's going to get the final kill on that. More and more Pitbulls moving their way, and Aquatech is ready for this. He's going to take out attack bike after attack bike. Harvester's going to get a couple of shots here and there, but I'm not sure Aquatech cares really too much. Power plant going down, and there's not even a foxhole here for it. Aquatech really just sort of kind of playing with his food, I feel. Attack bikes moving their way in and moving their way to the grave, both going down to those bikes. The formation's not tight enough. The microing's not tight enough there for Cyrus. Cyrus is in a bit of trouble, and now it looks like the Pitbulls have begun to make their march over there. No response there from the Scorpion tanks. No response there to save these Harvesters. Harvester going down to half HP. Cyrus still not responding, just kind of letting this happen. Harvester goes down for free. Really no response. Scorpion tanks finally getting notices, finally making their way across the map. Not sure if this is lag or what this is, or maybe Cyrus just isn't as experienced of a player. Either way, he just let Aqua destroy that when he didn't need to. He let Aqua go for that Harvester when he just absolutely didn't need to. I don't want to discourage these players from popping in the tournament because the best way to learn is honestly by getting in the game and just getting crushed. And I think these tournaments are a golden opportunity for you to fight people who maybe you wouldn't normally fight and see some more of these meta strategies. So you can start off quite terribly in the tournament, but maybe get a good taste for it, and then maybe get in a couple of good matches and practices for the next tournament, because this won't be the only tournament. Typically there's a lull in between the tournaments, but so far in my experience, and I've been casting for about 9 months, specifically Kane's Wrath, there's been a healthy splattering of tournaments. Not always like massive amounts of money on the line like this one, like 2K. A couple of Pitbulls going down there for free. Aquatech not able to find his way in. So far, Cyrus also hasn't transitioned into his natural expansion really at all. I don't think his build is practiced. I don't think he's practiced on his build too much for these maps, just kind of in general. Easy for me to say from the casting chair. Once again, I'm a pretty terrible Kane's Wrath player overall. Zads did offer to teach me, and I'll probably take him up on it at some point and learn more of the meta of the game, but I think I need to get a little more practice under my belt, which might help my casting anyways with a couple of strategies here and there, although I feel like I've picked up a lot, especially for not being a particularly hardcore player. Predator tanks moving their way into Cyrus's base. Cyrus having his Scorpion tanks completely in the north. I have no idea what his plan is. Maybe moving here to the natural expansion might make sense, but he's just sort of sent his forces to the north, which means everything left here is left to its own devices. Hand and Nod producing a couple of units here and there. Militant Squad's not going to do too much. The Microing significantly stronger there for his opponent, and all of those units are just sort of sitting there in the north, just going on vacation while their base gets destroyed. Harvester going down inside the base, and I think this is all but over. Even if he turned around immediately, he's not going to make it back in time for his base to be saved. Refinery going to get destroyed just as quickly. It looks like we're going to get AP ammo and the Tiberian field suits there for the infantry. Shatters are going to join this fray as well, and this is all but over for Cyrus. Poor Cyrus, not faring quite well into Aquatech. Aquatech definitely going to get a victory here because Cyrus's forces are still just over here in the north. Poor guy must be feeling the pressure. More and more harvesters going down, and this is all but over. Cyrus maybe not being as familiar with the game, not knowing that it is definitely time to throw in the towel. There's just no way you're going to recover. Your entire main base is dead, and you barely put up a fight. He definitely could have held it off if he had those forces where he needed. His production was quite strong, but it didn't matter. He didn't transition into the into the second expansion, and it looks like over in the north, his opponent Aquatech moved over into the third. So that's kind of insane as well.